Each trial had carved strength and wisdom into her spirit, underscoring the immense responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but her resolve had deepened alongside her understanding of sacrifice and duty. Cale shifted his stance, eyes dark with acceptance as he tightened the bond between himself, Elara, and the pendant's legacy. His mysterious tattoo pulsed with a steady rhythm, symbolizing his newfound role as protector intertwined with hers. Together, they had sealed a pact, keepers of the fragile harmony between their world and the shimmering beyond. As the last light faded from the sky, a new mist arose above the village, gentle and harmless, curling softly around the ancient trees. This delicate veil signified renewal, a fragile peace forged through courage and unity rather than conquest. The mist's embrace was one of quiet guardianship, promising that balance would be preserved if respected. Beneath clear skies and twinkling stars, the village celebrated a restored harvest festival, their joy warm and unburdened. Laughter rang out as lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, a testament to life's resilience and hope's return. The sense of community felt stronger, sealed by the unspoken gratitude toward unseen protectors. Elara and Cale stood watchful at the village edge, cloaked in shades signaling trust, eyes fixed on the horizon where worlds intertwined. Their silhouettes blended with the landscape, guardians of the delicate balance sustained between realms. In their presence, the village found not just safety, but enduring harmony between the seen and unseen. As twilight deepened, Elara's silver pendant and Cale's glowing tattoo pulsed softly in unison, a quiet beacon of their unbreakable bond and shared purpose. The rhythmic light echoed the heartbeat of the village and the protective mist that now lingered harmlessly. With this harmony established, the scene gently faded into the enveloping night, signaling the beginning of a guarded peace. In the village of Elder's Hollow, no one dared to light the old lantern after dusk, except Mara. One foggy evening, Mara found the lantern hanging from a crooked branch deep in the woods. A soft glow flickered inside, and a whisper brushed against her ear, "Follow the light." Curiosity overcame fear as she lit the lantern, its flame burning with an eerie blue hue. The whisper grew louder, leading her along a winding path she'd never seen before. Branches seemed to bend away, shadows dancing just beyond the light's reach. At the path's end, a forgotten well lay shrouded in mist, its stones ancient and crumbled. The whisper urged, "Look within," and Mara peered down into the darkness below. Suddenly, a face emerged, a child trapped in twilight, eyes wide with hope. "Help me," the voice pleaded softly, the lantern's light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Mara grasped the rope tied to the well's edge and began to pull gently. With effort, the child was lifted into the cool night air, the mist parting as if in gratitude. The boy reached out, and as their hands touched, the lantern's flame turned warm and golden. "Thank you," he whispered, before fading into the glow and disappearing into the night. The village suddenly felt alive, the air lighter, as if a long-held sadness had lifted. Mara returned to the hollow, the lantern now dim but peaceful in her hands. The next morning, villagers found the old well sealed and the forest calm. The lantern brought back the lost, Mara told them quietly, her eyes shining with wonder. From that day on, the village no longer feared the woods at night, knowing light could chase even the deepest shadows. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, a soft whisper reminded them that hope lingers where the light shines. In the quiet village library, Ava studies an ancient map, the warm red light of sunset casting long shadows across the dusty pages. She carefully winds her bright red scarf around her neck, the fabric fluttering softly as a gentle breeze slips through the open window. At her feet, Keto, the mechanical fox with rusted bronze fur, twitches his ears with a spark of excitement. His glowing blue eyes shimmer as they fix on a peculiar marking revealed on the map, signaling a hidden path yet to be discovered. Elder Rowan approaches silently, steady with his carved wooden staff in hand. His silver hair catches the fading sun as he warns Ava in a low, grave tone about the perils that lie beyond the known horizon. Ava tightens her scarf resolutely, determination clear in her gaze. Keto circles protectively near her feet, his blue eyes glowing steadily, prepared to face whatever challenges may come. Suddenly, the skybound compass appears in Ava's palm, its soft, pulsing light matching the rhythm of her heartbeat. A breeze lifts strands of her hair while the crimson scarf ripples, as if charged by the compass's mysterious energy. With purposeful steps, Ava boards a small, weathered airship, the vessel creaking under her weight. From the deck, she waves goodbye to the village beneath a sky streaked with warm amber hues, the evening setting a hopeful yet somber tone. The airship ascends, drifting above clouds that puff like cotton below, and the village fades into a distant memory. Keto scans the endless horizon with glowing eyes, alert to any sign of danger or discovery. Suddenly, silhouettes of sky pirates' airships loom in the distance, their familiar outlines dark against the sky. Their leather goggles catch the sunlight, flashing menacingly as they close in with a chorus of raucous shouts. The pirates swiftly surround Ava's fragile craft, their patchwork coats billowing in the rising wind. They demand the glowing skybound compass, their voices harsh and commanding, eager to seize its power. Ava clutches the compass tightly against her chest, feeling its warmth against her palm. Keto growls low, his blue eyes intensifying to a fierce glow, signaling his readiness to defend. A fast-paced dogfight erupts, with clouds swirling wildly around them. The pirates weave aggressively through the sky, their ships threading close to Ava's airship in a dangerous dance of chase and evasion. The airship shudders as it takes damage. Ava's scarf catches briefly on a jagged edge of the railing, but she rips free, her grip unwavering. Despite the broken parts, she maneuvers adroitly to escape capture, heart-pounding. Inside the battered cabin, Ava spots a faded symbol on the map, an ancient floating island glowing faintly with mystical light. Legend says it holds answers about the skybound compass's true power and origin. Ignoring Elder Rowan's warnings echoing in her memories, Ava sets course toward the mysterious island. The compass's pulsing light grows stronger, its glow intensifying with every mile she travels closer. Elder Rowan's cautionary words resound within her. Opening the island's secrets could unleash unknown dangers. Yet her resolve hardens, knowing the risks but driven by a deeper purpose. As the airship nears the island, turbulent clouds whip violently around them, buffeting the vessel. Ava struggles to maintain control, eyes narrowed against the storm testing both her skill and courage. Keto's eyes flash rapidly as he detects the brewing storm approaching fast. The sky darkens ominously, with the first rumbles of thunder rolling like distant drums. Lightning strikes illuminate the island's towering ruins, casting eerie shadows against roiling dark clouds. The jagged structures seem alive, silhouetted sharply, promising ancient secrets and lurking peril. The compass spins wildly in Ava's hand, its bright glow revealing intricate symbols etched across the ship's dashboard. The mysterious instruments seem to awaken, reacting to the island's energy. Suddenly, a hidden mechanism on the airship activates, revealing a secret passageway descending toward the island below. Ava's heart races at the discovery, the path inviting yet fraught with uncertainty. Ava and Keto descend cautiously by zipline into the dense jungle, mist swirling thick and cool around them. Her crimson scarf flutters in the breeze, a vivid banner amidst the green shadows. They carefully navigate ancient stone paths, marked with glowing blue runes that match Keto's eye color. The mysterious symbols hint at a connection between the island's guardians and the mechanical fox. Without warning, sky pirates ambush them amid the ruins. Ava narrowly escapes through twisting corridors, her scarf snagged but holding firm, a symbol of her unyielding spirit. Keto uses his mechanical abilities to disable traps set by the pirates, his blue eyes scanning relentlessly for hidden dangers. Every encounter sharpens their bond and quickens their determination. Deeper in the heart of the ruins, Ava discovers murals depicting the skybound compass as a legendary key. The art tells of hidden skies far beyond their world, a secret waiting to be unlocked by the worthy. Ava hesitated at the threshold, the weight of Elder Rowan's warning pressing heavily on her. The words about awakening powers beyond understanding echoed in her mind, making her question the path ahead. Meanwhile, the sky pirates regrouped with renewed vigor, their leader's eyes burning with greed. They vowed to seize the island's secrets, no matter the cost, their ragtag crew sharpening their resolve under leather goggles and patchwork coats. Clutching the glowing skybound compass, Ava traced its light to a hidden mechanism that unlocked a radiant door. Beyond it lay a chamber filled with ancient flying machines, their forms bathed in ethereal light. Keto's glowing blue eyes flickered as he activated panels that began to hum softly, their pulses matching the compass's glow. Together, they bridged the gap between past ingenuity and present discovery. Suddenly, the cave groaned. A violent collapse severed Ava and Keto from the pursuing pirates. Dust filled the air, heightening the tension as they found themselves isolated within the island's depths. Among the flying machines, Ava found a weathered journal, its pages chronicling Elder Rowan's youth. The Elder's deep connection and pact with the skies unfolded beneath her fingers. Through the Elder's words, Ava learned to channel the compass's energy cautiously, mastering the art of safe navigation through uncharted skies. Each lesson illuminated the way forward, balancing courage with respect. Outside the chamber, the pirates began dismantling the island's ancient machinery recklessly. Their greed risked not only the ruins' collapse, but the loss of the island's secrets forever. Determined, Ava sprinted through the crumbling halls, her crimson scarf fluttering wildly behind her. Time was slipping away as she raced to halt the destruction. Keto, ever resourceful, conjured mechanical illusions that danced and flickered, drawing the pirates' attention away. Confused by the ethereal mirages, the outlaws faltered in their advance. Following the compass's steady pulse and Keto's glowing eyes, Ava reached the chamber's core controls. The ancient mechanism awaited activation, humming in harmony with the duo's resolve. Suddenly, the pirate captain burst into the chamber, his grip tight on his weapon. Ava's scarf caught again on a jagged edge as she dodged narrowly, evading capture by a breath. A tense standoff ensued. Ava stood grounded, the skybound compass blazing fiercely in her hand. Her gaze locked with the captain's, unflinching as the chamber's glow bathed them both. In a swift move, Keto leapt onto the captain, delivering a precise mechanical strike that disabled his weapon temporarily. The delicate balance tipped, giving Ava the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Ava activated the chamber's ancient machinery. Hovering platforms rose between them, their ascent blocking the pirate pursuit with a defiant shield. The ruins trembled as glowing runes flared, the island responding to long-forgotten magic. Slowly, the entire landmass began to lift, defying gravity to rise into the sky. The pirates scrambled to regroup, their skyships darting after the floating island with growing desperation. The mysterious ascent transformed the battlefield into a spectacle of air and light. With her scarf wrapped tightly, Ava climbed into one of the ancient flying machines from the chamber. She prepared to pilot it, determination radiating from her every movement. Keto's eyes glowed steadily, syncing with the compass's radiance as the flying machine stirred to life. Together, they took to the skies, ascending alongside the glowing island. They soared above the pursuing pirate ships, the radiant island behind them glowing like a beacon against the horizon. Ava felt the compass guiding her, a steady presence in the vast expanse. Unexpectedly, the pirate captain commandeered a rival flying craft, launching a relentless pursuit. The chase was on, the skies alive with tension and the roar of engines. Through dense clouds and shifting winds, Ava maneuvered with skill, her crimson scarf trailing vividly behind her. The engines hummed loudly as the chase unfolded in a dance of agility and resolve. With eyes fixed on the compass's steady glow, Ava navigated tight gaps with precision. The device's energy lit her path, guiding every daring move above the clouds. Keto detected a critical weakness in the pirate captain's airship, signaling Ava with urgent blinks. The mechanical fox's alert promised a chance to turn the tide of their perilous pursuit. Trusting Keto's warning, Ava triggered a well-placed trap that disabled the pirate captain's vessel abruptly. The chase ended suddenly, the threat momentarily quelled as silence fell over the sky. Back on the floating island, Ava carefully studied the skybound compass. With a steady hand and an eager heart, she unlocked the secret to commanding the skies safely, feeling the compass hum with newfound power. Activating Elder Rowan's staff beacon, a soft glow illuminated its carved wood. Ava shared her discovery, a wave of relief spreading through her voice as she reassured the elder that the skies were now secure. Around them, ancient flying machines stirred to life, gears turning and wings extending. Their silhouettes carved against the sunrise, These guardians were ready to defend the skies from any impending threats. With the crimson scarf fluttering boldly in the high-altitude breeze, Ava embraced her role as the island's protector. She stood tall and resolute, a beacon of hope and courage amidst the vast sky. Beside her, Keto nestled calmly, his rusted bronze fur reflecting the dawn's light. His blue eyes glowed softly, a perfect blend of contentment and perpetual vigilance. Not far away, island automatons surrounded the captured pirate captain. The outlaws' ragtag hopes were dashed as the mechanical protectors ensured peace with unwavering precision. A mysterious skyship approached silently, its unique silhouette cutting through the clouds. Elder Rowan descended, his wooden staff in hand, warmly welcoming Ava and affirming the hard-earned balance now resting upon their shoulders. Below, the village erupted in cheers, their voices rising like the wind that carried their joy to the heights. Watching the island ascend higher, they celebrated the dawn of a new era of harmony in the skies. Ava gazed toward the horizon, the compass firmly in her grasp. Ready for whatever adventures lay beyond, her spirit soared with possibility, eyes alight with determination and wonder. As Ava and Keto set their course across the endless blue, the crimson scarf fluttered one last time in the gentle wind. Together, they vanished into the vast sky, guardians of a boundless future. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. "Another sleepless night," he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. At dawn, Arius moved with focused grace near the ancient stone circle. His silver hair caught the first sunlight, shimmering as he swung his crescent-etched sword in practice. Each strike echoed the disciplined spirit within him, the crescent tattoo on his arm, a silent pledge to the coming trials. Inside the dim tent, Lyra traced the star charts with attentive fingers. Her emerald eyes flickered in candlelight, reflecting constellations mapped in secrets. The star-embroidered cloak around her shoulders seemed to ripple with unseen energy as she pondered celestial patterns. Eldrin stood near the village gates, his white beard stirring in the cool morning breeze. His golden eyes scanned the horizon, gripping the rune-carved staff tightly as if anchoring himself against an unseen force. He sensed the boundary's thinness, aware shadows gathered beyond sight. A sudden chill swept the village as a shadow darker than night crossed its threshold. Cloaked in midnight robes, Sable moved silently, melding with the shifting gloom. No one noticed the figure's passage except the veiled glint of menace cloaked beneath the hood. With the rising crescent moon swelling unnaturally large, whispers stirred among the fearful villagers. They exchanged anxious glances under the veil of twilight as the moon's glow cast elongated shadows. The night felt charged, as if the world itself held its breath. Arius's crescent tattoo glimmered faintly, a spectral light matching the moon above. His hand instinctively rose to touch the symbol, sensing a surge of energy coursing through him. The connection between Mark and Moon pulsed, a silent call to rising peril. Suddenly, Lyra's vision unfolded, a veil tearing apart to reveal a dark, writhing force. The imagery left her breathless, the starry cloak tightening around her shoulders. The revelation unsettled her soul, warning of veils unbound and secrets unveiled. Eldrin gathered the village council under the growing shadows, his voice grave with ancient knowledge. He spoke of a prophecy tied to shifting shadows and broken veils, a destiny threatening to unravel their world. The weight of his words settled like a stone upon their hearts. In the bustling marketplace, Sable moved unseen, planting a sinister symbol etched in shadow. Most missed the act, but the faintest ripple of darkness lingered where the mark was left behind. Suspicion grew, though no face could be tied to the unseen sowing of discord. Alerted by unseen danger, Arius drew his crescent-edged sword, feeling its latent power awaken. Pulses of energy thrummed through the blade, synchronizing with the glowing tattoo on his arm. The weapon was alive, ready for the encroaching threat. Lyra deciphered the ominous mark as a harbinger, the veil of Orenthal growing fragile. The star symbols in her cloak seemed to resonate with this truth, each stitch a reminder of their fragile defense. The veil's weakening signaled coming upheaval, demanding urgent action. Under the pale moonlight, Eldrin led Arius and Lyra toward the Forbidden Library. The ancient tomes awaited, holding secrets cloaked by time and shadow. As they approached, the veil surrounding the village seemed to hum, as if aware of their quest. Shadows warped and twisted unnaturally as they neared the veil-like barrier. A chilling breeze carried whispers of realms beyond, the boundary flickering like a fragile membrane. The trio stepped cautiously, senses alert to encroaching darkness. The veil quivered suddenly, thinning to reveal fleeting glimpses of a deep and desolate realm beneath. Dark tendrils writhed behind this fragile curtain, veiling an ancient and terrible power. Fear tightened in their chests as the boundary between worlds grew unstable. Fear rippled among the villagers, spreading whispers that the veil might collapse entirely. The ancient evil bound for centuries below threatened return, its shadows inching closer. Anxiety thickened the night air, veils no longer safe sanctuaries but fragile shields. Arius tested his blade against advancing shadows, sparks igniting as steel met intangible darkness. The sword's crescent glow clashed with shifting silhouettes, a battle of light against consume. Each strike pushed back malevolence, but at a rising cost to the warrior's strength. Lyra chanted a seer's incantation, her voice wavering yet determined to reinforce the veil. Unseen forces resisted, twisting the chant into discordant echoes. The veil's fragility fought back, straining against her desperate will to hold it intact. Eldrin recounted the legend of a lost relic, said to possess power to mend the torn veil. His golden eyes shone with urgency, recounting old lore masked by time. The relic was their only hope, a key to restoring the delicate balance between worlds. In shadows deeper than night, Sable gathered followers swayed by doubt and shadow's embrace. Their allegiance to darkness grew, spreading fear and discord throughout the village. The Veil's defenders faced a hidden threat within, veiled conspiracies weaving through trust. As the crescent moon waned swiftly, Arius's tattoo flickered unpredictably, its glow faltering. The unstable light mirrored the growing uncertainty surrounding their quest. The link between Mark and Moon wavered, threatening Arius's connection to the blade's power. Lyra's visions sharpened, revealing the relic concealed beneath the ancient stone circle. Shadows peeled back from the earth, exposing a secret long buried in hallowed ground. The path to salvation lay hidden under their feet, waiting to be uncovered. Eldrin warned that retrieving the relic required crossing the Veil's dangerous breaches. The realm beyond pulsed with hostile shadows, ready to consume the unprepared. Their journey promised peril demanding courage and unbreakable resolve. Without hesitation, Arius volunteered to seek the relic, guided by Lyra's visions and Eldrin's wisdom. His silver hair caught moonlight as he prepared to step into unknown darkness. The burden of hope rested heavy but resolute upon him. Shadows clawed from every corner as the trio neared the Veil's thinning edge. The air swirled with shifting darkness, veiling secret dangers just beyond sight. Together, they pressed forward, each step a defiance against the growing gloom. Suddenly, Arius confronted a shadow creature, a twisted test of strength and will. The dark form lunged, seeking to extinguish the light within him. Steel met shadow in a fierce duel where every strike held the fragile fate of the veil. Lyra drew her star-embroidered cloak tightly around her shoulders, channeling its faint glow to pierce the dense darkness ahead. As the celestial light spilled over the winding path, hidden traps, barely noticeable snare wires and concealed pits, became starkly visible, preventing disaster. Eldrin raised his rune-carved staff, which emitted a radiant golden light that pushed back the encroaching shadows in a wide arc. Yet with each dispelled shadow, distant alarms triggered, echoing ominously through the silent forest and heralding unseen dangers closing in. Just as their progress seemed steady, a trusted villager, whom they believed was loyal, turned abruptly against them. His betrayal introduced uncertainty and forced the group to reconsider who among the villagers could be trusted in this fragile alliance. Emerging from the swirling mists, Sable appeared briefly, his hooded figure radiating menace and mystery. He delivered a cryptic warning before dissolving into the mist, leaving his intentions as veiled as the shifting shadows around them. Suddenly, the veil pulsed violently, shimmering and flashing to reveal distorted glimpses of otherworldly horrors lurking beyond perception. These fleeting visions unsettled the group, reinforcing the veil's tenuous nature as a boundary between worlds. During the chaos, Arius sustained a deep wound that caused the crescent tattoo on his forearm to burn fiercely and unpredictably. The searing pain was a stark reminder of the ancient power woven into his very skin. Lyra swiftly gathered her dwindling strength, focusing her energy through her cloak to heal Arius's injury. The effort drained her vitality noticeably, her emerald eyes dimming with the exertion, but her resolve remained strong. Eldrin examined the strange markings etched nearby and deciphered their meaning. The relic they sought lay hidden beneath the largest stone at the circle's center. This revelation offered a renewed sense of purpose amid growing peril. As they began to uncover the ancient stone, shadows twisted and surged around them, encroaching rapidly and threatening to engulf the fragile light they maintained. Doubt mingled with hope, as each shadow represented unforeseen danger. Before they could secure the relic, a group of Sable's followers emerged from the darkness, surrounding them and demanding surrender. A tense standoff ensued, the shifting shadows marking the precarious balance of power. Drawing deep from the ancient bond with his crescent-etched sword, Arius invoked the symbol's power to repel the advancing darkness. A crescent-shaped wave of light surged outwards, pushing back the shadowy threat and carving a brief sanctuary. Lyra's keen eyes caught sight beneath the largest stone of veil-like crystal, faintly luminescent and pulsing with ethereal light. Recognition dawned that this was the relic they had risked so much to find. Eldrin's voice lowered with gravity as he warned that to activate the relic would demand a sacrifice and a profound understanding of its true nature. Such power came with a burden far greater than any of them anticipated. A heated debate unfolded, tensions rising as each member weighed the cost of activation against the mounting darkness. Fear and hope intertwined, their conflicting desires reflected in the flickering shadows around them. Without warning, the veil tore open wildly, a jagged rift allowing shadows to pour through in overwhelming torrents. The barrier between worlds threatened total collapse, unleashing chaos upon their realm. Panic overtook the nearby villagers as they fled the spreading darkness, their long-buried fears manifesting into tangible, twisted forms. The forest echoed with cries and the rustling of desperate flight under the veil of night. Arius took the lead, his sword flashing beneath the waning crescent moon as he fought a desperate rearguard action. Every strike sought to hold the advancing horror at bay, his tattoo burning like a beacon of resilience. Meanwhile, Lyra spread her star cloak wide, casting a protective shield over the fleeing villagers. Each moment of defense sapped her remaining strength, yet her determination to safeguard the innocent never wavered. At a critical breach, Eldrin raised his staff high, chanting in an ancient tongue to halt the largest wave of shadows. Golden runes appeared on the staff, creating a barrier that held long enough to stem the tide of darkness momentarily. The veil's instability worsened, its edges fraying ominously and threatening complete collapse unless swiftly repaired. Time pressed heavily upon the group, the fate of their world hanging in precarious balance. Despite uncertainty, Arius gripped the pulsing veil-like crystal firmly, resolving to activate it and face consequences unknown. His crescent tattoo flared fiercely, signaling the merging of his life force with the relic's ancient power. The crystal blazed with intense light, weaving brilliant threads of radiance and shadow in a delicate dance of balance. This luminous interplay seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the worlds themselves, suspended between revelation and concealment. As the crystal's power surged, Arius felt his crescent tattoo ignite, binding his essence to the relic in a profound union. Pain mingled with strength, and the boundaries between self and artifact blurred in the swirling energy. Calling upon the stars for guidance one last time, Lyra's weakened form bolstered their fragile hope. Her unwavering gaze fixed on the heavens, searching for answers as her cloak dimmed, but her spirit held fast. With Eldrin's final ancient incantation echoing through the night, the veil's torn edges began to stabilize. The radiant light spread slowly, weaving a fragile harmony that held the dark at bay, setting the stage for the truth to emerge. The veil begins to reform, shifting in layers to reveal a realm where shadows and light coexist in a delicate harmony. Faint outlines of hidden figures flicker between the interplay of darkness and illumination, hinting at a world both mysterious and alive. Sable emerges once more, her midnight robes less menacing, now flowing with a softer light. Her voice carries a new purpose, revealing that her allegiance lies not with destruction, but with maintaining the fragile balance between realms. Arius approaches cautiously, his crescent-etched sword lowered in trust as he seeks to understand Sable's change. Through their exchange, he uncovers the origins of the shadows, ancient protectors rather than mere threats, woven into the fabric of their world's natural order. Lyra's emerald eyes widen as a stirring prophecy unfolds within her vision. The shadows and light must coexist to sustain the world's vitality, not one to erase the other. Her star-embroidered cloak seems to shimmer with renewed significance, marking a turning point in their path ahead. Eldrin, gripping his rune-carved staff firmly, nods gravely in acceptance. The ancient guardian realizes that their role must shift from imprisonment of shadows to vigilant guardianship, ensuring neither light nor darkness dominates unjustly. The villagers, once fearful, gradually embrace the presence of shadows as essential to their world's cycle. Families gather beneath crescent moons and shifting veils, learning to live with the twilight dances rather than resist them. Together, Arius, Lyra, and Eldrin form a new order, dedicated to preserving the delicate equilibrium. Their symbols, crescent, star, and rune, blend into an emblem of unity, standing as sentinel against imbalance and chaos. The crescent moon hangs calm and steady in the night sky as the veil settles into a harmonious shimmer. Shadows no longer lurk as threats, but flow gently alongside light, creating a serene tapestry across the horizon. The ancient stone circle, once dim and broken, is restored to radiant life. Its carved symbols pulse softly with magical energy, a beacon symbolizing the renewed covenant between the worlds of light and shadow. Standing at the edge of dawn, Arius gazes toward the horizon where first light pierces the balanced veil. Hope glimmers in his deep blue eyes as the new day promises a future shaped by unity and acceptance. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. Never forget, even ruins can root new life. From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance, and in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. A fierce storm drove Mira's small boat toward the jagged coast of an island that wasn't on any map. She clung to her oars as waves crashed, finally collapsing on the rocky shore, breathless but alive. The island was silent, except for the whisper of the wind weaving through twisted trees. Mira stood, brushing seaweed from her hair, spotting a dim light flickering through the dense forest. Curious, she ventured toward the glow, her footsteps crunching over dry leaves. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. A shadow slipped between the trees, eyes gleaming. Heart pounding, Mira remembered the stories her grandfather told. This was the lair of the island's guardian beast. But the light called her onward, promising answers tied to the legends she'd chased all her life. Deeper in the woods, she found a clearing where the light came from an old, intricately carved lantern hanging from a stone pillar. Beneath it, an ancient map etched into the rock, showing a hidden cavern beneath the island. The growl returned, closer this time, but as Mira reached for the lantern, a large wolf stepped into view, calm and watchful. She lowered her hand, meeting the wolf's eyes. Instead of fear, she saw a knowing spark, a silent invitation. Together, they made their way to the cavern entrance, the wolf leading confidently as if this place belonged to it alone. Inside, tetrahedrons of light from crystals guided their path through twisting tunnels. At the chamber's heart, Mira uncovered a cavern of shimmering stones, their energy humming beneath her fingertips. The map revealed the stones held power to calm storms, why her boat had survived, why she had been drawn here. As she touched a crystal, the wolf nuzzled her hand, as if approving the island's secret keeper was found. Mira lit the ancient lantern again, promising the wolf she'd protect the island's secrets and respect its fierce guardian. The storm cleared, sunlight breaking through the canopy. The wolf vanished into the shadows, the island now peaceful. Rowing home, Mira smiled, knowing some adventures are not just about discovery, but guardianship too. Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. "Behind the counter, Mr." Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the velvet lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company." Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down. Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air. Hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over. Smoke wreathed the crumbled skyline as Mara stepped over rusted debris, eyes scanning for any sign of life. Her voice was a whisper, barely heard over the cold wind. There has to be someone left. The city was a husk, but beneath its ashes, secrets lingered. Mara clutched a faded photograph, the edges worn, the faces smiling back from a world lost. Suddenly, a faint sound, a child's laughter, echoed from the ruins ahead. Heart pounding, she followed it through twisted metal and shattered glass. There among the shadows, a small boy emerged, wide-eyed and cautious. Mara offered a gentle smile. "I won't hurt you, I'm just looking for answers." The boy nodded slowly, stepping closer, tugging a ragged toy behind him. Together, they explored forgotten rooms, discovering a hidden garden still blossoming against all odds. Sunlight filtered through shattered ceilings, casting patterns on the cracked tiles. "Life finds a way," Mara murmured, hope stirring within her chest. In that quiet sanctuary, the past and future intertwined in fragile harmony. She knew rebuilding was impossible alone, but here, with this spark, anything could begin. As twilight fell, the boy led her to a makeshift camp, other survivors gathering cautiously. Eyes brightened at her arrival, whispered tales of hope and survival filling the air. Mara realized the city was not truly dead. It breathed in the hearts of those left. She raised her voice, steady and clear. "We'll rise together, stronger than before." The community around the dying embers of the old world kindled a new flame. And beneath the shattered sky, the forgotten city whispered its promise of rebirth. Friday afternoons at .com Corp were usually slow, but today was different. Jenna spun around in her swivel chair, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Who dares challenge me to the office chair race?" she shouted, gripping the armrests. Her co-workers exchanged amused glances. Then one by one, they lined up their chairs at the start. Martin, the tech guy, declared, "Last one to the break room owes coffee." The office manager blew an imaginary whistle. The race was on. Chairs zoomed, spun, and occasionally collided, as the hallway became a wild racetrack. Jenna's chair wobbled dangerously as she took the corner too fast, yelling, "I got this." But Martin edged ahead, powered by sheer elbow thrusts and caffeine dreams. Near the finish line, Linda, the quiet accountant, made a surprising boost with a sneaky push-off. The crowd cheered, some clapping, some videotaping on their phones. In the end, Linda's steady pace won the race by a hair. She stood up triumphant, sipping her prize coffee done by Martin. Who knew spreadsheets could fuel speed like that? She joked with a grin. Jenna nudged her. "Next time I'm bringing my helmet." The office buzzed with laughter as everyone returned to their desks, energized by the silly competition. Even the grumpiest manager cracked a smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "Maybe next Friday," he said, "we'll try a stapler toss." As the sun set, the chairs sat still, but the team's spirit soared high. And somewhere in the back, a quiet challenge was already brewing for next week's shenanigans. Emma found the puzzle box in the attic, dusty and forgotten. She dumped the pieces on the kitchen table and began sorting them by color and edge shapes. Her younger brother, Max, wandered in, curious about the sudden mess. "Need a hand?" he offered, sitting cross-legged beside her. Together, they formed the puzzle's border, chatting about school and weekend plans. The afternoon slipped by as more sections came together. A bright blue sky, a patch of green grass. When they reached the final piece, it was nowhere to be found. Emma frowned, searching around the table and floor, but it was gone. Max shrugged, suggesting they weren't meant to finish it today. At dinner, their mom asked about their day, and Emma confessed about the missing piece. Her mom smiled, pulling a small box from her bag. "Found this cleaning the car," she said, holding up the puzzle's lost piece. That evening, Emma and Max completed the picture together, a perfect ending. "See, sometimes it just takes a little luck," Emma said, proud and content. Max laughed, or a good mom. The puzzle sat completed on the table, as the house grew quiet, and the siblings tidied up. With the puzzle done, Emma felt a small sense of accomplishment and calm. She promised to look for more puzzles to solve with Max on weekends. Before bed, Emma glanced at the finished puzzle, feeling grateful for the simple moments. And just like that, a day of patience and teamwork became a cherished memory. Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced. Her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. Under a heavy twilight sky, Mara walks cautiously through the quiet village street, her eyes darting nervously at shadows cast by the failing street lamps. The fading light deepens the ominous mood as her scar pulses faintly, a subtle reminder of the power tied to her. At the aged bookshop, Mara meets Elias, whose piercing blue eyes glint with unspoken knowledge. He hands her an ancient leather-bound book that pulsing faintly with blue light, hinting at secrets long concealed. Mara opens the book, revealing cryptic writings describing a shimmering mist known as the Veil, said to hide unseen realms just beyond the mortal eye. The words seem to shift on the pages, deepening the mystery surrounding the mist's true nature. Suddenly, the room's light dims as a faint mist swirls outside the shop window, its colors undulating and forms shifting eerily. Mara's scar reacts subtly, throbbing as if in resonance with the haunting presence. Stepping outside, Mara catches sight of fleeting figures within the mist, their outlines appearing and vanishing with ghostly speed. The sensation is both chilling and compelling, drawing her attention despite the growing unease. From behind Mara appears Leora, her glowing amber eyes fixed on the veil as she tightly clasps the delicate silver necklace around her neck. The necklace's subtle shine contrasts with the growing darkness surrounding them. Leora's voice is low and urgent as she whispers of the veil's increasing strength and an impending danger looming over the village. Her warning hangs heavy in the air, fraught with an ominous tension. Mara's scar pulses with a faint, awakening rhythm, seemingly stirred by Leora's presence and the swirling mist outside. A magnetic force connects Mara more deeply to the supernatural threat closing around them. Elias explains gravely that the veil is a bridge between their world and a forgotten realm, whose chaotic merging threatens to engulf their village entirely. His words underscore the gravity of the threat they face together. Determined, Mara resolves to explore the village outskirts where the veil's mist thickens most. Clutching the ancient book and eyes fixed on Leora's necklace, she steels herself for what lies ahead. At the boundary, Mara observes flickering silhouettes trapped and calling for release within the dense veil. Their desperation intensifies the urgency of her quest as ghostly hands seem to reach for her in silence. Without warning, the mist convulses and surges forward in an attempt to pull Mara into its depths, her scar igniting with fierce, burning intensity. The veil's power threatens to overwhelm her, testing her resolve. Leora reacts swiftly, grabbing Mara's hand and projecting a calming glow from the silver necklace that soothes the searing pain. The light creates a fragile shield against the veil's relentless grasp. Elias issues a dire warning. Only by breaking the binding curse that ensnares them all can they prevent the veil from consuming the village whole. The stakes rise sharply, leaving no option but to confront the unknown curse. Resolute, Mara vows to seek the source of the curse deep within the forgotten forest beyond the village's edge. Her determination fuels her forward despite the growing shadow cast by the veil. Entering the ancient forest, Mara feels the palpable presence of the veil intensify, its shifting shapes entwining among gnarled trees. The eerie whispers and pulsating air immerse her in a realm straddling reality and the unknown. Her fingers brush over cryptic symbols carved into the bark, which flares softly when illuminated by the book's ethereal light. The carvings hint at forgotten knowledge and deeper connections to the veil's mystery. A sudden chorus of whispering voices guides Mara into a shadowed clearing, where the earth itself pulses with ethereal energy beneath her feet. The atmosphere is thick with unseen power, amplifying the tensions surrounding her quest. From within the mist, the veil coils into a serpentine shape that sways and beckons Mara with haunting melodies. Its hypnotic lure threatens to draw her deeper into a perilous and unknown domain. Struggling against the allure, Mara summons Elias's counsel, focusing on the steady pulse of her scar as a tether to her own reality. This fragile anchor steadies her amidst the mist's deceptive embrace. Leora emerges again, revealing she can harness partial control over the veil through the power of her silver necklace. Together, they forge a cautious alliance to navigate the treacherous mist. The trio follows twisting tendrils of the veil to an ancient stone altar half engulfed by creeping roots, a relic long forgotten by time. Its presence signifies a possible key to unraveling the curse binding them. Carved into the altar's worn surface is an inscription recounting a forgotten pact between the villagers and a realm beyond the veil. The weight of history presses upon them as Mara prepares to read aloud. As Mara recites the ancient words, a surge pulses through the clearing, causing the scar on her cheek to glow with radiant intensity. The veil's mist thickens suddenly, its shape erupting with newfound fury. In an instant, the mist separates Mara from her companions, engulfing her in a cold, suffocating embrace. She is left isolated within the veil's grasp, the true danger and mystery deepening around her. Inside the veil, Mara's surroundings shift, revealing ghostly figures tethered by shadows of fear and sorrow. Each trapped spirit flickers with fragments of their past lives, their faces etched with despair and longing. The air hums with the weight of memories bound by an ancient curse that holds them captive. As Mara's gaze settles, she recognizes some faces among the trapped souls, including a young woman whose features mirror Leora's in a time long gone. This spectral resemblance deepens the mystery and hints at a connection spanning generations. The silver necklace glimmers faintly, resonating with the vision. Desperate to reach them, Mara strains to communicate through the swirling mist, her voice barely a whisper against the veil's murmurs. She seeks a thread of hope, any sign that the spirits can be freed from their eternal prison. Each attempt shakes the veil, revealing fragile glimpses of forgotten trust. Meanwhile, Elias pores over the ancient leather-bound book beneath the clearing's wan light. His eyes scan arcane scripts until he uncovers a vital truth. The curse can only be undone by rekindling the forgotten trust that once bound the living and the spirits. The knowledge brings both hope and urgency to the moment. Leora steps forward, holding her silver necklace tightly as it emits a delicate, luminous beacon that pierces the veil's dense folds. The soft light guides Mara, pulling her back from the abyss toward the safety of the clearing. The necklace's glow becomes a fragile lifeline amid the encompassing mist. Emerging once more, Mara carries with her a fierce determination, the weight of both realms pressing on her. She resolves to unite the living villagers and the forgotten souls trapped within the veil. This newfound purpose ignites a spark of hope against the encroaching darkness. Gathered beneath the ancient altar, Mara, Elias, and Leora commence a ritual invoking the sacred pact that once protected both worlds. But as their voices rise, the veil reacts unpredictably, the energies surging uncontrollably. Instead of peace, a violent storm of mist and shadow engulfs the clearing, threatening to unravel their efforts. The trees surrounding them shudder violently, roots twisting like serpents into the earth. Shadowy figures emerge, swirling with the turbulent mist as it spreads rapidly toward the nearby village. The atmosphere thickens with impending danger, and every breath feels charged with ominous power. Mara's scar pulses fiercely, each throb accompanied by sharp waves of pain that blur her vision between the physical and spirit worlds. The connection she shares with the veil intensifies, making it harder to distinguish reality from the haunting apparitions. She steadies herself against the mounting assault of sensations. Elias moves swiftly to shield Leora from sudden bursts of ethereal light shards that erupt unpredictably from the altar. The fragments shimmer dangerously, slicing through the shadows even as they threaten the children's safety. His protective stance shows his resolve amidst the chaos surrounding them. Through the tempest, a translucent figure materializes, a spectral elder cloaked in ancient robes, eyes piercing with timeless knowledge. The elder warns that the pack's betrayal was neither distant nor abstract. It was recent and deeply personal. Their voice resonates with a grave urgency, shaking the gathering to its core. Mara's heart clenches as realization dawns. The origin of the curse is entwined with her own lineage and the scar etched on her cheek. The painful truth reveals that an ancestral promise, tethered to her family, was broken, casting a shadow she now must face. This revelation deepens the stakes of her mission. Desperation grips the group as the veil swells ominously, its tendrils threatening to envelop the entire forest and village beyond. The very air trembles with a suffocating energy, signaling that time is running out. The fragile hope they clung to seems on the verge of collapse. In the midst of turmoil, the spectral elder extends an ancient ring embedded with cryptic runes toward Mara. They speak in riddles about reconciliation, calling it a key to mend the fracturing bond between worlds. The offering feels heavy with meaning, as if the weight of fate rests in Mara's hands. Upon accepting the ring, Leora's necklace flares to life, glowing brighter than it ever has before. The combined light from the two relics casts intricate patterns that ripple through the veil's mist. This harmonious reaction hints at a powerful union of forces forming within their grasp. Armed with the ring upon her finger and Leora's necklace around the child's neck, Mara returns to the altar. Her resolve is steely, ready to amend the broken vow that haunted her bloodline. The air buzzes with anticipation as they prepare for the next attempt at the ritual. As the ritual commences anew, opposing energies surge and clash violently. Mara's scar becomes a glowing conduit, channeling power that radiates through her very being. The struggle between darkness and light manifests physically, the veil writhing in response to the escalating forces. Mara confronts a torrent of painful memories tied to her heritage and the consequences of past betrayals. She embraces responsibility and opens her heart with compassion toward the spirits and villagers alike. This emotional reckoning strengthens her connection to the power she wields. Gradually, the veil's chaotic turmoil begins to abate, its once wild energies calming into a gentle ebb. The mist recedes slowly, revealing faint smiles on the faces of the spirits, signaling their relief and gratitude. A fragile peace takes hold, promising healing across realms. Light breaks through the dense, dark canopy overhead, casting the village's edge into clear view once again. The tension that had gripped the clearing eases palpably, replaced by cautious hope. Nature itself seems to breathe easier as balance is tentatively restored. Unexpectedly, Mara's scar transforms, fading into a luminous silver shimmer that glistens softly on her cheek. This visible change links her unmistakably to the veil's essence, marking her as a bridge between worlds. The transformation is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Leora's necklace and the ancient ring merge their luminescence, stabilizing the fragile connection between the realms. Together, they form a radiant symbol of unity and protection. This synthesis promises ongoing harmony where once there was division. Elias steps forward to reveal that their roles are not mere coincidence, but a destined guardianship. They are charged with balancing the delicate peace between the living and the spirit world. His words underscore the profound responsibility that has been entrusted to them all. Mara feels a profound bond deepen with the freed spirits, now released from torment, yet choosing to linger as vigilant watchers over the village. Their presence is no longer a threat but a blessing, a shared guardianship born from mutual trust. She embraces her new role with quiet strength. The surrounding forest seems to inhale a new breath, alive with a gentle, shimmering mist that no longer menaces but protects. Nature and spirit exist in harmonious balance, secured by the sacrifices and courage of those who dared to believe. Hope glows softly as the veil between worlds settles into peaceful coexistence. Around the warming fire, Mara's voice steadies and the villagers lean in, their apprehension giving way to a deep respect. She recounts the tale of the veil and the sacrifices made to protect both realms. Her words carry the weight of truth, transforming fear into understanding within the gathered crowd. The faint glow on Mara's scar pulses softly in the firelight, a subtle yet constant reminder of her unique bond with the veil's power. This mark, once a symbol of pain, now signifies her duty and strength. It connects her intimately to the mysteries that have shaped the village's fate. In the village square, Leora gathers the children beneath the old oak tree, her amber eyes sparkling with warmth. She teaches them about honoring the ties between their world and those unseen, emphasizing kindness and respect across all boundaries. The silver necklace around her neck catches the sun, symbolizing both hope and continuity. Back in the quiet of the bookshop, Elias returns the ancient leather-bound tome to its sacred place on a high shelf. He closes the book carefully, knowing that the knowledge it holds must be protected for future generations. The tome remains a silent guardian of the legacy they have all safeguarded. From a distance, Mara catches a final glimpse of the forest's edge, where a shimmering gateway flickers with calm, radiant light. The veil there is less a barrier and more a gentle threshold, inviting peace rather than fear. It promises a future where connection and understanding prevail. Feeling the strength of unity and the wisdom gained from recent trials, Mara stands taller and more resolute than ever. Her spirit, intertwined with the power of the veil, is fortified against whatever challenges lie ahead. She embraces her role with confidence and hope. That evening, the village bursts into celebration, a harmonious blend of age-old traditions and newfound reverence for the otherworldly. Music and laughter fill the air, binding the community together in respect and joy. The silver necklace and Mara's scar are honored symbols woven into the festivities. As night falls, stars twinkle vividly above while the mist around the now tranquil trees swirls gently in the cool breeze. The veil's shimmer is soft, casting a luminous glow that comforts the village below. The natural world and the supernatural stand in peaceful coexistence under the vast sky. Mara, Elias, and Leora stand side by side at the hillside, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the worlds gently touch. Each carries a quiet sense of purpose and shared destiny, united by trust and the bonds they've restored. Together, they watch as light from the veil bridges their realities with promise and peace. The story closes as the veil continues to shimmer softly, a luminous bridge of light rather than shadow. It heralds a new era of hope and balance, a testament to courage, unity, and the enduring power of connection. The village, forever changed, embraces this dawn with open hearts. Ella's days were a rhythm, a quiet melody flowing through the small cafe she ran by the corner. Every morning, she unlocked the doors with the same gentle smile, ready to welcome familiar faces and new stories alike. On this particular day, a shy boy named Liam stepped inside, clutching a worn-out notebook. "I heard this place feels like home," he said softly, glancing around as if searching for something. Ella nodded, pouring him a warm cup of coffee. "Every note counts here," she replied, gesturing to the vintage jazz records lining the walls. Liam revealed he was working on a poem about the little things people usually miss. Inspired, Ella shared tales of customers. The baker who hummed while kneading dough, the old man who tapped his cane like a drummer, the young artist who sketched the laughter in the air. Together, they found stories in ordinary moments, like the steam rising from a cup or the clink of teaspoons mixing sugar. As the afternoon light shifted, so did Liam's confidence. His words began to flow smoother, capturing the subtle melodies Ella had described. When it was time to leave, he handed Ella the notebook. "Thank you for helping me hear the music in silence," he said. Ella smiled, watching him step back into the world, now carrying a brighter tune in his heart. Later, she flipped through the pages, each poem a note in the song of everyday life around her cafe. She realized their small moments were like a jazz ensemble, improvised, imperfect, but beautifully intertwined. The sun set, casting a golden glow over the storefront, warming its familiar embrace. Ella whispered to the quiet room, "Every day has its own rhythm, if only we listen." As night fell, soft music played, and the cafe waited patiently for the dawn and its new stories. Ella locked up with a contented sigh, the book tucked safely beside the register. In those pages, she found a reflection of her own life, simple, rich, and unfolding note by note. Tomorrow would bring new faces and untold melodies, a fresh verse in the ongoing song of her days. And with that thought, she stepped into the gentle night, humming a tune that promised more to come. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly intone, "Some silences are better left unbroken." The sky split silently just after midnight, casting a pale glow over the deserted city streets. Lena's fingers trembled as she adjusted the settings on the quantum scanner, her breath shallow with anticipation. "If these readings are right," she murmured, "we're staring at a rift in space-time itself." The device buzzed, emitting a steady hum that resonated through the hollow chamber where Lena worked. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered in the air, a translucent tear revealing glimpses of a parallel world. She leaned closer, eyes wide, watching shadows dance across the surface, foreign yet familiar. "It's like looking into a pond reflecting another life," the voice behind her whispered. Startled, Lena turned to see her colleague, Mark, illuminated by the eerie light from the rift. "This changes everything," Mark said, his voice filled with awe and fear. Without warning, a figure stepped through, unstable but unmistakably human. Lena reached out, heart pounding as the stranger's hand met hers, a bridge between realities. "We don't have much time," the visitor warned. "The rift is tearing us apart." Together, they raced against the clock, calibrating the scanner to stabilize the breach. Alarms blared as devices overloaded, and the rift pulsed with increasing intensity. Lena whispered a desperate plea, "Hold on just a little longer." With a final surge, the rift blinked, its chaos settling into a steady glow. The stranger smiled faintly. "You saved us all today." As the rift sealed, peace returned, leaving only the hum of possibilities in its wake. Lena exhaled, knowing the boundary between worlds was no longer a barrier, but a bridge. And in the quiet aftermath, she smiled, ready for whatever might step through next. On a rainy evening, Emma noticed the old library on Elm Street was still open, its windows glowing warmly. Curious, she stepped inside, shaking off her umbrella as the cozy scent of aged books wrapped around her. A friendly librarian greeted her, whispering, "Welcome to a place where stories come to life after dark." Emma wandered between tall shelves, her fingers brushing worn spines with titles she'd never heard of. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged from a book titled The Secrets of the Night Garden. Drawn in, Emma opened it and found a delicate map shimmering on the pages. "Follow the map," a soft voice echoed, as if the book itself invited her on an adventure. Guided by the map, Emma found a hidden door behind a bookshelf, leading to a small enchanting garden bathed in moonlight. Fireflies danced around whispering flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of jasmine. Emma smiled, feeling calm and inspired, as if the garden whispered stories meant just for her. After a while, she returned to the library, the hidden door quietly closing behind her. The librarian nodded, saying, "Some secrets are meant to inspire quietly in the midnight hours." Emma felt the magic of that night linger as she picked out a regular book to borrow. Back home, she placed the glowing map on her desk, a reminder of the night's secret journey. As she turned off the light, she whispered, "Thank you for the adventure." The rain stopped, stars peeked through her window, and Emma drifted to sleep with a heart full of wonder. From then on, she visited the old library whenever the night seemed too quiet or lonely. Each visit brought a new whisper, a gentle nudge to explore stories beyond the pages. Emma had discovered not just books, but a world where magic and comfort lived side by side. And so, the Midnight Library became her secret harbor in the bustling world, always open to those who believe. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, an ancient lantern hung from a silver branch, glowing faintly. Ilara, a young wanderer with curious eyes, discovered the lantern while chasing fireflies one twilight. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal, and suddenly the forest around her shifted. Trees whispered secrets, and the air shimmered with magic that hadn't stirred in centuries. A soft voice echoed, "Guardian of Light, your time has come to awaken Eldara's flame." Ilara's heart raced. She had heard the legends. The forest's light was the soul of an ancient kingdom. The lantern's glow pulsed, guiding her towards a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. There, a stone altar awaited, carved with runes that matched the ones on the lantern. Ilara placed the lantern upon the altar. Light burst forth like dawn breaking over the horizon. From the blaze, a delicate figure emerged, Leora, the last spirit of Eldara. "For centuries I waited," Leora whispered. "Thanks to you, the light returns to our realm." Ilara watched, mesmerized, as the forest transformed, darkness retreating, colors deepening. "Why me?" Ilara asked, her voice barely a breath. Leora smiled gently. "Because your heart holds the courage and kindness the forest needs." Together, they walked through the woods, spreading light that banished shadows. The fireflies returned, now radiating brighter than before, dancing in celebration. Ilara felt a warmth she'd never known, a connection to something greater than herself. "The forest is alive because of you," Leora said, fading into the glowing canopy. As dawn broke, Ilara stood alone, but illuminated by the lantern's steady light. She whispered, "I'll guard this light, so Eldara's magic never fades again." In the twilight shadows of Eldoria, a flickering light danced atop the ancient tower. Aelina, the young apprentice, raced through the crumbling halls, her heart pounding with urgency. The village below whispered of darkness swallowing the land, but only she knew why. Legends spoke of the Everflare, a mystical flame that kept dusk and despair at bay. Tonight, the Everflare wavered, threatening to wink out forever. Aelina reached the tower, breath catching in her throat as she saw the flame flicker weakly. "If the light dies, so do we," she murmured, recalling the elder's words. Her fingers trembled as she fetched the ancient crystal, said to revive the flame's heart. Placing it gently beside the Everflare, she whispered an incantation passed down through generations. Suddenly, the flame leapt brighter than ever, bathing the tower in golden warmth. A comforting hum filled the air, rippling through the land like a soothing melody. Outside, the villagers lifted their faces toward the glow, hope rekindling in their eyes. Aelina descended, the weight of her quest lifting with each step. "The light lives on," she told the gathered crowd, pride shining brighter than the flame. From that night forward, Eldoria's nights were no longer dark whispers, but stories of courage and magic. Aelina kept watch, her flame never flickering again, a beacon against the shadows. The villagers rebuilt, their fears replaced by faith in the light and its keeper. In every corner of Eldoria, whispers turned to songs, celebrating the last light's triumph. And as dawn stretched its fingers across the land, the darkness stayed at bay, held at bay by one girl's unwavering hope. In the heart of the ancient tower, the Everflare burned eternal, a promise that even the smallest light can conquer the deepest night. The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station, bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Alina felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Alina crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Alina placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Alina looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." The evening fog curled around the old clock tower as Eliza crept closer, clutching the folded letter in her hand. Her heart pounded with every step. The letter promised a secret buried for decades, hidden right beneath the ticking face above. Old Man Grayson's cryptic warning echoed in her mind. Not all timekeepers guard moments. Some keep shadows. Eliza reached the iron door at the tower's base, her fingers trembling as she found the rusted key taped under the ledge. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that disappeared into darkness and dust. She took a deep breath and descended, the faint sound of the clock's ticking growing louder in her ears. Midway down, a glimmer caught her eye, a small leather pouch tucked into a crack on the wall. Inside, she found a collection of strange keys and a worn diary belonging to her grandfather, a man she barely knew. Flipping through, cryptic notes mapped a hidden compartment beneath the clock's mechanism. Her fingers quickly found the latch, releasing a panel that revealed a shaded alcove bathed in moonlight. Inside lay an old photograph and a delicate music box, its surface etched with a family crest she recognized. As she opened the music box, a haunting melody filled the silent tower, swirling memories of forgotten days. Eliza's eyes welled up. The photograph showed her grandmother, smiling beneath the clock tower, long before it was abandoned. A folded note inside the box read, "Time seals what the heart never forgets." She realized the secret wasn't gold or jewels, but the preservation of a family's love frozen in time. With a soft smile, Eliza wound the clock's mechanism to resume its silent vigil. The morning light illuminated the tower as she stepped out, the town oblivious to the quiet restoration. Eliza whispered, "Some mysteries aren't lost, they are waiting to be found." As the clock chimed at dawn, she clutched her grandfather's diary close, a new story just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, the clock tower kept its steady beat, a heartbeat echoing through the years. Night deepens over the city as rain taps steadily against glowing neon signs. Detective Marlowe stands outside a smoky jazz club, flicking open his silver lighter, its flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. Inside, Evelyn Shaw captivates the crowd, her scarlet dress vivid amidst the haze of smoke and shadowed figures. Her sharp eyes scan the audience with a knowing intensity as her voice fills the room. From across the street, Marlowe watches Evelyn with a tense expression. His gaze shifts sharply when Vincent Crane, marked by his jagged cheek scar, strides confidently into the club. Vincent's gaze cuts through the smoky air as he surveys the audience, his intimidating presence silencing whispers and drawing eyes. His brass cufflinks glint faintly beneath the neon haze. Marlowe's coat billows in the chill wind as he follows Vincent into a narrow, rain-slick alley. The atmosphere tightens as tension coils between the towering figures under flickering neon. Vincent pauses, throwing a dark, threatening glance toward a neon-lit apartment window where Evelyn's silhouette can be faintly seen, the night rain distorting the scene. Returning to the jazz club entrance, Marlowe clutches his silver lighter, a knot of unease tightening in his chest as the rain trickles down his trench coat. Evelyn slips out of the club, rainwater soaking her scarlet dress. Her fingers close protectively around a vintage locket as she moves down the narrow, neon-glowing lane. Shadowed beneath his fedora, Marlowe trails Evelyn carefully, blending with the wet darkness to keep her in sight without drawing attention. A rough thug steps into Evelyn's path, blocking the wet street and demanding the gleaming locket. Her defiant expression hardens as she refuses to hand it over. Marlowe steps from the shadows into the pale streetlight, his calm voice and posture confronting the thug with silent authority. The thug backs away reluctantly as Evelyn glances quickly at Marlowe, her grateful eyes reflecting the flickering neon as they disappear into the rain-soaked maze. In a deserted warehouse, Vincent leans coldly over his henchman, his voice sharp as he outlines chilling plans centered on Evelyn's hidden secrets. Under an unstable, flickering neon sign, Marlowe meets Officer Doyle, who puffs on his cigarette and warns him of Crane's deep corruption and reach in the city. Evelyn stares into a puddle distorted by rain, the vintage locket gleaming clearly as she steels herself for the dangerous confrontation looming ahead. Investigating Crane's hideout, Marlowe discovers encrypted notes hinting at a conspiracy intricately tied to Evelyn's mysterious past and the locket's significance. Visiting an old confidante, Evelyn learns a secret about the locket's origin, revealing its potential to unravel the dangerous web surrounding her. Vincent's men capture one of Marlowe's trusted contacts, deepening the threat and tightening Crane's iron grip on the city's shadows. Beneath a flickering neon sign reading Solace, Marlowe and Evelyn exchange low whispers, rain pelting around them as plans intertwine amidst growing danger. A coded message guides Marlowe to a clandestine meeting, where he narrowly escapes an expertly planned ambush lurking within the rainy night's shadows. Back at the club, Evelyn's voice sharpens, her fiery song carrying hidden warnings and cryptic signals to Marlowe waiting among the smoke and neon. Officer Doyle uncovers damning evidence linking city officials to Vincent Crane, complicating Marlowe's pursuit as loyalties fray under neon lights and rain. In a private encounter, Vincent confronts Evelyn, revealing knowledge of her darkest secret and delivering an ominous threat that jeopardizes her future. During a tense stakeout in relentless rain, Marlowe's silver lighter fails to ignite, the flickering neon casting shadows as a subtle sign of impending peril. Evelyn carefully slips the vintage locket inside an old, worn book, an unspoken symbol of trust and secrets yet to be shared, as rain continues to fall softly around her. The night erupted in gunfire, shadows scattering as Marlowe lunged to shield a trembling boy. The child gripped a crumpled letter, the address unmistakably marked for Evelyn. Marlowe's silver lighter sparked briefly in the rain, illuminating the urgency in the boy's wide eyes. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos, commanding a citywide blackout to tighten his grip. Neon signs flickered and died, plunging the streets into smothering darkness. His jagged scar seemed to catch the last glimmers of fading light, a sinister reminder of the power he wielded. Under muted neon ghosts that flickered weakly in the downpour, Marlowe and Evelyn slipped through treacherous alleys. Each step brought new dangers, but Evelyn's vintage scarlet dress and Marlowe's steady gait pushed through the gloom. Their eyes met briefly, a silent vow exchanged beneath the relentless rain. In defiance of commands, Officer Doyle appeared from the shadows, cigarette smoke swirling in the damp air. He handed Marlowe encrypted files, the paper damp but intact, a lifeline in the creeping darkness. Doyle's stoic gaze carried unspoken trust as he disappeared back into rain-soaked alleys. A piercing betrayal shook Marlowe's circle to its core, forcing him into the sanctuary of a hidden refuge. Outside, rain hammered relentlessly, blurring the city's fractured edges under neon glows. The weight of suspicion pressed heavy, but Marlowe's silver lighter remained by his side, a small beacon in his solitude. Evelyn, her scarlet dress now torn by confrontation, stood unwavering before the betrayer. Her powerful gaze cut through the cold rain, locket visible as a symbol of her resolve. The city's flickering neon signs cast erratic shadows, reflecting the storm that raged between them. Back in the sanctuary, Marlowe pored over the encrypted files, piecing together fractured clues. A startling connection emerged. Evelyn and Vincent share a past far older and more tangled than anyone suspected. The rain tapped on the window, a steady rhythm to his growing unease. At a grim crime scene, rain relentlessly washed away vital evidence, erasing traces beneath the dripping neon glow. Vincent's shadow slipped through the shadows once more, evading capture with practiced ease. The city's wet streets whispered secrets only the darkness could keep. Gathered beneath a flickering sign, Evelyn revealed the secret nestled within her vintage locket. It was more than a keepsake. It was the key to dismantling Vincent's sprawling criminal web. Her scarlet dress shimmered wet against the rain, determination shining in her eyes. Beneath the fractured neon and persistent rain, Marlowe and Evelyn crafted their final strike. Every detail was aligned, every risk calculated in the dripping silence. The city's pulse beat steady around them, as shadows awaited the unfolding plan. Officer Doyle stood firm as henchmen surged through the streets, cigarette ends burning low and forgotten. His methodical defense carved space for the coming assault, every breath steady against mounting chaos. Neon reflections danced across his stoic face as rain splattered around them. A desperate chase wound through narrow alleyways, shadows stretching and contracting under flickering neon. Marlowe cornered Vincent at last, the night tense with unspoken reckoning. Every step echoed with the weight of years lost and battles yet to be fought. Vincent's jagged scar gleamed sharp and ominous in the dim light as he leveled accusations at Marlowe. His words bit deep, recalling failures Marlowe had kept buried in the rain. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught between past shadows and present resolve. With a rasp, Marlowe's silver lighter sputtered back to life, its small flame fighting the darkness. Fueled by rekindled will, he met Vincent's challenge head-on. The dance of light and shadow blurred as the decisive struggle erupted amidst dripping neon. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she used her locket to unlock secret files within Vincent's safe house. The damning evidence spilled forth, exposing the full breadth of his crimes to the public eye. Outside, rain hammered steadily, as if cleansing the city's sins. Under Doyle's commanding lead, police raids cut through the darkness, flashlights piercing shadowed corners. The storm of law enforcement surged with growing force, neon fragments reflecting on wet pavement. Each step pushed Vincent closer to exposure. Cornered and defiant, Vincent's smirk suggested layers deeper than anyone anticipated. His scar caught the residual neon glow, hinting at conspiracies yet concealed beneath city streets. The web of shadows tightened, threatening to ensnare all involved. Marlowe chose protection over selfish safety, escorting Evelyn through rain-slicked, neon-streaked streets. His trench coat billowed with the storm's fury as he moved steadily toward refuge. The silver lighter's glow was a quiet reassurance in the unrelenting downpour. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, a beacon of hope amid the relentless shadows. Her words carried strength and resilience, cutting through mist and static. Despite the rain, her spirit burned brightly, a signal amid the neon gloom. In the confusion and rising storm, Vincent vanished into the pounding rain, his scarred visage disappearing like a ghost. The city's heartbeat faltered as uncertainty swept through the soaked streets. The chase was far from over, shadows still whispered his name. Marlowe and Evelyn sought refuge atop a secluded rooftop, where neon rain cascaded around them. Plans and promises were exchanged beneath flickering lights and storm-soaked skies. Their alliance forged stronger, united against the dark forces still lurking below. Doyle arrived bearing critical news, a witness prepared to break silence and expose Vincent's operations. The cigarette between his lips burned steadily, his eyes keen with cautious optimism. The pieces were aligning, though danger still loomed. Evelyn's locket caught the neon glow as she readied to disclose the final truth to the city's underground press. Her scarlet dress clung to her in steady defiance against the rain and shadows. The moment to shatter silence was near, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Marlowe worked feverishly to decode cryptic clues leading to Vincent's hidden vault beneath the neon-lit streets. Each revelation peeled back another layer of the tangled conspiracy. Outside, rain continued its ceaseless fall, drumming a tense rhythm to his discoveries. The city held its collective breath as the last fragment of the puzzle slid into place in the relentless rain. Neon signs flickered uncertainly, casting ethereal light over rain-soaked streets. The moment of truth approached, cloaked in shadow and anticipation. Beneath the flickering neon haze, a concealed panel slid open in the damp alley, revealing a narrow passage cloaked in darkness. Detective Marlowe adjusted his trench coat, steeling himself as he stepped inside, the persistent rain muffled behind thick stone walls. His silver lighter flickered briefly, casting fleeting light on the graffiti-scarred walls, leading him deeper into the heart of the city's shadows. From the suffocating darkness, Vincent Crane emerged, his bulky frame stepping forward as if risen from the underworld itself. The jagged scar across his cheek caught the light ominously as he declared himself the architect behind the betrayals that fractured the city's unsuspecting underbelly. His brass cufflinks gleamed with sinister pride, a chilling testament to his ruthless reign. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Evelyn Shaw emerged, her scarlet dress a vivid flame against the bleak chamber. Clutching her vintage locket tightly, she confronted Vincent with undeniable proof of his betrayals, her sharp eyes never wavering. The underworld figures assembled behind them exchanged stunned glances as the truth surfaced under the harsh glow of flickering neon. A heavy silence broke as the rain hammered the broken windows, each drop echoing the shattering of old alliances. Tension thickened the stale air, crackling like static before a storm, the neon signs outside casting eerie shadows through fractured glass. Trust dissolved like mist, the underworld fracturing beneath the weight of unveiled lies and whispered threats. In the claustrophobic chamber, Marlowe lunged at Vincent, their figures merging and breaking apart in the shadows cast by the wet walls. The clash was a desperate dance, his silver lighter temporarily lost in the scuffle as fists collided and coats flared. Each movement etched against the neon-lit gloom, their battle a raw testament to years of deceit and defiance. Evelyn's steady voice cut through the chaos, lifting a small device from within her coat. The recorded confession of Vincent's closest accomplice spilled into the chamber, shattering silence with damning evidence. The weight of his own words unspooled around Vincent, unraveling the last threads of his dark empire beneath the relentless downpour. Vincent's grip faltered, the jagged scar knitting into a grimace of defeat as Officer Doyle appeared, cigarette still clenched between steady lips. The bulky crime boss was restrained, his brass cufflinks catching faint neon glimmers as officers moved decisively. The city's shadows began to recede with every measured step Doyle took, heralding an end to the reign of fear. Outside, rain swept the streets clean, washing away stains both physical and moral. Neon signs flickered softly, their chaotic glow now calm and reflective across puddled asphalt. Vincent's silhouette faded into the night, detained and broken, as the city exhaled beneath the storm's lingering rhythm. On a rooftop above the soaked streets, Marlowe and Evelyn stood close, the breaking dawn framing their silhouetted figures. The vintage locket hung between them, glimmering briefly as the first light touched the city below. Rain still whispered against neon, a gentle promise lingering between the two in the quiet aftermath. The city breathed anew beneath soft neon glows, its pulse steadying after the tempest. Marlowe lifted his silver lighter, sparks flickering one last time before igniting into a small, steady flame. The glow marked a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty, signaling a future still unwritten beneath the shimmering shadows. Dawn seeps slowly over the village as Alara walks through mist-shrouded streets toward the silver tree standing firm in the village center. Its glowing leaves shimmer faintly, casting soft light on the earth-toned homes. The air holds a chill hinting at coming winter, and the village bell sounds a muted call to begin the day. Alara places her hand against the silver tree's sturdy trunk, sensing a subtle ebb in its hidden pulse. Around her, villagers start their daily tasks, bakeries hum with fire's warmth, and children cluster by the edge of the market. Despite the routine, an unease tugs at the air, mirrored in the dimming glow of the tree's leaves. Tomas arrives quietly, clutching his worn leather-bound journal, his weathered face creased with concern. He speaks in low tones to Alara about the tree's fading light, noting its cadence has slowed and urging caution. Their shared worry sets a heavy weight between them beneath the soft silver radiance. Mira bursts forth, curls bouncing as she races toward Alara, breathless with news. The village bell failed to ring properly last night, its usual resonant peal broken and faint. Her freckled face reveals a spark of fear mixed with urgency, shaking the calm. Elder Harin gathers the villagers beneath the spreading branches of the silver tree, his voice steady though tinged with warning. He recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling danger when the tree's light fades, a sign of trials to come. The villagers listen closely, shadows deepening under the autumn light. Alara fingers the carved necklace hanging close to her heart, feeling a faint pulse that seems to echo the silver tree's flickering glow. The rhythmic beat is weak but distinct, as if the necklace and tree share a silent connection. This newfound link sharpens her resolve amidst growing uncertainty. Anxious whispers ripple through the gathered villagers as the silver tree's light dims further despite the rising sun. Leaves glisten less brightly, their familiar luminescence threatened by unseen forces. The village's collective worry deepens, faces turned upward in troubled hope. Tomas hunches over his journal, meticulously recording the changing patterns of the silver leaves and the flickering light. His thoughtful gaze notes subtle shifts and irregularities that deepen the mystery. Every detail might hold the key to the tree's faltering life force. While examining near the silver tree's roots, Alara and Mira discover strange, weathered markings carved into the earth and bark. The symbols feel old and warning-laced, stirring unease about what might be approaching. This discovery hints at a danger lurking just beyond the village's peaceful borders. A sudden, biting chill sweeps through the village, yet the air holds stillness as the silver tree sheds leaves silently. Their descent is eerie, lacking the usual rustling breath of wind. This unnatural falling deepens the villagers' dread, as cold shadows lengthen across the ground. Elder Harin recounts tales of past hardships when the village faced darkness and how the silver tree's power once saved them. His voice carries weight from years lived under its branches, reminding all present of resilience and hope. The old wooden staff taps softly as he emphasizes the urgency of their plight. Alara stands firm, the carved necklace gleaming faintly as she vows to restore the tree's fading energy. Despite murmurs of doubt around her, her determination radiates support and strength. She refuses to let the village succumb to fear or despair. Tomas suggests they seek knowledge in the village's ancient library, hoping old texts might reveal a path to healing. His practical, measured tone brings focus to their efforts, proposing a plan beyond mere hope. His journal is ready as they prepare for the research ahead. Alara and Tomas ready their modest packs to venture into the dusty old library, but Mira insists on joining them. Though warned of dangers and the seriousness of their quest, her spirited nature refuses to be left behind. Her curly auburn hair bounces as she hopes to contribute despite her youth. A fractured, faint toll issues from the village bell, as if its voice struggles to sound true in tandem with the silver tree's weakening glow. The fractured chime hangs uneasy in the autumn air, signaling worsening balance in the villaged heart. Shadows flicker beneath the tree, mirroring the bell's irregular rhythm. In the dimly lit library, Alara and Tomas discover an old, faded map suggesting the location of a hidden glade connected deeply to the tree's power. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale light as they pour over the fragile parchment. This secret place promises answers to the tree's mysterious decline. Drawn by whispered voices carried faintly on the breeze, Mira wanders outside alone toward the silver tree. The whispers seem both inviting and ominous, threading through the cold air beneath the glowing leaves. Her freckled face tightens in a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Alara recalls a fragment of the ancient prophecy about the heart beneath the roots, said to be the source of the silver tree's life. The phrase lingers in her mind, holding intense significance as they search for a solution. Its meaning could hold the key to revival or doom. Studying the map closely, Tomas notes a pathway obscured by thick woods lying just beyond the village borders. The mapped route is barely visible, hinting at secrets hidden from casual eyes. This obscure path could lead them closer to the roots of their problem. Despite warnings from villagers about old forest dangers, Ilara, Tomas, and Mira resolved to enter the dense woods. Their footsteps crunch softly over fallen leaves, hearts pulsing with a mix of fear and determination. The journey marks a turning point from safety into uncertainty. As they proceed, tangled brambles block their way, only parting gently when Ilara's carved necklace emits a soft, steady glow. This unexpected guidance reassures them, illuminating the dark path with a pale light. The necklace's connection to their quest grows clearer with every step. Strange shadows flicker unpredictably among twisted branches, unsettling Mira enough that she clings to Ilara's side. Their forms shift in the half-light, cold and distant, breeding silent tension. The forest itself seems alive with watchful eyes. Tomas carefully records curious symbols etched into tree bark, matching the markings near the silver tree's base. Each carving deepens the mystery, binding past and present with uneasy links. His journal fills with sketches and notes, a record of ominous signs. A sudden gust of wind scatters Ilara's necklace from her neck, sending it tumbling into the underbrush. Yet it glows with irresistible light, guiding Mira through the tangled grove to retrieve it safely. This beacon amid danger renews their hope and unity. The group reaches a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight, revealing an ancient stone pedestal standing solitary. Its surface is worn, yet it radiates a faint power that resonates with the silver tree above. This hidden site seems a pivotal piece in their unfolding quest. Ilara's eyes trace the symbols engraved on the pedestal, their shapes mirroring those etched on the silver tree's bark and her own carved necklace. The patterns pulsed faintly with a familiarity that sent a chill down her spine, confirming a connection older than the village itself. With steady hands, Ilara placed her necklace upon the cold stone of the pedestal. Beneath their feet, the earth gave a soft tremble, as if responding to a call long awaited, stirring the air with anticipation. From the depths beneath the pedestal, a faint silver light began to emerge, hauntingly beautiful as it slowly brightened. Like liquid moonlight, it crept upward, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the glow waned, retreating as a shadowy figure materialized before them, blocking the path forward. Its form was indistinct, shifting like smoke, eyes glinting with ancient sorrow and authority. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice echoing like the wind through hollow branches. It spoke of balance lost and warned that to restore the silver tree's full glow, a sacrifice must be made, words heavy with unseen consequences. Tomas stepped forward, clutching his leather-bound journal filled with knowledge collected over years. He offered it solemnly, hoping wisdom could be the key, but the figure dismissed the gesture with a sweeping motion, unmoved. Undeterred, Mira bravely offered her own voice, suggesting a song might awaken the tree's slumbering spirit. Her youthful spirit filled the tense air with hope, challenging the shadow's solemn demand. The figure hesitated, the rigid edges of its form softening as Mira began to sing. Her haunting melody echoed through the woods, weaving delicately like silver threads between the trees, stirring something deep within. As her song rose, the silver light pulsed stronger, weaving through the branches and stretching like veins toward the village beyond. It was as if the forest itself was breathing again, alive with renewed energy. The shadowy figure slowly faded, withdrawing like mist at dawn, its presence replaced by a palpable shift in the forest's energy. Around them, the air seemed lighter, charged with the promise of healing and change. Ilara felt a strange warmth beneath her feet, an awakening deep under the roots of the silver tree. The forest around them brightened subtly, leaves shimmering against the dimming sky, alive with magic and renewal. Guided by the now glowing silver light threading through the trees, the group hurried back toward the village. Each step carried a mix of urgency and awe as the forest's pulse grew stronger with every breath. Returning home, they found the villagers gathered anxiously beneath the silver tree, whose glow now shone faintly, a fragile beacon of hope. The anxious faces reflected both relief and uncertainty, awaiting the next sign of the tree's power. Ilara climbed once more to the pedestal, carefully returning her necklace to rest directly on the tree's trunk. The precious carving seemed to hum under her touch, syncing with the tree's subtle shimmer of light. The silver tree responded immediately, its leaves shimmering intensely as waves of light radiated through the village square. The once dormant heart of the forest pulsed visibly, bathing all in a silvery glow that felt both ancient and lived in. A cheer rose from the crowd as the village bell, silent for days, tolled loudly and clearly once again. Its sound rang out pure and strong, carrying the message that balance had returned, at least for now. Elder Harin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the glowing tree. Though he recognized the restoration of balance, his voice was quiet but firm, cautioning the villagers that vigilance was still necessary in the days to come. Tomas documented the changing energy around the silver tree meticulously, noting patterns in its glow that shifted with each passing hour. His weathered face tightened with concentration, sensing that the story was far from complete. Mira shared her soulful song with others nearby, planting small seeds of hope in their hearts. Her voice carried the promise that the tree's spirit lived on not just in light, but in their voices and community bonds. Night fell softly, the silver tree pulsing with a gentle light that dispelled the darkness around it. The glow stood as a beacon of renewed life and strength, weaving a protective aura over the village beneath the crisp autumn sky. Days passed, and the tree's glow grew steadily stronger, yet Tomas noticed subtle cracks forming along the pages of his precious journal. These fractures whispered secrets, hinting at deeper mysteries and unresolved tensions within the forest's magic. Ilara observed that her necklace now pulsed in perfect rhythm with the recurring toll of the village bell. The two beats echoed each other, as if intertwined by unseen threads, binding the village to the silver tree's fate. Mira noticed shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the forest, movement too swift and dark to be normal woodland creatures. The lingering threats whispered of dangers still unvanquished, testing the fragile peace they had restored. With focused eyes, Tomas examined the cracks in his journal and discovered hidden writings beneath the surface. The faint script revealed a troubling secret, an unresolved debt owed to the forest's spirit, a pact left hanging by generations past. Determined to understand, Ilara confronted Elder Harin beneath the dimming light of the silver tree. The elder's voice fell low as he revealed the truth. Their ancestors had made a fragile pact that required periodic renewal to maintain the balance they now barely sustained. Ilara stood beneath the silver tree once more, the weight of their earlier mistake pressing on her. She knew their previous attempts had only postponed what was truly needed, the offering that would satisfy the ancient spirit within. With a steadying breath, she began arranging new offerings, calling upon the wisdom the village still held close. One by one, the villagers gathered around the tree, their hands full of carefully chosen gifts, woven herbs, polished stones, and fresh harvest fruits. Each offering was a token of their dedication, a symbol of the bond they shared with both the tree and the forest enclosing them. The cold air buzzed softly with solemn promise and renewed hope. Mira stepped forward, her youthful voice rising amid the crowd as she led the ancient song. The melody carried through the crisp autumn air, weaving the village spirit directly into the heart of the tree. Around them, the silver tree's glowing leaves seemed to pulse gently, resonating with the chorus. In Ilara's palm, her carved necklace began to glow fiercely, its silver light growing until it seemed to burn with a life of its own. She held it high, feeling the energy from the villagers' offerings and voices merge into a brilliant force. Slowly, the silver tree absorbed this collective light, its luminous leaves shimmering more intensely against the dusk. A radiant shimmer cascaded through the village, wrapping every home and face in a vibrant embrace. The silver tree burst forth with renewed energy, its branches alive and dancing with luminous vitality. Its presence now felt undeniable, a living beacon of strength and renewal shining bright against the encroaching twilight. The forest beyond shifted subtly, as though breathing in deep relief alongside the village. Shadows once lingering at the edges withdrew completely, replaced by a serene quiet that spoke of balance restored. Under the silver tree's steadfast glow, the land itself seemed to pulse in harmonious unison. Elder Harin raised his staff, his voice clear despite his stooped frame. He praised their unity and collective respect, reminding all that stewardship was not a burden but a sacred trust. His words carried the timeless weight of tradition, anchoring the moment to the village's enduring legacy. Meanwhile, Tomas carefully penned the night's events and newfound knowledge into a fresh, leather-bound journal. Each lesson was recorded with care, ensuring that the coming generations would remember and uphold the responsibilities that the silver tree demanded. His scars seemed less prominent in the steady candlelight, replaced by quiet determination. Ilara returned to the tree, placing her now glowing necklace gently among the highest branches where it caught the light. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a living symbol, a promise of hope, vigilance, and continual care for the land that sustained them all. The necklace's silver radiance blended seamlessly with the tree's ethereal glow. As dawn painted the sky in soft amber hues, the village awoke beneath the ever-strong silver tree. Its glow no longer a flicker but a permanent guardian, illuminating their homes and hearts alike. Life thrived here, bound by the strength of ancient roots and the steadfast bond of its people. In a village wrapped in endless twilight, Ilara found an old lantern buried beneath the roots of the ancient willow of whispers. The lantern pulsed with a quiet glow, soft as a sigh, drawing Ilara deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go before. "What secrets do you hold?" she whispered, lifting the lantern high as shadows danced eagerly around her feet. The light throbbed, revealing a narrow path that shimmered like spun silver threading through the trees. Guided by the lantern's glow, Ilara ventured further, where reality seemed to ripple and the air thrummed with forgotten songs. Ahead, a pool of still water reflected a sky she didn't recognize, stars swirling in patterns alive with ancient magic. "This is the place," she breathed, stepping closer to the edge of the mirrored surface. The lantern's light flared, and from the pool rose a figure woven from shadow and starlight, eyes gentle but deep with ages. "Why do you seek me?" the figure asked in a voice both many and one, echoing softly in the quiet woods. "I carry the hope of my village, lost in twilight forever," Ilara replied, clutching the lantern as if it were a tether to a dream. The figure extended a hand, and the lantern floated upward, spilling its light into the sky, unraveling the twilight veil. Slowly, dawn crept into the village, chasing away the endless dusk and waking colors forgotten in memory. "Your courage rekindled the day," the shadow said, fading like mist under the rising sun. Ilara returned home, the lantern now dark but warm in her hands, a promise sealed between shadow and light. Villagers emerged cautiously, blinking at the bright world reborn, whispers of wonder spreading like wildfire. From that day, the Willow of Whispers stood tall, its roots no longer hiding secrets but sharing stories with the wind. "The night will come again," Ilara told the children, "but there is always light to find, even in shadows." And so, under a sky painted with soft dawn hues, hope fluttered its wings, alive and unyielding. The lantern remained on her windowsill, a silent guardian waiting for the next time the shadows might stir. Light and shadow, Ilara mused, are but two melodies of the same song. At 2:45 a.m., Harper's room flickered with the blue glow of a single screen, desperately scanning through static lines of indecipherable code. For weeks, strange signals had burrowed into her radio's frequency, a series of cryptic pulses that no one else seemed to notice. Tonight, armed with her laptop and a hastily brewed coffee, Harper vowed to decode whatever mystery hid in the noise. The pulses formed patterns, eerily resembling a desperate SOS, but distorted beyond easy recognition. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, piecing fragments of signal into tentative words, phrases, and then something alarming. There was a location embedded deep within the code, coordinates near the abandoned lighthouse on the outskirts of town. Something about the message screamed urgency. Harper's heartbeat quickened as she debated whether to tell anyone. Instinct pushed her out the door, the night air biting but thrilling as she cycled toward the lighthouse, the signal growing stronger. The lighthouse stood solemn against the dark sky, its once bright beam shattered and silent. Inside, dusty shadows clung to peeling walls. The source of the signal seemed to be a broken radio transmitter, humming faintly. Suddenly, a sharp noise, a metallic clang echoed behind her. Harper spun, heart pounding, eyes searching the darkness. From the shadows emerged a thin figure, pale and wild-eyed, muttering about being trapped and unheard for years. Harper realized the radio wasn't just a relic. It was a lifeline for someone lost in isolation, sending signals desperate to be found. "You heard me," the stranger whispered, relief flooding his voice as he clutched Harper's hand. Together, they powered up the transmitter fully, sending a clear SOS into the night, summoning the rescue that had eluded him all this time. Sirens wailed in the distance as Harper stayed by his side, watching the first lights of dawn break over the horizon. The mystery signal had been a cry for help, and now, silence was replaced by hope and safety. Back at her desk, Harper smiled. The static finally resolved into a story of survival and human connection. She leaned back as the morning light filled her room, the screen dark now but her heart still racing. Sometimes, she mused aloud, the faintest signal carries the loudest message. In the village of Eldenbrook, a strange glow flickered one cold evening from the heart of the ancient forest. Leora, a curious young girl with eyes like dawn, couldn't resist following the mysterious light that danced between the trees. As she stepped beneath the gnarled branches, the light pulsed brighter, revealing a lantern suspended by a whisper-thin thread. "Who lingers here at twilight?" Leora called softly, her voice part wonder, part caution. The lantern hummed a melody, a soft vibration that wrapped around her like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a tiny figure stepped out from behind the tree, a sprite no taller than her hand, its wings shimmering with moonlight. "I am Elen, guardian of this enchanted light," the sprite said, voice tinkling like bells. "This lantern holds the last whispers of forgotten dreams, fading from the world as time passes." Leora listened, heart tightening, as Elen explained that without dreams, hope would one day vanish from Eldenbrook. "But how can we keep dreams alive?" Leora asked, longing to help. Elen smiled. "By sharing stories, lighting fires of imagination in every soul. The lantern feeds on the spark of belief." Determined, Leora gathered the villagers, urging them to tell tales and remember hopes, bright and bold. Night after night, the village square filled with laughter and stories, the lantern glowing ever stronger. The ancient forest seemed to breathe again, its shadows less ominous, its secrets weaving into the fabric of their lives. One evening, Elen whispered, "The light is growing, your stories have rekindled the world's magic." Leora nodded, her own heart alight with the ember of every dream shared. As dawn painted the sky, the lantern lifted from the thread, soaring above the treetops like a tiny sun. "Farewell, dear friend," Leora said, tears glistening. "Carry our dreams wherever you go." Elen winked and disappeared into the morning haze, the glow fading gently, but never gone. And from that day onward, Eldenbrook kept a lantern burning in every window, a beacon for dreams, whispered and cherished forevermore. Ella steps through the village boundary, her silver locket catching the fading light and reflecting a faint shimmer. The air feels heavier here, as if the land itself is holding its breath just before twilight. Near the ancient hollow oak, Rowan lifts his wooden whistle to his lips and plays a strange, haunting melody. The tune echoes softly, a call to something hidden just beyond sight among the gnarled branches and shadows. Old Man Garin approaches Ella with a grave look, his twisted walking stick tapping the ground. He warns her that as dusk falls, the woods begin whispering secrets, and the shadows that stretch from the oak should never be trusted. As the sun dips behind the trees, long shadows creep unnaturally across the cobblestones, thickening near the oak's hollow. Darkness seems to ripple and stretch where no light should bend, unsettling the quiet village streets. Ella's silver locket suddenly chills against her skin, colder than the evening air. From the darkness, a faint, indecipherable whisper brushes past her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Rowan rushes into the village square, breathless, reporting several village animals have vanished near the woods. A fearful hush spreads among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the encroaching shadows. From deep within the village, the persistent ticking of an old clock grows louder, its echo filling the quiet night. The rhythmic talk strikes uneven beats, unease mounting with each distorted chime. Determined, Ella and Rowan prepare to confront the mystery of the hollow oak. Armed with a flashlight and Rowan's whistle, they step cautiously toward the boundary between safety and shadow. Just beyond the tree line, shadows flicker erratically, moving against the angles of natural light. Their dance is unnatural, unsettling, as if driven by some unknown will contrary to the day's fading rays. Suddenly, the warm night air chills unexpectedly, Ella's breath misting in front of her. Whispering shapes rise and circle around them, elusive and twisting like smoke on the wind. Old Man Garin's voice carries a warning as he recounts the legend of a shadowy being bound to the oak, sustained by the villagers' fear. His tale weaves dread through the night, making the darkness seem alive and watchful. Out of the shadows, dogs howl in terror before fleeing, their elongated shadows contorting grotesquely before fading into the night. Fear weighs heavier with each unnatural movement in the darkness. Rowan lifts his wooden whistle, blowing a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the gloom. The sound ripples outward, momentarily forcing the darkness to recoil and retreat from their immediate circle. Ella's silver locket begins to glow faintly, a soft light pulsing in response to the encroaching darkness. It seems attuned to the shadow's presence, reacting like a silent sentinel against the gloom. As midnight nears, nervous villagers barricade their doors and light candles, their flickering flames casting fragile halos against the growing black. The warm light serves as a fragile barrier, keeping the most malevolent shadows at bay. From the edge of the candlelight, Ella spots the shade, its form undulating with no fixed face, eyes glowing faintly like dying embers. It lurks just out of reach, watching and waiting for a moment to strike. In the darkness, Rowan panics as he discovers his wooden whistle is missing. The shadows creep closer in silence, and without his signal, fear starts to take deeper hold in their hearts. A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through the village, snuffing out all the lit candles in an instant. The village plunges into pitch-black darkness, broken only by the ominous ticking filling the void. The eerie ticking of the distant clock begins to fluctuate wildly, slowing, then rapidly speeding up. This erratic rhythm disorients and unsettles those who hear it, twisting time into something uncanny. Against the chaotic ticking, Ella's silver locket pulses with bright, rhythmic flashes. It seems to challenge the erratic beat, its steady glow a beacon amid the distorted time and creeping fear. A whisper of cold breath brushes Ella's ear as the shade's voice, low and sibilant, tempts her with secrets hidden beneath the hollow oak. It promises truths to those brave enough to step below its roots alone. Rowan stumbles in the shadows to find a hidden path woven among the tree roots, leading deeper into darkness. Drawn with both curiosity and dread, the path promises answers no one else dares seek. The oldest lamps in the village flicker wildly, casting erratic light and stretching shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with unease as the darkness seems to mock the fragile defenses of light. Though hesitation grips her heart, Ella clutches her glowing locket tightly and steps forward, crossing the threshold beneath the hollow oak. Each heartbeat echoes like the ticking clock as she follows the whisper's call into the unknown. Within the shifting shadows, Ella glimpses flickers of trapped villagers from the past, their silent faces pleading for release. The shade reveals its captive collection, a haunting gallery of lost souls entwined within its darkness. Rowan's voice echoed softly through the maze of roots, faint yet insistent, leading Ella deeper under the hollow oak's gnarled branches. Each call grew clearer, a beacon in the dim twilight where shadows clung like whispers. Ella tightened her grip on her silver locket, trusting the boy's guidance through the labyrinthine roots. An eerie clock struck 13, its chime impossible yet unmistakable, reverberating across the clearing with unnatural resonance. The ticking that enveloped them quickened, marking the thinning veil between time's threads. This haunting hour signaled the boundary where past and present entwined beneath the ancient oak. Ella's vision blurred, revealing fleeting memories of others caught in the shade's grasp. Each confrontation ended with silent vanishing and unopened eyes. The images flickered like shadows themselves, ghostly remnants of vanished souls. These past encounters whispered of fear and loss, locked within the tree's age-old roots. Rowan's fingers traced a carved symbol beneath layers of moss, its intricate design mirroring the emblem on Ella's silver locket. The hidden panel in the bark seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its meaning deep and urgent. This unexpected link promised a path, a shared secret binding their fates together. Around them, shadows stirred and bled into malformed faces, flickering with unstable life yet impossible to focus on fully. These ephemeral visages twisted and warped, like smoke caught in flickering candlelight, hinting at torment and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with silent pleadings woven into the darkness. Drawing on a surge of courage, Ella reached out to touch the carved symbol. Her fingertips met the rough wood, steady and warm. Suddenly, the earth beneath the hollow oak trembled, a low rumble resonating through the roots and into their bones. The connection felt alive, a bridge bridging shadow and flesh. The shade recoiled, its form condensing into a dense, foreboding mass that radiated menace. Shadows thickened, swirling with malevolent energy, as though angered by Ella's audacity. Its intangible presence now grew oppressive, suffocating the little light that lingered beneath the canopy. Rowan seized his wooden whistle, holding it as shadows encroached, then blew a piercing, desperate note. The sound shattered the darkness momentarily, scattering the shadowy faces like mist in dawn's first light. The fleeting reprieve bolstered their spirits even as anticipation churned in the air. Between Ella's locket and the carved symbol, a glowing thread appeared, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Its gentle light wove through the darkness, a fragile but undeniable link uniting past and present. The thread's rhythm synced with the old clock's ticking, drawing power from both time and memory. Emerging from the veil of trees, Old Man Garin began chanting an ancient verse, his voice low and resonant. His words carried strength, a call to awaken the spirits of the village and fortify their resolve. The air around him shimmered with age-old power, binding those present with shared determination. One by one, villagers lit candles, their flames flickering to life simultaneously in a unified defiance. The combined glow pushed back shadows inch by inch, carving space for hope amidst despair. The hollow oak stood illuminated, a battleground of light against creeping darkness. The ticking of the old clock accelerated, matching the pulsing glow emanating from Ella's silver locket. Time itself seemed to quicken, heartbeat and second hand entwined in urgent rhythm. This symphony of light and sound heralded a turning point beneath the ancient boughs. The shade lunged toward Rowan with desperate fury, its dark limbs grasping for the boy. But Rowan slipped away swiftly, darting into the village square where open light and life beckoned. The momentary breach left the shade agitated, its form writhing in shadowed frustration. Beneath the hollow oak, Ella faced the shade, her locket held aloft as a beacon of light. She stood steady in the dark, unyielding despite the fear gnawing within. The silver gleamed, casting sharp reflections that fractured the shadows around her. The shadows twisted before her eyes, revealing a memory warped by pain, a betrayal that bound the shade to this place. Faces contorted in anguish, a bond forged in sorrow and regret lingering beneath the gnarled roots. This revelation seeped like poison through the fractured darkness. Rowan and villagers formed a circle around the tree, hands joined and voices softly humming a steady, soothing melody. Their unity created a shield of warmth and light, reinforcing Ella's stand against the shadowy force. The harmony wove a protective barrier stronger than any single candle's glow. The shade's form flickered erratically, sorrow washing over its face before it began to fracture and dissolve. The fractured shadows splintered, losing coherence, as if the sorrow itself unraveled its dark essence. The force that once loomed threateningly now faltered, its presence fading like a dying breath. From Ella's locket burst a blinding light that pierced the darkness, scattering shadow and smoke alike. The sudden brilliance banished the lingering forms with fierce clarity, cleansing the hollow oak beneath which they had gathered. Light filled the space where fear and shadow had once dwelled. A profound silence followed, the incessant ticking ceasing abruptly as calm returned to the village. Moonlight bathed the clearing, serene and pure after the night's turmoil. The air felt lighter, charged with a peace that had seemed impossible just moments before. Exhausted, Ella collapsed, the silver locket resting warm against her chest once again. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft golden hues through the trees and promising a new beginning. Relief and weariness mingled in the quiet aftermath of their ordeal. Rowan knelt where the hollow oak had stood, discovering a small sprout glowing faintly with vibrant life. This fragile shoot seemed a symbol of renewal, the forest's promise of healing and hope reborn. Its gentle radiance breathed comfort into the cool morning air. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, faces marked by relief yet touched by the terror of the night. Silent glances passed between them, a shared understanding of what had transpired beneath the ancient tree. Life would go on, forever altered but resilient. Old Man Garin approached Ella, a solemn nod acknowledging the closing of an ancient curse at last. His weathered eyes reflected respect and gratitude for her bravery. The twisted walking stick tapped softly against the earth, a rhythm steady as new beginnings. Ella's silver locket remained unbroken, now humming softly with a gentle, warm light. It shimmered faintly, a token of strength and hope preserved through darkness. The locket's glow promised protection and memory entwined beneath its silver face. Rowan clutched his wooden whistle, aware that though the danger had passed, its call might be needed again someday. Yet hope warmed his heart more than fear, a belief in peace restored for their village. The whistle hung quietly at his side as dawn painted the sky with promise. Ella held her silver locket up to the dim light, explaining how its glow sealed the shade's power by binding shadow and time together. This ancient magic ensured that the dark entity could no longer slip through the cracks of the ticking moments. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both wonder and relief. Vowing to keep the hollow ground sacred, the villagers agreed to protect it from any future encroachment of darkness. Their whispered promises mingled with the soft wind, each determined to guard the fragile balance that held peace in their home. The memory of the shade would remain, but only as a warning etched in their hearts. Rowan knelt at the village center, carefully planting a glowing sprout whose light pulsed gently against the twilight. This living symbol of rebirth and safety would remind everyone of the harmony they now preserved. The little shoot seemed to breathe new life into the weary earth beneath its roots. Ella, no longer gripped by fear, felt a lasting connection to the woods and the shadows they contained. She stood watchful and calm, anticipating any ripple in the natural order rather than recoiling from it. Her silver locket shimmered quietly, a beacon of steady strength. Old Man Garin gathered the villagers to recount tales of courage past and caution against the lure of fear's return. His voice, steady as his twisted walking stick, urged vigilance and unity. Through his stories, the community understood the importance of facing darkness together, not alone. The old clock in the village square chimed 12 times, its steady tick and reassuring strike restoring normalcy to the air. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, affirming that the unnatural ticking was at last silenced. Time flowed without disturbance, comforting every listening soul. As night settled in, shadows folded into their natural shapes, behaving without menace or mystery. The whispers on the wind faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the night's tranquil breath. Darkness returned to a harmless cloak, a backdrop rather than a threat. Ella and Rowan sat quietly beside the glowing sprout, the silver locket resting between them with a faint, steady glow. Their shared presence spoke of friendship forged in challenge and hope blossoming anew. Together, they watched as the village breathed in peaceful silence. Throughout the village, restful sleep enveloped the people, dreams clear of whispering shadows or unsettling ticks. The nightmare of darkness receded, leaving only calm and comfort in its wake. The silence felt alive with gentle promise as the night deepened. When dawn's light filtered over the village rooftops, it cast a warm glow filled with hope and quiet strength. The land seemed to sigh in relief, renewed and steady after the trials faced. A new day began, bright and unshadowed, held safely beneath watchful eyes and hearts. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. Just a little further, she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Home, the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. Maya stood in the buzzing station, clutching a crumpled train ticket in her palm. The arrival board flickered. Only one train remained before the station would close for the night. Her phone buzzed, a message from her brother, stranded miles away after a long day. "I'm waiting at the old station," it read, desperation veiled in short words. Time was slipping through her fingers, like the fading daylight outside. Passengers hustled past, heads down, lost in their own stories, unaware of the urgency in Maya's eyes. She took a deep breath, whispering, "I can't leave him there alone." Rushing through the crowd, she clutched the ticket tightly, hoping it was enough for both of them. As she approached the platform, the train's whistle pierced the air. A final call, a last chance. Maya spotted him on the opposite platform, waving frantically, his face a mix of relief and fear. But the gate began to close, barriers descending like silent judges. Without thinking, she called out, "Hold on," and dashed forward, heart pounding. A station attendant called after her, but she paid no mind, focused only on the one who needed her. With a last leap, she squeezed through, just as the gates clanged shut behind her. Breathless, she reached him, clasped his hand, their eyes locking in shared relief. The train doors opened, welcoming them aboard, two souls reunited against the ticking clock. Settling into their seats, the rhythm of the tracks beneath was a quiet celebration of their escape. Maya leaned back, voice soft. "Sometimes, the smallest ticket holds the biggest hope." Outside the window, the night stretched endlessly, but inside, a light glowed bright, a bond unbroken. And as the train carried them forward, Maya knew this was just the beginning of a new journey together. Under a deep indigo sky embroidered with twinkling stars, Eris stands quietly, her silver hair catching the soft, celestial light. A gentle yet unshakable pull stirs within her, drawing her thoughts toward an ancient prophecy whispered through the ages. In the warm glow of his chamber, Elder Thalos unfurls a weathered scroll, its edges brittle with time. He points to an image of a delicate veil separating two realms, his voice heavy with warning that the veil's power is waning on this very night. Kalen approaches from the shadows, his tall frame adorned with celestial tattoos that pulse gently with radiant light. Meeting Eris's gaze, he pledges his unwavering protection along her foretold journey, the stars reflecting fiercely in his steady eyes. Suddenly, the peaceful night fractures as shadow wraiths emerge from the forest's edge, their faceless forms marked by ominous glowing red. They slide silently, yet threat looms palpable, their presence turning the tranquil hues to sharp crimson. Eris seizes the crystal star staff from Elder Thalos's grasp. Its luminous glow flickers precariously as the wraiths close in. She tightens her grip, the staff's light casting trembling patterns that dance against the surrounding darkness. Before them, the veil dissolves into a visible shimmer, a translucent curtain of ethereal light dividing the celestial stars from the mortal world below. Its presence hums with ancient power, both fragile and infinite. With determination, Eris steps through the shimmering veil, entering a realm alive with swirling constellations and radiant celestial wonders. The air pulses with the energy of countless stars, illuminating her path through the cosmic expanse. Kalen follows closely, his armor catching and reflecting the distant starlight, making him appear as a beacon amidst the unfamiliar celestial surroundings. Together, they move cautiously, eyes alert to the mysteries and dangers that lie ahead. The wraiths cross the veil's threshold, their forms writhing menacingly as the outer realm shudders in response. The cosmic light twists erratically, signaling turmoil and the fragility of the boundary between worlds. A glimmer beneath the stars catches Eris's eye. There, embedded in the ground, lies a radiant star fragment pulsing softly. She senses its importance immediately, as though it carries the very essence of power needed to sway fate. Echoing in her mind, Elder Thalos's dire warning visits her. This glowing fragment holds the dual power to seal or shatter the veil. Its fate now rests uncertain in her hands, burdening her with grave responsibility. Raising the star fragment, Eris feels her violet eyes flare with intensified light, a ripple coursing through the starry realm in resonance. The energy around her vibrates, responding to the fragment's awakening force. Kalen's vigilance sharpens as a wraith lunges toward them. He conjures a shield of brilliant celestial light, intercepting the strike. His tattoos blaze brighter, the shield's radiance momentarily pushing back the encroaching darkness. The veil flickers violently in response to the clash, trembling as if on the brink of rupture. Unseen forces strain against the fabric of the boundary, threatening to unravel the divide between worlds. Eris's heart tightens with realization. Her choice now carries the fate of both realms. Hesitation grips her, weighed down by the rising stakes and the uncertain consequences of her decision. The wraiths close in, surrounding Eris and Kalen with unnerving certainty. Their forms multiply unnaturally, pressing the attack with relentless shadows that grow more menacing with every moment. Kalen's celestial tattoos flare with fierce light as he summons a spear shaped like a constellation. With swift precision, he strikes back against the unseen enemy, the spear glowing brightly as it swings through the air. Drawing upon the star fragment's potent energy, Eris projects beams of shimmering light that sear through encroaching darkness. Her power holds the advancing wraiths at bay, though the effort strains her very being. The veil pulses erratically, its shimmering border quivering under the violent exchanges. The delicate balance between the realms weakens visibly, threatening to collapse with each surge of battle. Out of the veil's trembling surface emerges a shadowy figure, a lost starborn spirit cloaked in faint celestial glow. Its presence is urgent, pleaded eyes, seeking Eris's aid as the cosmos teeters toward greater peril. The spirit's voice trembles as it warns Eris of a looming darkness far greater than the wraiths, one that threatens the entire cosmic order. Its plea ignites a spark of alarm and curiosity within her heart. Clouded with doubt, Eris struggles to decide whether to trust the enigmatic spirit. A deeper mystery seems to unfold around them, shifting the very fabric of their understanding. Momentarily, the wraiths withdraw, retreating into shadows to gather strength. Above the veil, a dark storm swirls violently, its red hues casting ominous light over the celestial fight. Kalen's voice cuts through the tension as he counsels vigilance, preparing for the next confrontation. His tattoos flicker nervously, a reflection of the looming threat awaiting their resolve. The starborn spirit reveals the existence of a hidden celestial forge, a place of ancient power pivotal to restoring balance to the veil. This revelation offers a glimmer of hope and a new direction amid the gathering dangers. Eris took a deep breath, her violet eyes glowing softly as she chose to follow the ethereal spirit deeper into the celestial realm's mysteries. Each step felt lighter yet filled with the weight of destiny, the shimmering stars above guiding her into the unknown. Around them, the stars shifted and realigned, forming new constellations unfamiliar yet beckoning. These celestial patterns glowed in deep purples and blues, casting a mystic light that traced their path through the vastness. Suddenly, jagged star-shaped portals burst open from the darkness, and shadow wraiths emerged, their glowing red marks contrasting sharply against the sky. With no time to hesitate, Eris and Kalen braced themselves for the oncoming ambush. Thinking quickly, Eris raised the star fragment, summoning a radiant dome of celestial light that pulsed protectively. The dome shimmered with intricate star patterns, momentarily shielding them from the wraith's attacks. Kalen moved with calm precision, his celestial tattoos glowing intensely as he struck with his spear crackling with cosmic energy. Each foe that fell seemed to dissolve into stardust under his swift assault. After the fierce battle, they reached the forge, a majestic, ancient structure ablaze with celestial fire and pulsating power. The forge radiated warmth amid the cool cosmos, its glowing hues of deep blue and violet bathing the surroundings. The lost spirit appeared beside Eris once more, its form flickering as it beckoned her to place the star fragment into the heart of the forge. The crystal star staff in Elder Thalos's vision seemed to pulse in response, echoing the moment's importance. As Eris nestled the fragment within the forge's core, the veil pulsed violently, distorting between realms. A shadowy rift tore open, releasing a massive dark entity whose form seemed to consume the very stars themselves. The entity's presence snuffed out nearby stars, replacing their celestial light with an encroaching cold void. The cosmic balance teetered as the surrounding space shifted to ominous red tones reflecting the danger. Kalen stepped forward, his celestial tattoos dimming as he confronted the dark force, but his cosmic energy struggled against its overwhelming shadowy power. His strikes rang hollow as the entity absorbed the light around them. In the chaos, Eris felt a sudden, calming voice echo within her mind. It was Elder Thalos urging her to awaken the starborn heritage that lay dormant. Her eyes flared brighter, feelings intertwining with an ancient power waiting to emerge. Focusing deeply, Eris's celestial tattoos ignited in a brilliant cascade of violet and silver light, her energy surging through her veins like a river of stars. The glow expanded outward, illuminating the battlefield with intensity. Drawing strength from the vast starry sky, she channeled their combined energy into a radiant force that pushed back the persistent darkness engulfing them. The cosmic clash shook the celestial realm, stars twinkling in defiance. The dark entity shrieked, its form shattering as fragments dissolved into sparkling star dust and faint glimmers of fading light. The oppressive cold ebbed, replaced by a renewed warmth spreading through the realm. With the threat quelled, the veil mended, its shimmering translucent curtains stabilized, winking with renewed celestial light as it bridged the intertwined realms once more. Peace seemed momentarily restored under the twinkling universe. The lost spirit smiled gratefully, its shape becoming one with a newly formed constellation that shone peacefully in the night sky. Freed at last, it became a beacon, a guide among the stars for future travelers. Eris and Kalen shared a glance filled with relief and understanding, the ordeal forging a deeper bond between them, their glowing eyes reflecting unspoken promises. Together, they breathed in the calm after the storm, ready for what might come. The once vibrant forge began to dim, its celestial fires waning as its purpose concluded, but a faint glowing sigil emerged on Eris's palm. The mark pulsed softly, a subtle reminder of the power now intertwined with her fate. Setting off on their journey back, the stars lit their warm path, the celestial realm responding with peaceful hues of blue and purple. Their steps were steady, illuminated by the gentle cosmic energy surrounding them. The night sky settled into a tranquil canvas, revealing a universe delicately balanced between light and shadow. It spoke of calm, but also whispered that the equilibrium remained fragile and ever-changing. Beneath the veil, Elder Thalos awaited their return, his eyes gleaming with newfound respect and renewed hope. The crystal star atop his staff glowed steadily, a sign that destiny's wheels continued turning. Eris recounted the saga of the Forge and the Starborn Spirit, the ancient prophecy held within the scroll now fulfilled. Her voice carried weight, weaving together fact and fate beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Kalen knelt beside her, devotion clear as he pledged to remain at her side beyond the looming horizon. His vow resonated quietly, binding him to the path ahead and to Eris's luminous journey. The cosmic sigil on Eris's palm pulsed faintly, an omen of trials yet to come, hinting at shadows lurking beyond the restored balance. Its gentle glow reminded them both that vigilance must be constant. Together, they prepared to guard the veil vigilantly, fully aware that though order was restored, the balance remained delicate. Their intertwined destinies and shared resolve set the stage for all that awaited beyond the stars. Eris traced her fingers over the sigil, feeling a surge of light pulsing beneath her skin. Suddenly, visions blossomed before her eyes, stars that had yet to grace the night sky, twinkling with ancient promise. This celestial guidance pointed her toward the path she must take next, intertwining fate and hope. A subtle disturbance rippled through the cosmos, a tremor of imbalance Eris could almost hear. Her glowing violet eyes narrowed in concern as she felt the celestial harmony falter in a distant corner, warning of shadows stirring beyond her sight. An unseen threat was creeping closer, wrapped in the dark tones of danger. Kalen moved with a focused intensity beneath the deep purple night, his celestial tattoos shimmering brighter with each controlled breath. With every strike and parry, he channeled the cosmic energy into his armor, mastering its glowing power. His renewed purpose was clear, to stand as an unyielding guardian in the coming storm. Beneath the vast night sky, Elder Thalos wove intricate wards around the shimmering veil, his staff's crystal star blazing with unwavering light. Threads of starlight intertwined with his spells, fortifying the barrier that balanced fate's delicate weave. The wards pulsed softly, a luminous promise of protection amid encroaching darkness. The veil itself shimmered softly in the nocturnal hues, casting a radiant beacon into the heavens. Around it, other starborn souls began to gather, drawn by its luminous refuge. Their forms shimmered faintly as they found solace beneath the veil's protective embrace, a sanctuary amidst the cosmic expanse. Under the open night sky, Eris sat cross-legged, her gaze steady and serene. Her violet eyes glowed gently, a quiet power radiating from within as she meditated on the stars' silent wisdom. The celestial light around her flickered in harmony, a silent song of strength and resolve. Far beyond the stars, the fading remnants of the dark entity dissolved into nothingness, a final wisp of shadow extinguished by cosmic light. The red marks that once bled through the darkness vanished, restoring balance to the celestial tapestry. It was a fleeting glimpse of victory, reminding them of the fragile peace secured. Silhouetted against the vibrant night heavens, Eris and Kaelin stood side by side atop a hill. Their forms solid and unyielding, framed by deep blue and purple hues swirling overhead. Together, they kept vigilant watch, guardians bound by purpose and the glowing stars above. The veil swayed gently, alive with shimmering cosmic energy that twinkled like distant galaxies. Its translucent fabric shifted in the soft night breeze, a living emblem of fate's intricate design. The celestial light that wove through it promised enduring hope and the ongoing dance of destinies intertwined. As dawn neared, Eris and Kaelin stepped forward into a path illuminated by starlight and shadows alike. Their journey would continue, bound forever to the mysteries of the cosmos and the realms they vowed to protect. Together, they embraced the infinite secrets held beneath the endless sky. Mara's small bakery smelled of cinnamon and warm bread as dawn crept in through the windows. Today was no ordinary day. Her grandmother's secret recipe was finally ready to be shared. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the golden brown loaf from the oven, the crust crackling softly. Just then, Lucas, the quiet man from next door, peeked in, drawn by the heavenly scent. "That smells like magic," he said, eyes wide with curiosity. Mara smiled, handing him a slice, warm and buttery. "It's a recipe my grandmother gave me, but the real magic is a little kindness stirred in," she explained. They sat together, sharing the bread and stories, the bakery filling with laughter and light. Outside, the town slowly woke, the morning bustle humming softly. Word of Mara's bread spread quickly, neighbors stopping by, eager for a taste. With each loaf sold, Mara's heart swelled. It wasn't just about baking, it was about connecting. Later, Mara found a curious note slipped under the door, written in neat, familiar handwriting. "Thank you for the kindness. Would you like some help next week?" Lucas's offer stirred warm excitement in her chest. The next morning, they baked side by side, flour dusting the air and their laughter endless. Mara realized the secret ingredient hadn't just been kindness. It was friendship blossoming with each batch. As the sun set, the bakery glowed softly, a beacon of warmth in the quiet street. Mara and Lucas shared a satisfied smile, the promise of many more mornings like this shining bright. "It's amazing what a little kindness can do," Mara whispered, as they packed up for the day. And in that cozy little bakery, magic wasn't just in the bread. It was in every shared moment and new friend made. At twilight, Emma found the old elm tree glowing faintly in her backyard, an eerie blue light pulsing from its trunk. Drawn closer, she heard soft whispers, words floating like leaves in the wind. "Help us! Trapped." Emma reached out, touching the bark, and suddenly the world twisted, colors inverted, sounds warped. She landed in a shadowy realm beneath the bark, where ghostly figures shimmered, fading in and out like mist. One spirit, a woman with eyes full of sorrow, spoke. "We are bound here, souls caught by a curse long forgotten." Emma nodded, sensing urgency. "How do I free you?" The woman pointed to a knot glowing crimson. "Find the root talisman buried beneath the roots, a relic holding our chains." Emma crawled through twisted branches and gnarled roots, each step uneasy, as whispers grew louder, pressing on her mind. At the base, she unearthed a small, ancient box, carved with symbols pulsing with power. Inside lay a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, shimmering with otherworldly energy. As Emma lifted it, the whispers shifted to screams. the spirit's forms becoming more vivid, desperate. She placed the talisman back against the knot. Light exploded, the spirits howled, then stilled. A wave of calm washed over her as the blue light turned warm and golden, the whispers now gentle murmurs of thanks. The woman smiled, fading peacefully. "You've given us rest, the curse is broken." Emma emerged from beneath the tree, the night feeling softer, lighter than before. She glanced back at the elm, its bark now ordinary, but in her pocket the talisman pulsed faintly. "Some stories need a believer," she whispered, and as she walked inside, the wind carried a gentle sigh, no longer a plea, but gratitude. The next day, neighbors noticed the tree seemed taller, stronger, like a silent guardian watching over the street. Emma smiled, knowing some secrets weren't meant to stay buried forever. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Elena to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Elena walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Elena's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Elena's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Elena unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Elena confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Elena shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Elena and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Elena of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Elena unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Elena's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Elena and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Elena and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Elena and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Elena crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Elena carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Elena stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Elena's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Elena and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Elena's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Elena and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Elena stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Elena, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Elena, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. Sometimes, she said gently, all it takes is a single moment to set things right. She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. "Another sleepless night," he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. Long ago, beneath the ancient ironwood tree, the village gathered each moonless night to await a silent whisper. Among them was Ira, a girl whose heart beat with the wild pulse of the forest itself. One night, the whisper carried a secret. A forgotten path hidden under the tree's roots, leading into the earth's deep veins. Drawn by the whisper, Ira slipped away from the village, her lantern casting dancing shadows on gnarled bark. She descended into the hollow path, where stones hummed beneath her feet and moss glowed faintly in the dark. A voice, neither cruel nor kind, echoed softly, "Seek the heart where silence dwells." Ira pressed deeper, feeling the pulse of the earth grow stronger, like the slow drum of a giant's heartbeat. Suddenly, she reached a cavern, vast and shimmering with crystals that caught her light like 1,000 stars. At its center, a stone pedestal held a single, ancient seed pulsing with life. The voice spoke again. "Plant it where roots meet sky, and the world will sing anew." Ira knew this seed was no ordinary life, but the pulse of the forest itself, waiting to be reborn. She grasped the seed gently, feeling warmth spread through her fingers, a promise of renewal. Climbing back through the winding roots, the forest seemed to watch silently, its breath held in hope. Outside, the sky was just breaking into dawn, the first light touching the ironwood's sweeping branches. Ira planted the seed at the tree's base, whispering a wish into the waking breeze. The earth trembled softly. Roots unwound, leaves shimmered, and a new bud sprouted instantly at the tree's crown. From the newly blossomed leaf, a serene light spread across the village, filling hearts with peace and wonder. Ira smiled, knowing the forest's whisper had become a song, one of life, deep magic, and endless beginnings. As the villagers awakened, they felt the change beneath their feet and the sky above, a world renewed in silent harmony. And the ironwood tree stood taller, its leaves forever holding the whispered secret of the earth's endless heartbeat. The old lighthouse stood towering against the stormy sky as Meyer approached, her heart racing with anticipation. She clutched a worn leather map, its edges frayed from years of searching for the rumored treasure hidden nearby. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the daunting steps spiraling up the lighthouse's narrow shaft. Maya hesitated, but then pressed her hand on the cold metal railing, beginning her ascent. As she climbed, whispers of the past seemed to echo through the walls, urging her forward. At the top, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty lantern and a faded journal resting on a wooden table. She flipped open the journal, discovering entries from a lighthouse keeper who spoke of a secret passage beneath the rocks. Without delay, Maya descended carefully, her boots echoing in the empty tower. Outside, rain battered her face as she followed the journal's directions toward the cliff's edge. A narrow cave entrance lay hidden behind a curtain of ivy, just as the journal described. Lighting her lantern, Maya stepped inside, the walls closing in around her as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavern glowing with the shimmer of countless shells and glittering stones. In the center, a chest lay half buried in sand, its lock rusted but intact. With a deep breath, she pried it open, revealing an assortment of old coins, maps, and a compass unlike any she had seen. Maya smiled, realizing the true treasure was the adventure and the history she uncovered. She carefully packed the items, planning to share the story and preserve the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As she exited the cave, the storm was clearing, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in soft gold. Maya looked back once more at the lighthouse, feeling a profound connection to its silent sentinel. "Some secrets are worth the journey," she whispered, tucking the journal safely into her pack. With a steady heart, she walked away, ready for whatever new adventure awaited beyond the horizon. The rain slashed against the cracked neon sign outside Jack's office, casting flickering shadows on the damp pavement. Inside, Jack Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his face as he scanned the case file he'd been nursing all week. A sudden knock at the door broke the silence. Before he could answer, she slipped in, her heels clicking with purpose. Her name was Evelyn, a dame with secrets buried deep beneath those emerald eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling like delicate glass ready to shatter. Jack studied her, noting the fear that clung to her like a second skin, and the hint of urgency in her plea. She told him about a missing ledger, a document that could topple powerful men and ruin lives. No one else would touch it, but Jack was no stranger to diving into the murky depths where shadows breathed. He agreed, the flicker of former pride lighting his gaze. This was the game he once played, now reluctantly called back. The city at night was a maze of whispers, and every alleyway held a watchful eye. Jack traced the ledger's trail from smoky jazz bars to empty warehouses where danger waited in silence. A brush with a hired gun left Jack nursing wounds, but more determined than ever to see this through. Evelyn reappeared, her facade cracking to reveal a woman cornered by past mistakes and hard choices. Together they plotted their next move, understanding that trust was a currency neither had enough of. The climax came in an abandoned dock, where shadows lengthened and gunfire shattered the night's stillness. Jack moved like a ghost, every step calculated, every breath controlled as he faced those who wanted the ledger, and Evelyn silenced. In the aftermath, the ledger was recovered, its contents exposing the truth beneath layers of lies and corruption. Evelyn vanished as mysteriously as she came, leaving Jack with a silent promise and an empty whiskey glass. Jack stood by the rain-soaked window, smoke spiraling upwards, contemplating the city's endless cycle of deceit and survival. Another night, another secret, he murmured, extinguishing his cigarette and slipping back into the shadows of Marlowe Street. Deep within the ancient forest, where sunlight barely touched the ground, a lone wanderer named Ira stumbled upon a peculiar stone. It shimmered faintly, emitting a low hum that seemed to call her by name. Curious, Ira reached out and touched it, and instantly a voice echoed softly in her mind. "Seek the truth beneath the roots." Determined, she followed the whisper down to the forest floor, where thick roots twisted and gnarled like a labyrinth. With every step, the stone's glow grew stronger, lighting a path to a hidden hollow beneath an ancient oak tree. Inside the hollow, Ira discovered a tapestry woven from silver threads and scattered leaves, depicting a forgotten tale. It told of a guardian spirit trapped in stone, bound to protect the forest's heart from an ancient darkness. The voice returned, pleading for release, explaining that only one pure of heart could break the eternal bond. Ira hesitated but reached out once more, touching the tapestry and speaking earnestly. "I am here to free you." In a pulse of radiant light, the stone cracked, revealing a luminous figure emerging, nature's very essence incarnate. The guardian thanked Ira, promising that the forest would thrive and shield her from harm henceforth. As dawn broke, the trees seemed to sway with newfound vitality, and whispers of gratitude filled the air. Ira smiled, feeling a deep connection to the world around her, forever changed by the encounter. The forest was no longer a maze of shadows, but a sanctuary alive with ancient magic restored. From that day forward, tales spread of the woman who listened to the stone and freed the forest's soul. Ira's journey reminded all that sometimes, the smallest spark of courage can awaken the oldest power. She carried the hollow's silver tapestry as a token, a symbol of hope woven into the heart of the woods. And every so often, when the wind rustled through the leaves, the whisper of the guardian could be heard, a quiet song of peace. Ira knew her path was forever entwined with the forest's destiny, a pact sealed in light and spirit. The whispered promise lingered. Where there is faith, even the oldest chains can break, and darkness gives way to light. The map was ancient, edges frayed and ink faded, yet it promised a secret buried deep in the hollow wood forest. Lena adjusted her worn leather backpack, the morning mist curling around her as she stepped beneath the daunting canopy of towering oaks. "No turning back now," she whispered, tracing the cryptic symbols carved onto the map's surface. Each step was a soft crunch against the moss-covered ground, the air thick with silence save for a distant, haunting call. The compass in her hand spun wildly, as if caught in a playful magic, refusing to settle on a true north. She followed the compass's restless dance, deeper into the woods where sunlight barely touched the earth. Suddenly, a rustle, a flash of vibrant feathers, then a small, clever fox peered from behind a bush, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Seems you're not the only one seeking something," Lena murmured, as the fox darted ahead, beckoning her to follow. Through tangles of brambles and over root-strewn paths, the fox led her to a hidden glade shimmering with golden light. At the heart of the clearing stood the Whispering Stone, an ancient monolith covered in swirling runes that seemed to hum with life. Lena approached cautiously, placing her palm against the cool, smooth surface. The runes pulsed beneath her fingers. A voice echoed softly in her mind. Only those who listen with their hearts may unlock the forest's secret. Closing her eyes, Lena breathed deeply, attuning herself to the subtle whispers of the wind brushing through the leaves. Images bloomed in her mind. A hidden doorway beside the stone, sealed for centuries but waiting to be opened. With a gentle press, the ground beside the monolith shifted, revealing a narrow tunnel descending into the earth. Heart pounding with equal parts fear and excitement, Lena stepped inside, the glow from the runes lighting her way. The passage led to a cavern filled with crystals that shimmered like stars, reflecting the dreams of all who sought the forest's heart. Amid the crystals lay a small chest, bound with silver and marked with the same symbols as the map. Opening it, Lena found a simple locket containing a seed pulsating with life, a symbol of new beginnings and harmony with nature. Emerging from the forest, Lena smiled, knowing the true treasure was the journey itself and the bond she'd formed with the whispering winds. Under the pale glow of a flickering streetlight, Mara pores over an ancient blueprint, her fingers tracing the faded lines beneath the dim, shifting shadows of the night. The city hums around her, a maze of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Nearby, Dex sharpens a compact knife, his scarred eyes darting across the darkened alley, each scrape of the blade echoing his readiness and caution. His hands move with practiced precision, muscles tense to spring at a moment's notice. Lyle leans against a rusty lamppost, flicking a silver coin that catches the faint light, the cryptic symbol shimmering briefly before it spins through the air. He tosses a smirk toward Mara and Dex, his playful tone a fragile veil over the tension tightening around them. Sophia arrives silently, her sleek bob framing sharp eyes as she spreads tactical maps across a cluttered table strewn with tools and mechanical parts. Her calm presence steadies the group, bringing focus to the unfolding plan. The team huddles close, poring over the intricate designs of an unbreachable vault hidden beneath a corporate monolith. The stakes loom large as they outline each step, knowing the consequences of failure could unravel them all. The silver locket catches a stray beam of light against Mara's black-gloved hand, a silent talisman as she listens intently to Sophia's crisp, calculated instructions. Time hangs heavy in the air, measured and unyielding. Close-ups reveal their faces etched with determination and fear. The clock ticks relentlessly as the weight of their mission presses down, promising ruin if they falter. Eyes meet briefly, unspoken resolve passing between them. In near darkness, they practice hand signals, swift, precise gestures weaving silent conversations. Each move is rehearsed with an urgency that mirrors the pounding rhythm of their hearts. Dex rolls up his sleeve, a faded tattoo and fresh scar narrating tales of past close calls and battles fought in shadows. The mark is a reminder of the razor's edge they now tread. Lyle's fingers trace a rough sketch of an escape route, highlighting a seldom-used service elevator hidden behind walls of steel. His smirk fades to a look of pure concentration as he explains the delicate timing required. Mara's gloved fingers dance deftly over a model safe. The clicks whisper soft promises of mastery. Her steady hands belie the storm of adrenaline surging beneath her calm exterior. Sophia aligns their watches, the metallic ticks synchronizing their resolve as each second seals their fates. Her slender fingers brush the dials, marking the moments where luck and skill must intersect. A wall clock looms large as its pendulum swings, and the minutes cascade into midnight, silent herald of the heist's inception. The neon glow outside flickers in time, casting fractured shadows on faces ready to move. Blending with the neon-lit crowd, Mara, Dex, and Lyle navigate the city's pulse, their presence swallowed by the nightlife's kaleidoscope. Each step forward is a step deeper into danger's heart. Inside the polished skyscraper lobby, footsteps echo ominously as security patrols draw near. Breath catches as each passing guard tightens the invisible noose, their vigilance sharpened beyond expectation. Dex clamps a gloved hand over the corner of a security camera, wires snipped just in time. His eyes betray a flicker of unease. No plan survives perfect execution, and shadows whisper of unseen threats. Mara slips through a locked door with practiced ease, her touch a ghost against cold metal. Lyle watches the guards' shifting patterns, their rhythms a living puzzle to evade. Suddenly, a guard's flashlight beam jitters, casting erratic light that dances over Mara's shadow. Time suspends as she freezes, heartbeat loud in the silence, then the beam swings away, granting her fleeting reprieve. Relief flickers briefly on Mara's face as the danger passes, her breath shallow but steady beneath the mask of composure. Every second counts, and every slip could be the last. Lyle crouches by a control panel, rerouting alarms with deft hands. Mechanical clicks and faint, electronic hums dissolve into silence, a fragile piece amid the approaching storm. The low drone of unseen machinery grows louder as they ascend toward the vault's guarded sanctum. Tension prickles the air, thickening with each step nearer to the prize and peril. Their rhythm shatters as Sophia's plan collides with an unforeseen laser grid, red beams crisscrossing like silent sentinels. The team halts, recalibrating under the pressure of this stark new barrier. Mara's gloved hand brushes a laser beam, the hairs on her skin standing on end as she inches past. Not a sound betrays the near trigger of the alarm, a razor's edge walked with breath held tight. Thinking quickly, Dex tosses a small mirror into position, bending light to forge a narrow, new path through danger. The fragile diversion shimmers in the neon glow, a fleeting thread of hope. Lyle's earlier grin fades as he spots movement, a secondary security team closing in swiftly. Shadows lengthen and pulses quicken. The clock ticks loudly against the rising tide of threat. The team huddled tightly in the shadows, eyes darting as hands moved swiftly in silent communication. Every gesture conveyed urgency, adjusting their tactics without a single whispered word. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting fleeting patterns over the tense faces. Sophia, her expression composed, traced elegant signals that reassigned positions with effortless precision. Her voice remained unused, but her calm authority resonated through their movements. Each member absorbed the revised plan instantly, ready to adapt under pressure. Mara's fingers closed firmly around the silver locket hanging at her neck. The cryptic symbol reflected faintly in the muted light, anchoring her resolve. Despite the chaos surrounding them, it remained a silent talisman, a tether to purpose. With a nod, Dex stepped forward, his scarred brow furrowing in concentration. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with measured stealth, every footfall calculated yet silent. The faded tattoo on his forearm seemed to pulse with determination as he led the way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed sharply behind the team, shattering the fragile silence. Without hesitation, they pivoted sharply, squeezing through a narrow ventilation shaft. The tight space swallowed them whole as they escaped imminent danger. Inside the cramped shaft, the air was thick and their breath shallow, strained against constriction. Clasping gloved hands gripped cold metal as bodies pressed close. Their tense eyes scanned the semi-darkness, alert for any sign of pursuit. Emerging near the vault, Lyle crouched and produced vintage lock-picking tools from a worn pouch. His nimble fingers danced expertly over the intricate mechanism, bypassing security with practiced ease. A subtle smirk played on his lips despite the stakes pressing in. A faint mechanical whir cut through the silence, followed by the slow creak of the vault door opening. The aged door groaned as metal met metal, revealing the chamber beyond. Relief flickered briefly among the team as opportunity presented itself. Within the vault, soft light shimmered off meticulously stacked assets, their origins untraceable and unknown. The tangible weight of their hull pressed silently against the tension in the air. The stakes of their mission crystallized in that guarded cache. Without warning, a small panel blinked an urgent alert. A nearly invisible trap snapped into motion. Taut wires slid into place, threatening lethal electric discharge. The room's calm shattered instantly, peril surging like a storm in the confined space. Mara surged forward instinctively, reaching the trap with nimble speed. Fingers brushed metal bars just as a shocking jolt sparked through the air, narrowly missing her grasp. Her breath hitched but resolve hardened. Escape was still within reach. Dex positioned himself protectively before Mara, eyes flicking around as Lyle swiftly began bagging the assets. Sweat gleamed on their brows, intensity mirrored in every motion. The clock was unforgiving, each moment weighted with risk and necessity. Amid the chaos, the silver locket slipped free from Mara's neck, dropping silently. Dex's eyes caught the glint, a flicker of recognition passing through him. Mara snatched it back quickly, fingers tightening around the talisman with renewed guardedness. Outside, rain began to fall, slickening streets and intensifying tension. Neon signs blurred through the wet sheen, casting an otherworldly glow over the damp night. Every step now carried greater danger, surfaces treacherous beneath hurried feet. Sophia's precise hand signals guided them, timing movements against predictable patrol rotations of the building. Her keen strategist mind calculated every variable with icy clarity. The team moved as one, blending shadows with neon-lit flashes along their escape route. Pursuers closed fast through the glowing streets, but Dex unleashed raw urban Parker skill. Walls and railings became allies as he vaulted and swung with effortless fluidity. Each leap stretched their lead, adrenaline fueling the desperate chase. Mara's silent signals cut through the noise as escape routes snapped shut one by one. Her steady gaze traced outlines on cracked walls, mapping dwindling options. Tension mounted, urgency spiking in every tense glance exchanged. Trapped and nearly out of paths, Lyle hastily tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A dense cloud erupted between them and their pursuers, swallowing the chaos in mist. Precious seconds blossomed from the murk, granting fleeting safety. Breaths ragged but spirits unbroken, the team regrouped within the hollowed walls of an abandoned warehouse. Shadows wrapped around them, a brief refuge from neon glare and pounding rain. Their eyes met in unspoken questions, the mission far from over. Sophia's face tightened as she revealed a harsh truth. A mole lurked within their own ranks. Betrayal cut deeper than any external threat, confidence splintering beneath flickering lights. The fragile trust that held them began to crumble dangerously. Tensions flared like sparks in dry wood. Accusations flew in harsh, silent exchanges under the unstable glow. The team's unity fractured, doubt poisoning every gesture and glance. Loyalties hung precariously, a fragile web threatening to unravel. In quiet defiance, Mara examined the silver locket anew, her gloved hands steady despite the turmoil. A minute-hidden compartment caught the edge of her attention, unnoticed until now. Curiosity gnawed beneath her resolve, promising revelations ahead. Delicately opening the tiny compartment revealed a microfilm, minuscule but undeniably real. Etched upon it were encrypted coordinates, mysterious and compelling. The weight of new possibility pressed upon them, challenging every conviction. Dex's voice, though still silent, carried fierce insistence as he advocated pursuing the cryptic lead. The risk was massive, but so was the hope it offered, a chance to salvage what remained. His belief in salvation sparked resolve anew within the group. Sophia swallowed hard, the strategist's resolve bending but not breaking under the shift. With grim determination, she recalibrated their priorities, steering the team toward uncertain horizons. The mission's true test was just beginning. Inside a dimly lit room laden with scattered maps and dusty tomes, the team huddled around a small projector. The microfilm flickered onto the wall, revealing cryptic diagrams and faded handwriting. Sophia traced her finger over the symbols, while Lyle's sharp eyes pieced together the cipher's meaning under the watchful gaze of Mara and Dex. The coordinates extracted from the microfilm led them straight to an underground network, long forgotten beneath the city's worn streets. This labyrinth of tunnels whispered secrets of a past buried deep, barely touched by the neon glow above. The team studied a worn map, plotting their descent into shadowy corridors that promised answers or danger. Discarding their usual high-tech gadgets, the group assembled vintage equipment tailored for the old tunnel's unique challenges. Mara donned her black leather gloves tighter as they checked aged lanterns, rope coils, and weathered picks. Each piece, relics of a bygone era, prepared them for a silent journey where modern advantages held no sway. Under the cloak of night, the team advanced silently towards the concealed entrance, shadows lengthening and thickening around them. Mara's piercing green eyes scanned the area as Dex moved steadily, both communicating through practiced hand signals. The air was thick with tension, every step careful to remain unseen in the shifting gloom. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped from the darkness, the faint grin betraying a hidden agenda. The mole's reveal sent a sharp jolt through the team, blocking the passage with confident ease. Mara's gaze burned intense, the black leather gloves clenching subtly as the tension between them crackled. Words unsaid hung heavy in the charged standoff, until Mara's quick wit and unwavering calm shifted the balance. With a deft feint and pointed gesture, she outmaneuvered the betrayer, forcing a retreat. The path opened once more, with the team's trust tempered but intact, ready to press onward. Navigating the winding tunnels, faint luminescence from the silver locket's cryptic symbol revealed subtle markings along damp walls. Each step carried them deeper into the maze, where time felt stretched and fragmented like the flickering lantern light. The rhythm of silent signals maintained their cohesion amid the echoing emptiness. They emerged into a hidden chamber where evidence lay scattered across a battered table, enough to unravel the corrupt organization's iron grip. Documents, photographs, and a map detailing illicit routes promised a turning tide. Hope flickered in their eyes as the weight of their mission crystallized in this clandestine trove. As dawn's first light spilled over the city skyline, the team exchanged glances heavy with relief and quiet triumph. The long night's ordeal had shifted the balance, their silent struggle drawing to a hopeful pause. In the crowded street below, life stirred anew, ignorant of the battles fought just beneath its surface. In the soft morning glow, Mara placed the small silver locket upon the worn table, its emblem catching the light with a quiet brilliance. The cipher etched on its surface symbolized not only the secrets uncovered but the hard-won freedom ahead. A new day had begun, marked by resilience and the promise of justice restored. Mira found the old painting tucked behind dusty books in the basement, its colors strangely vivid in the dim light. The frame was carved with tiny symbols, almost seeming to shimmer as she held it up. That night, whispers drifted from the painting, soft and unintelligible at first. Curious and unnerved, Mira leaned closer, trying to catch the words. Suddenly, cold fingers grazed her shoulder. She spun around, but no one was there. The whispers grew louder, shaping into faint, urgent pleas. Mira decided to research the painting, uncovering a tragic tale of a trapped spirit. Legend said the artist had cursed it, binding his sorrow into the canvas forever. Determined, Mira brought the painting outside at dawn, planning to destroy it. As the first light spilled over the frame, the whispers begged for release. She hesitated, sympathy mixing with fear. Was it truly a plea for help? With a deep breath, she smashed the glass carefully, then unfolded the canvas. The whispers turned to a low, grateful sigh, fading into the crisp morning air. The symbols on the frame glowed faintly one last time, then dimmed into silence. Mira felt a sudden warmth, a presence no longer restless. She wrapped the fragile canvas in cloth, intending to keep the memory safe but the curse broken. The basement felt lighter, as if a shadow had lifted from the house. From that day, Mira never heard whispers again, only the quiet peace she had given. She sometimes looked at the empty frame, a reminder of the night when silence returned. Some whispers are meant to be heard, but not feared, she often told herself, smiling quietly. Under a heavy twilight sky, Mara walks cautiously through the quiet village street, her eyes darting nervously at shadows cast by the failing street lamps. The fading light deepens the ominous mood as her scar pulses faintly, a subtle reminder of the power tied to her. At the aged bookshop, Mara meets Elias, whose piercing blue eyes glint with unspoken knowledge. He hands her an ancient leather-bound book that pulsing faintly with blue light, hinting at secrets long concealed. Mara opens the book, revealing cryptic writings describing a shimmering mist known as the Veil, said to hide unseen realms just beyond the mortal eye. The words seem to shift on the pages, deepening the mystery surrounding the mist's true nature. Suddenly, the room's light dims as a faint mist swirls outside the shop window, its colors undulating and forms shifting eerily. Mara's scar reacts subtly, throbbing as if in resonance with the haunting presence. Stepping outside, Mara catches sight of fleeting figures within the mist, their outlines appearing and vanishing with ghostly speed. The sensation is both chilling and compelling, drawing her attention despite the growing unease. From behind Mara appears Leora, her glowing amber eyes fixed on the veil as she tightly clasps the delicate silver necklace around her neck. The necklace's subtle shine contrasts with the growing darkness surrounding them. Leora's voice is low and urgent as she whispers of the veil's increasing strength and an impending danger looming over the village. Her warning hangs heavy in the air, fraught with an ominous tension. Mara's scar pulses with a faint, awakening rhythm, seemingly stirred by Leora's presence and the swirling mist outside. A magnetic force connects Mara more deeply to the supernatural threat closing around them. Elias explains gravely that the veil is a bridge between their world and a forgotten realm, whose chaotic merging threatens to engulf their village entirely. His words underscore the gravity of the threat they face together. Determined, Mara resolves to explore the village outskirts where the veil's mist thickens most. Clutching the ancient book and eyes fixed on Leora's necklace, she steels herself for what lies ahead. At the boundary, Mara observes flickering silhouettes trapped and calling for release within the dense veil. Their desperation intensifies the urgency of her quest as ghostly hands seem to reach for her in silence. Without warning, the mist convulses and surges forward in an attempt to pull Mara into its depths, her scar igniting with fierce, burning intensity. The veil's power threatens to overwhelm her, testing her resolve. Leora reacts swiftly, grabbing Mara's hand and projecting a calming glow from the silver necklace that soothes the searing pain. The light creates a fragile shield against the veil's relentless grasp. Elias issues a dire warning. Only by breaking the binding curse that ensnares them all can they prevent the veil from consuming the village whole. The stakes rise sharply, leaving no option but to confront the unknown curse. Resolute, Mara vows to seek the source of the curse deep within the forgotten forest beyond the village's edge. Her determination fuels her forward despite the growing shadow cast by the veil. Entering the ancient forest, Mara feels the palpable presence of the veil intensify, its shifting shapes entwining among gnarled trees. The eerie whispers and pulsating air immerse her in a realm straddling reality and the unknown. Her fingers brush over cryptic symbols carved into the bark, which flares softly when illuminated by the book's ethereal light. The carvings hint at forgotten knowledge and deeper connections to the veil's mystery. A sudden chorus of whispering voices guides Mara into a shadowed clearing, where the earth itself pulses with ethereal energy beneath her feet. The atmosphere is thick with unseen power, amplifying the tensions surrounding her quest. From within the mist, the veil coils into a serpentine shape that sways and beckons Mara with haunting melodies. Its hypnotic lure threatens to draw her deeper into a perilous and unknown domain. Struggling against the allure, Mara summons Elias's counsel, focusing on the steady pulse of her scar as a tether to her own reality. This fragile anchor steadies her amidst the mist's deceptive embrace. Leora emerges again, revealing she can harness partial control over the veil through the power of her silver necklace. Together, they forge a cautious alliance to navigate the treacherous mist. The trio follows twisting tendrils of the veil to an ancient stone altar half engulfed by creeping roots, a relic long forgotten by time. Its presence signifies a possible key to unraveling the curse binding them. Carved into the altar's worn surface is an inscription recounting a forgotten pact between the villagers and a realm beyond the veil. The weight of history presses upon them as Mara prepares to read aloud. As Mara recites the ancient words, a surge pulses through the clearing, causing the scar on her cheek to glow with radiant intensity. The veil's mist thickens suddenly, its shape erupting with newfound fury. In an instant, the mist separates Mara from her companions, engulfing her in a cold, suffocating embrace. She is left isolated within the veil's grasp, the true danger and mystery deepening around her. Inside the veil, Mara's surroundings shift, revealing ghostly figures tethered by shadows of fear and sorrow. Each trapped spirit flickers with fragments of their past lives, their faces etched with despair and longing. The air hums with the weight of memories bound by an ancient curse that holds them captive. As Mara's gaze settles, she recognizes some faces among the trapped souls, including a young woman whose features mirror Leora's in a time long gone. This spectral resemblance deepens the mystery and hints at a connection spanning generations. The silver necklace glimmers faintly, resonating with the vision. Desperate to reach them, Mara strains to communicate through the swirling mist, her voice barely a whisper against the veil's murmurs. She seeks a thread of hope, any sign that the spirits can be freed from their eternal prison. Each attempt shakes the veil, revealing fragile glimpses of forgotten trust. Meanwhile, Elias pores over the ancient leather-bound book beneath the clearing's wan light. His eyes scan arcane scripts until he uncovers a vital truth. The curse can only be undone by rekindling the forgotten trust that once bound the living and the spirits. The knowledge brings both hope and urgency to the moment. Leora steps forward, holding her silver necklace tightly as it emits a delicate, luminous beacon that pierces the veil's dense folds. The soft light guides Mara, pulling her back from the abyss toward the safety of the clearing. The necklace's glow becomes a fragile lifeline amid the encompassing mist. Emerging once more, Mara carries with her a fierce determination, the weight of both realms pressing on her. She resolves to unite the living villagers and the forgotten souls trapped within the veil. This newfound purpose ignites a spark of hope against the encroaching darkness. Gathered beneath the ancient altar, Mara, Elias, and Leora commence a ritual invoking the sacred pact that once protected both worlds. But as their voices rise, the veil reacts unpredictably, the energies surging uncontrollably. Instead of peace, a violent storm of mist and shadow engulfs the clearing, threatening to unravel their efforts. The trees surrounding them shudder violently, roots twisting like serpents into the earth. Shadowy figures emerge, swirling with the turbulent mist as it spreads rapidly toward the nearby village. The atmosphere thickens with impending danger, and every breath feels charged with ominous power. Mara's scar pulses fiercely, each throb accompanied by sharp waves of pain that blur her vision between the physical and spirit worlds. The connection she shares with the veil intensifies, making it harder to distinguish reality from the haunting apparitions. She steadies herself against the mounting assault of sensations. Elias moves swiftly to shield Leora from sudden bursts of ethereal light shards that erupt unpredictably from the altar. The fragments shimmer dangerously, slicing through the shadows even as they threaten the children's safety. His protective stance shows his resolve amidst the chaos surrounding them. Through the tempest, a translucent figure materializes, a spectral elder cloaked in ancient robes, eyes piercing with timeless knowledge. The elder warns that the Pact's betrayal was neither distant nor abstract. It was recent and deeply personal. Their voice resonates with a grave urgency, shaking the gathering to its core. Mara's heart clenches as realization dawns. The origin of the curse is entwined with her own lineage and the scar etched on her cheek. The painful truth reveals that an ancestral promise, tethered to her family, was broken, casting a shadow she now must face. This revelation deepens the stakes of her mission. Desperation grips the group as the veil swells ominously, its tendrils threatening to envelop the entire forest and village beyond. The very air trembles with a suffocating energy, signaling that time is running out. The fragile hope they clung to seems on the verge of collapse. In the midst of turmoil, the spectral elder extends an ancient ring embedded with cryptic runes toward Mara. They speak in riddles about reconciliation, calling it a key to mend the fracturing bond between worlds. The offering feels heavy with meaning, as if the weight of fate rests in Mara's hands. Upon accepting the ring, Leora's necklace flares to life, glowing brighter than it ever has before. The combined light from the two relics casts intricate patterns that ripple through the veil's mist. This harmonious reaction hints at a powerful union of forces forming within their grasp. Armed with the ring upon her finger and Leora's necklace around the child's neck, Mara returns to the altar. Her resolve is steely, ready to amend the broken vow that haunted her bloodline. The air buzzes with anticipation as they prepare for the next attempt at the ritual. As the ritual commences anew, opposing energies surge and clash violently. Mara's scar becomes a glowing conduit, channeling power that radiates through her very being. The struggle between darkness and light manifests physically, the veil writhing in response to the escalating forces. Mara confronts a torrent of painful memories tied to her heritage and the consequences of past betrayals. She embraces responsibility and opens her heart with compassion toward the spirits and villagers alike. This emotional reckoning strengthens her connection to the power she wields. Gradually, the veil's chaotic turmoil begins to abate, its once wild energies calming into a gentle ebb. The mist recedes slowly, revealing faint smiles on the faces of the spirits, signaling their relief and gratitude. A fragile peace takes hold, promising healing across realms. Light breaks through the dense, dark canopy overhead, casting the village's edge into clear view once again. The tension that had gripped the clearing eases palpably, replaced by cautious hope. Nature itself seems to breathe easier as balance is tentatively restored. Unexpectedly, Mara's scar transforms, fading into a luminous silver shimmer that glistens softly on her cheek. This visible change links her unmistakably to the veil's essence, marking her as a bridge between worlds. The transformation is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Leora's necklace and the ancient ring merge their luminescence, stabilizing the fragile connection between the realms. Together, they form a radiant symbol of unity and protection. This synthesis promises ongoing harmony where once there was division. Elias steps forward to reveal that their roles are not mere coincidence, but a destined guardianship. They are charged with balancing the delicate peace between the living and the spirit world. His words underscore the profound responsibility that has been entrusted to them all. Mara feels a profound bond deepen with the freed spirits, now released from torment, yet choosing to linger as vigilant watchers over the village. Their presence is no longer a threat but a blessing, a shared guardianship born from mutual trust. She embraces her new role with quiet strength. The surrounding forest seems to inhale a new breath, alive with a gentle, shimmering mist that no longer menaces but protects. Nature and spirit exist in harmonious balance, secured by the sacrifices and courage of those who dared to believe. Hope glows softly as the veil between worlds settles into peaceful coexistence. Around the warming fire, Mara's voice steadies and the villagers lean in, their apprehension giving way to a deep respect. She recounts the tale of the veil and the sacrifices made to protect both realms. Her words carry the weight of truth, transforming fear into understanding within the gathered crowd. The faint glow on Mara's scar pulses softly in the firelight, a subtle yet constant reminder of her unique bond with the veil's power. This mark, once a symbol of pain, now signifies her duty and strength. It connects her intimately to the mysteries that have shaped the village's fate. In the village square, Leora gathers the children beneath the old oak tree, her amber eyes sparkling with warmth. She teaches them about honoring the ties between their world and those unseen, emphasizing kindness and respect across all boundaries. The silver necklace around her neck catches the sun, symbolizing both hope and continuity. Back in the quiet of the bookshop, Elias returns the ancient leather-bound tome to its sacred place on a high shelf. He closes the book carefully, knowing that the knowledge it holds must be protected for future generations. The tome remains a silent guardian of the legacy they have all safeguarded. From a distance, Mara catches a final glimpse of the forest's edge, where a shimmering gateway flickers with calm, radiant light. The veil there is less a barrier and more a gentle threshold, inviting peace rather than fear. It promises a future where connection and understanding prevail. Feeling the strength of unity and the wisdom gained from recent trials, Mara stands taller and more resolute than ever. Her spirit, intertwined with the power of the veil, is fortified against whatever challenges lie ahead. She embraces her role with confidence and hope. That evening, the village bursts into celebration, a harmonious blend of age-old traditions and newfound reverence for the otherworldly. Music and laughter fill the air, binding the community together in respect and joy. The silver necklace and Mara's scar are honored symbols woven into the festivities. As night falls, stars twinkle vividly above while the mist around the now tranquil trees swirls gently in the cool breeze. The veil's shimmer is soft, casting a luminous glow that comforts the village below. The natural world and the supernatural stand in peaceful coexistence under the vast sky. Mara, Elias, and Leora stand side by side at the hillside, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the worlds gently touch. Each carries a quiet sense of purpose and shared destiny, united by trust and the bonds they've restored. Together, they watch as light from the veil bridges their realities with promise and peace. The story closes as the veil continues to shimmer softly, a luminous bridge of light rather than shadow. It heralds a new era of hope and balance, a testament to courage, unity, and the enduring power of connection. The village, forever changed, embraces this dawn with open hearts. In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Alina stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Alina found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Alina realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Alina explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Alina recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Alina stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Alina smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. In the heart of an ancient city stood a peculiar clock shop, its windows fogged with mystery and time. Marla, a thief known for precision rather than chaos, eyed the legendary timekeeper, a jewel rumored to be hidden inside the grandest timepiece in the shop. No ordinary gem, the timekeeper was said to control moments, bending seconds in favor of its holder. Marla didn't believe in magic, but in timing and skill, and tonight they had to be flawless. Slipping through a narrow alley, she approached the shop at midnight, when shadows were her only company. The shop's bell chimed softly as she slipped in, greeted only by the ticking of countless clocks surrounding her. Navigating the maze of shelves, her eyes locked onto the colossal grandfather clock, adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, behind a hidden panel, nestled the timekeeper, a glowing blue orb pulsating with quiet power. A whisper in the darkness warned her, "Take care, time twists for those who tamper." Marla smirked, deft hands disabling the alarm with practiced ease before lifting the orb gently. Suddenly, the shop transformed. The clocks accelerated wildly, their hands spinning like storm winds. Time lapsed erratically. Seconds stretched, then snapped fast, disorienting her senses. She clenched the orb tightly, focusing beyond the chaos as her escape route melted and reformed. With a final breath, Marla seized a moment when time slowed, leapt through a shuttered window, landing outside in stillness. The city around her resumed its regular rhythm as she sprinted into the night, orb secure. Back in the safety of her lair, Marla placed the timekeeper on the table, the air still humming with its strange energy. She smiled, knowing control over time was never about power. It was about moments seized and never wasted. The orb glowed softer now, as if content in its new hands, awaiting the next perfect second to shine. Marla whispered, "Time is mine, for now," and set the clock hands to midnight, beginning a new chapter. Outside, the city continued unaware, wrapped in endless hours, while a thief held the master key to every ticking second. Arachne stood beside the roaring fire, her luminous silver hair casting soft light as she wove shimmering threads on her spindle, the delicate patterns glimmering like stars caught in a night sky. Thuron approached cautiously, his bronze skin marked with swirling tattoos that seemed to pulse with unease, warning Arachne of a fracture growing within the fabric of fate itself. Examining a fragmented mirror, Arachne saw flickers of looming darkness reflected beyond the veil, the shards revealing possible futures, yet none offering clear answers to the present threat. From the shadows of the trees, Selene slipped silently, cloaked in shifting dark folds, her hidden eyes glinting faintly as she observed the unraveling threads of destiny. A chill wind swept through Arachne's chamber, causing the threads in her weaving to twist and break abruptly, as if an unseen force sought to distort her carefully crafted patterns. At the edge of the dense forest, Thuron stood tense, his swirling tattoos pulsating with each breath as he sensed the growing distortion in the natural order around him. With trembling fingers, Arachne traced the silver thread that linked her spindle to the shattered mirror, feeling the fragile connection flicker under the strain of unseen forces. From a distance, Selene watched coldly as shadowy tendrils crept from the heart of the forest, creeping relentlessly toward the vulnerable village. A spectral spider, ethereal and shimmering, visited Arachne, weaving a cryptic warning in its intricate web that shimmered with threads of light and shadow alike. Thuron rallied the villagers with urgency, urging them to arm themselves against threats unseen yet palpable, preparing for a battle fought on the edges of light and darkness. Arachne wove a protective talisman from the finest thread, her emerald eyes shimmering with fierce resolve as the talisman glowed softly in her hands. The mirror's fractured pieces pulsed rhythmically, momentarily revealing glimpses of Selene as she maneuvered behind the shifting shadows, plotting her next move. Thuron clashed fiercely with shadowy figures emerging from the forest, his tattoos flaring brightly as he fought against the encroaching darkness threatening the land. In the village square, Arachne's talisman blazed with radiant light as she stepped forward to confront the growing darkness, threads of fate swirling around her in defiance. Suddenly, the silver thread snapped with a sharp crack, and an eerie silence fell across the land, the stillness bracing all for the inevitable wave of change to come. From her shifting shadows, Selene's form solidified, revealing her pale, enigmatic face beneath the hood, her eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Arachne confronted Selene directly, who defied the sacred rules of fate, threatening to unravel all that Arachne and Thuron had fought to preserve. Thuron broke through the veil of shadows only to find fragments of his own past, scattered and distorted, memories twisted by the dark influence emanating from Selene. Arachne's weaving faltered as the threads resisted her will, the delicate strands pulled violently as Selene tore at the edges of reality, distorting the loom of destiny. Desperately, Arachne reached into the mirror's depths, clutching a glowing shard in her palm as she sought hidden knowledge that might turn the tide. Selene summoned webs of darkness that ensnared villagers, binding their wills to her cause and twisting their hearts with shadow-spun deceit. With fierce determination, Thuron broke free from the suffocating webs, rallying the trapped villagers to fight through the shadowy bindings that sought to consume them. Arachne's luminous silver hair dimmed, reflecting the fierce struggle within her soul, ignited by Selene's relentless challenge to the fabric of fate itself. Selene revealed her true motive: to recreate the tapestry of fate by her own design, shattering the old order and weaving a new world from shadows. Stretching the silver thread taut across the village, Arachne endeavored to mend the damage Selene inflicted, her hands trembling with the fragile hope of restoration. The fragmented mirror shimmered with a chilling vision, Arachne standing alone, her luminous silver hair glowing against the creeping darkness, ready to sacrifice herself to mend the tearing threads of fate. The air was thick with the weight of impending loss, yet a faint silver thread pulsed around her, suggesting a slender hope woven into despair. Beneath the cold moonlight, Thuron confronted Selene, their forms etched in contrast, bronze skin against shifting shadows. Their clash was more than physical. It was a battle of willpower and ancient secrets, each strike sending visible ripples through the webs of possibility overhead. Back in her chamber, Arakan's fingers bled as she wove feverishly, her emerald eyes alight with desperation. Threads of hope and despair intertwined on her loom, reflecting her tenuous grasp on fate's delicate balance. For a fleeting moment, the shadows withdrew, revealing Seleni's hooded face. But a sly, knowing smile curled her lips, hinting at deeper plots hidden behind the veil of darkness, layers of intrigue yet to be uncovered. Seeking strength, Arakan whispered to the ancestral spirits embedded within her silk threads, anchoring herself in their ancient wisdom. Their presence shimmered faintly amidst the weaving, infusing her with resolve and guiding her hands through the tangled pattern of destiny. Thuron's strength waned under Seleni's relentless assault, his resolve flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet the glowing swirl of his old tattoo flared brightly, a reminder of his sacred duty and buried courage igniting within him anew. Inspired by Arakan's unwavering determination, the villagers gathered their courage, their whispered hopes weaving through the air like fragile threads. The once fearful faces now glimmered with renewed spirit, ready to stand against the encroaching shadows. Selene summoned a tempest of shadows that churned and twisted, consuming earth and root alike. The ground cracked as if the land itself rebelled, a dark web spreading to snuff out the village's fragile light. Anchored deeply to the silver thread of fate, Arakan radiated a shimmering light that pushed back against the consuming storm. Her presence became a steadfast beacon, a living thread unraveled in the face of chaos. Her weaving blossomed into a beacon, a luminous net that reached into shadow's depths. Lost souls, once swallowed by darkness, found their way back to the warmth of hope, guided by the steady glow of her creation. At the village's edge, Thuron intercepted waves of shadow figures creeping forward, each strike buying precious moments for Arakan's vital work. His actions spun a protective web, weaving time and space to shield the fragile future they sought to save. A cruel sneer twisted Selene's face as she revealed a broken spindle, one that had once belonged to Arakan's mother. The relic was a bitter reminder of past losses entwined with present struggles, the threads of family and fate cruelly fraying. Although her heart trembled, Arakan wove a new pattern, more intricate and resilient than anything before. Each thread pulse radiated strength, a tapestry crafted from both pain and hope, defying the shadows lurking close. The mirror shards began to realign, their fractured surfaces melding and shifting to unveil altered possibilities. Futures shimmered and blurred, reflecting the ever-changing weave of choice and chance. A sharp glance passed between Thuron and Arakan, heavy with unspoken resolve and trust. In that moment, their shared purpose wove an unbreakable thread, binding warrior and weaver alike against the encroaching night. Selene's power surged as she summoned a colossal spider, its vast web sprawling across the horizon. This living web threatened to ensnare every potential future, its shadowy threads tightening like chains around the fate of all. With steady hands, Arakan wove the silver thread into a dazzling net of light, challenging the monstrous web's dark grasp. Their struggle was a dance of shadow and radiance, each thread a lifeline in the looming chaos. The giant spider lashed out violently, shards of darkness splintering in every direction. The very air crackled as light and shadow collided, each fragment a volatile echo of the battle's fierce intensity. Seizing a crucial moment, Thuron leapt onto the spider, shattering one of its legs and fracturing the web's hold. The creature's snarls echoed as the integrity of the shadowy snare weakened, opening a fragile path forward. With a decisive cry, Arakan pulled the silver thread taut, preparing to draw the final knot that would bind fate anew. Every muscle strained, every thread humming with the power of culmination as the moment of reckoning neared. Above the village, shadows and light swirled in a maelstrom, fiercely contending for dominance over the land. The fabric of reality itself trembled as threads of dark and luminescence intertwined in a chaotic storm. Selene's voice rang with desperation and temptation, offering Arakan immense power in exchange for surrendering the spindle and control over fate. Her plea was a woven trap of promises, dark silk laced with irredeemable consequences. Arakan's refusal was unwavering. She wove a pattern of unity rather than dominion, honoring the sacred laws that governed their realm. Her tapestry radiated harmony, rejecting control and embracing the bound threads that connected all lives. The spindle pulsed with radiant energy, binding Seleni's shadow once more to the mirror fragments scattered throughout their world. The dark force was sealed within reflections, a captive strand in the grand weave once again. As the great web unraveled, a surge of brilliant light flooded the land, washing away despair and fear. Hope blossomed across the village, and beyond, threads of possibility woven anew into the tapestry of destiny. Cradling the now whole mirror, Arachne gazed into its smooth surface, where reflections shimmered with a balanced future. The fragmented edges had been mended, and with them, the threads of destiny aligned once more. Each shard fit seamlessly, revealing a harmonious dance of light and shadow within its depths. Thuron knelt beside her, his bronze skin marked from battle but his spirit unwavering. Their shared resolve was written plainly in their posture, guardians not only of the people, but of the fragile threads that tied them all. Together, they bore the weight of what had passed and the promise of what was to come. From the darkened alleys and quiet homes, villagers began to emerge, their faces brightening as the oppressive shadow lifted from their hearts. The once heavy air now sparkled with hope, threads of light weaving through the streets and homes. Their steps were lighter, and whispers of gratitude floated like silver threads in the morning breeze. Arachne's silver hair glowed with an intensity unmatched before, luminescent strands weaving an aura of restored destiny around her. It was as if the very essence of fate had taken refuge in her locks, radiant and undeniable. This brilliance symbolized the renewed balance and the mending of broken paths once lost. In the mirror's depths, Seleni's shadow receded, slowly fading into the webbed surface until she was bound within its reflective prison. Though confined, her eyes never left the world outside, a silent reminder that challenges lingered beneath the surface. Her presence remained a cautious thread woven through the fabric of their peace. Together, Thuron and Arachne planted a sapling at the village heart, soil embracing roots destined to grow alongside the people who nurtured it. This living symbol represented new beginnings and the intertwining of fate and resilience. As their hands covered the earth, the silver thread shimmered faintly around the sprout, promising endurance and growth. Gathering once more around the village fire, the community shared stories woven with laughter and hope. Threads of past struggles and future dreams intertwined as they found strength in their collective spirit. The fire's glow reflected in their eyes, binding them in warmth and renewed connection. Arachne sat among the children, teaching them to weave delicate threads of their own, each stitch a lesson in courage and wisdom. Her luminous hair cast gentle light over their eager faces as they learned to craft destinies with steady hands and hopeful hearts. Through them, the art of weaving fate would endure beyond her own time. Resting peacefully on a pedestal, the mirror shimmered quietly, its surface alive with glimpses of unseen possibilities. Though calm, it held the stories not yet told, futures waiting like threads in a loom. It stood as both guardian and guide, an eternal witness to the ever-shifting tapestry of life. Looking toward the horizon, Arachne's gaze caught the faint glow of the silver thread winding softly through the air. The story of fate unfolded endlessly before her, an unbroken weave of light and shadow. With steady breath, she embraced the journey ahead, knowing that destiny never truly rests. The lights flickered as Dr. Leela Reed activated the quantum communicator, her fingers trembling slightly. "If this works," she whispered, "we can talk across dimensions." In the lab's eerie glow, a humming portal shimmered to life, rippling like disturbed water. She adjusted the frequency, scanning for a response beyond the veil of reality. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the static. It was faint, distorted, yet unmistakably human. "Hello, can you hear me?" came the fragile sound from an unknown world. Leela's heart pounded. It was the proof she'd sought her entire career, but the signals grew unstable, the communicator straining under an otherworldly energy. She realized the contact wasn't just a message, it was a lifeline. Another transmission arrived, clearer this time. "We need your help. Our dimension is collapsing." Determined, Leela dove into the schematics, designing a bridge to stabilize the breach between worlds. Her tools hummed and sparks flew as she synchronized dimensional frequencies. Suddenly, the lab trembled, the air thick with charged particles. Through the portal stepped a figure, tall, shimmering, a mirror of humanity but not quite the same. "Thank you for answering," the visitor said, voice melodic yet urgent. Together, they worked feverishly, merging science and hope to repair the rift. With a final adjustment, the portal steadied, radiating calm instead of chaos. Leela exhaled, exhaustion mingling with triumph as stability returned. The visitor smiled. "Our worlds are saved, but this connection, it marks a new beginning." As the portal faded, Leela looked up, whispering, "We're not alone anymore." In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. The map had never led anyone back. Lena unfolded the brittle parchment under the fading light, eyes sharp with determination. "They say the rift speaks," her mentor had warned, voice gravely. Yet here she was, standing at the chasm's edge, heart pounding with both fear and hope. Suddenly, a whisper unlike any breeze drifted from the depths. "Come closer," it seemed to chant, a voice ancient and laced with secrets. Lena stepped forward, feet steady despite the abyss below. The winds shifted, revealing an invisible path shimmering faintly in the air. With cautious steps, she descended, each echo blending with whispered tales of lost travelers. Midway, a glowing glyph pulsed beneath her touch, illuminating murals carved ages ago. They told a story of a guardian trapped within, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. "Why me?" Lena whispered, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her. A soft warmth enveloped her, and the guardian's voice resonated. "Your heart knows the way." Following the glowing trail, Lena reached a chamber where light and shadow danced in harmony. There, suspended in crystalline chains, hovered an orb of pure energy. Gently, she reached out, breaking the bonds with a surge of courage and faith. As the orb ascended, the rift began to hum, the ground steadying beneath her feet. Outside, the sky cleared, revealing a horizon bursting with promise and endless trails. Lena smiled, knowing she'd not only returned, but unlocked a destiny intertwined with forgotten lore. "Every whisper has a voice," she said softly, stepping into the dawn, ready for whatever awaited. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. The key must be near, she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled. It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. In the village of Elder's Hollow, no one dared to light the old lantern after dusk, except Mara. One foggy evening, Mara found the lantern hanging from a crooked branch deep in the woods. A soft glow flickered inside, and a whisper brushed against her ear, "Follow the light." Curiosity overcame fear as she lit the lantern, its flame burning with an eerie blue hue. The whisper grew louder, leading her along a winding path she'd never seen before. Branches seemed to bend away, shadows dancing just beyond the light's reach. At the path's end, a forgotten well lay shrouded in mist, its stones ancient and crumbled. The whisper urged, "Look within," and Mara peered down into the darkness below. Suddenly, a face emerged, a child trapped in twilight, eyes wide with hope. "Help me," the voice pleaded softly, the lantern's light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Mara grasped the rope tied to the well's edge and began to pull gently. With effort, the child was lifted into the cool night air, the mist parting as if in gratitude. The boy reached out, and as their hands touched, the lantern's flame turned warm and golden. "Thank you," he whispered, before fading into the glow and disappearing into the night. The village suddenly felt alive, the air lighter, as if a long-held sadness had lifted. Mara returned to the hollow, the lantern now dim but peaceful in her hands. The next morning, villagers found the old well sealed and the forest calm. The lantern brought back the lost, Mara told them quietly, her eyes shining with wonder. From that day on, the village no longer feared the woods at night, knowing light could chase even the deepest shadows. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, a soft whisper reminded them that hope lingers where the light shines. The console blinked to life in the silent command room, a single message flashing on the screen. Captain Arya leaned forward, reading the coordinates aloud. An unknown signal from the edge of Xylon 9. Without hesitation, she ordered the ship to change course, curiosity outweighing caution. The crew scrambled, boots echoing as the cargo bay doors sealed behind them. Hours later, the starship approached a derelict vessel, its hull scarred by cosmic storms. No signs of life, the sensors reported, but the signal persisted, a faint, rhythmic pulse. Arya donned her suit and stepped into the airlock, heart pounding with each breath. The door creaked open, revealing a control room frozen in time, dust particles dancing in the beam of her flashlight. Her fingers traced the console, then paused as the signal intensified, syncing with a mysterious device. Suddenly, static cleared, a voice whispered, "Help," a plea lost for decades. Determined, Arya tapped into the ship's systems, rerouting power to the ancient transmitter. The vessel hummed alive. Star charts and messages flooded her screen, lost knowledge waiting to be shared. "We've found a treasure trove," she told her crew, her voice trembling with awe. They worked together to decode the data, piecing together the story of a forgotten colonization attempt. Weeks later, the crew broadcast the discovered information back to the galaxy, a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. Arya watched as the message dispersed, knowing their discovery would rewrite history. Back on the bridge, she smiled softly. Sometimes, the past finds you when you least expect it. The derelict ship faded behind them, no longer lost, but remembered. The signal ceased, but its legacy had only just begun to echo through the stars. And in the quiet hum of the starship, new adventures awaited, guided by the light of old transmissions. Marvin stands before the mirror, his fingers gently stroking the proud, thick curls of his mustache. He adjusts his round spectacles and contemplates the day ahead, feeling ready for any challenge. Leela bursts into the apartment with a grin, holding up a brightly colored invitation to a mustache competition. "Uncle Marvin, you have to enter." she exclaims, her pink hair bouncing with excitement. Marvin smiles confidently, tightening his yellow and green striped tie, a sure sign of his determined mood. "I'll win it again this year," he declares with pride. He carefully arranges his grooming tools on the cluttered desk, while Mr. Whiskers slinks silently behind, eyeing the gleaming mustache comb with suspicious intent. With one final glance at the mirror, Marvin waves goodbye to Leela, who promises to guard the apartment and keep everything just right. Marvin steps onto the bustling city street, his stride confident and purposeful as he heads toward the competition venue, buzzing with excitement. Midway through his walk, Marvin suddenly freezes, feeling an uncanny lightness on his face where his mustache should be. Confused, he stops in his tracks. He peers into a shop window reflection and gasps. His cherished, curly mustache has completely vanished without a trace. In a surge of panic, Marvin sprints back home, overturning piles of vintage knickknacks and hunting all corners for any clue to his missing mustache. Leela arrives with a determined gleam in her eye, just as Marvin inspects his grooming kit through his magnifying glass, vowing to uncover the mystery at all costs. Mr. Whiskers flicks his tail leisurely, knocking Marvin's mustache comb off the table with a deliberate swish, watching their reactions carefully. Leela crouches near the windowsill and points to tiny strands of hair left behind, suggesting that the aloof tabby may be involved in the disappearance. Determined, Marvin sets up a variety of comical traps around the apartment, from sticky mustache-shaped nets to jars of swirling potions, hoping to catch the elusive thief. Despite the efforts, Mr. Whiskers nimbly evades every trap, slipping through false walls and darting beneath furniture, while Marvin and Leela grow increasingly frustrated and weary. The hours tick down toward the competition, tension mounting as Marvin feels the pressure of reclaiming his identity and pride before it's too late. Seeking alternative help, Marvin and Leela visit an eccentric local barber, who offers a strange, temporary fake mustache potion with wild promises. Marvin tries the potion nervously, but it causes his mustache to wiggle uncontrollably like a living creature, drawing amused stares and creating a public spectacle they hadn't anticipated. Embarrassed and frustrated, Marvin ditches the potion and decides to pursue leads outside, scanning the streets for anything resembling his lost mustache. Along a crowded street, Marvin spots a stranger sporting a suspiciously familiar curly mustache that seems oddly out of place, stirring Marvin's suspicion. Confronting the man, Marvin receives evasive answers, but the man inadvertently reveals a hidden stash of mustache wax, intensifying the mystery. Leela connects the dots, proposing that this man could be part of a mustache smuggling ring, explaining the strange disappearance. Following a trail of wax droplets that glisten along the pavement, they arrive at a shadowy underground hideout filled with peculiar mustache-related artifacts. Hidden inside, they overhear hushed voices discussing an exclusive mustache auction scheduled for that very evening, offering a crucial lead. Realizing their slim chance to recover the mustache, Marvin and Leela swiftly plan to infiltrate the auction, crafting disguises to pass as eccentric collectors. Donning flamboyant costumes adorned with exaggerated fake mustaches, they step into the shadowy auction room, blending into a crowd of curious enthusiasts. At the auction, Marvin's eyes fixate on a small, intriguing box labeled "The Finest Curly Mustache." His heart races, seeing a chance to reclaim what he lost. The box seems almost enchanted, promising a secret to his missing mustache. Marvin nervously raises his bid among a crowd of dubious bidders, cloaked in shadows and whispers. Each increase tightens the knot of tension in his stomach. Suddenly, a mysterious figure outbids him at the last moment, their identity hidden by a wide-brimmed hat and darkness. Refusing to give up, Marvin signals Leela with a glance. In response, she theatrically sways and collapses dramatically at the auction floor, drawing all eyes towards her. Instant uproar erupts as bidders rush to Leela's side, concerned for her sudden faint. The distraction creates a perfect moment for Marvin to stealthily slip the coveted box into his coat pocket. Back in a quiet corner, Marvin eagerly opens the box, only to find a cryptic note inside. It reads, "Look close in your own reflection," leaving Marvin puzzled and intrigued. Perplexed, Marvin pulls out his trusty pocket mirror and lifts it toward his face. Behind him, Mr. Whiskers sits calmly, licking his fur in a peculiar, deliberate manner that catches Marvin's eye. Suddenly, Marvin notices a tuft of his curly mustache clinging stubbornly to Mr. Whiskers' striped collar. The revelation dawns like a bolt of lightning. The cat is involved. The trio quickly pieces it together. Mr. Whiskers must have playfully swiped the mustache earlier, unknowingly causing the great disappearance. Marvin can't help but chuckle at the feline's mischievous role. Back in his cluttered vintage apartment, Marvin tenderly massages conditioner into his chin. He's hopeful, if a bit skeptical, wishing for even the slightest sign of regrowth before the next competition. Leela, ever inventive, whips up a quirky mustache growth potion using random kitchen ingredients. She presents it to Marvin with a mischievous grin, dubbing it their last, humorous hope. Marvin applies the homemade concoction cautiously, his fingers crossed beneath his perfectly striped yellow and green tie. Despite his skepticism, there's a glimmer of hope in his eyes. To their amazement, tiny hairs begin sprouting unevenly across Marvin's upper lip. The patchy new look is amusing if nothing else, but it breathes new life into his confidence. Emboldened by his unique growth, Marvin straightens his tie and adjusts his spectacles. He sets off determined to embrace this quirky new mustache at the competition venue. Upon arrival, the crowd bursts into laughter and cheers at Marvin's half-grown, unconventional mustache. The warm welcome deflates his nerves and fills him with unexpected pride. During the contest, Marvin captivates the audience with a witty speech about humor and acceptance. His charm and honesty resonate deeply, transforming the event's atmosphere. The judges, thoroughly entertained and impressed, award Marvin a special, most original mustache prize. It's a surprising twist that celebrates creativity over perfection. Beside him, Leela beams with pride while Mr. Whiskers purrs contentedly. Marvin's grin stretches wider than ever, his spirit lifted by their shared victory. The enigmatic auction figure reappears, stepping out of the shadows with a kind smile. They reveal themselves as a retired mustache champion, commending Marvin's admirable spirit. They hand Marvin an old photo album filled with bold, eccentric mustache styles from decades past. The images spark a newfound inspiration to explore diverse, playful looks in the days ahead. Marvin expresses heartfelt thanks to Leela and Mr. Whiskers. He realizes that sometimes unexpected mishaps blossom into remarkable adventures filled with laughter and growth. Back home, the trio settles into familiar comfort as Marvin carefully tends to his regrowing mustache. The cluttered apartment feels warmer, echoing their shared bond and triumph. Inspired, Leela begins a scrapbook titled Marvin's Mustache Mysteries, capturing every quirky moment of their journey. It's a testament to their camaraderie and Marvin's unmatched mustache saga. Mr. Whiskers curls up cozily on Marvin's lap, sporting a tiny, comically fake mustache crafted by Leela. The sight elicits chuckles and a sense of playfulness that fills the room. Marvin practices various mustache styles in the mirror, each more whimsical than the last. His striped yellow and green tie remains impeccably in place, matching his light-hearted mood. The apartment soon buzzes with laughter and cheer as they prepare a small celebration party. Quirky mustache-themed decorations dangle from the ceiling, marking an unforgettable chapter in Marvin's life. Suddenly, a letter slid gracefully under Marvin's cluttered apartment door, its envelope sealed with an elaborate mustache emblem that immediately caught his meticulous eye. He picked it up, intrigued by this unexpected delivery amidst his familiar vintage surroundings. Inside the envelope, Marvin discovered an elegant invitation to the International Mustache Festival, beckoning him to showcase his signature bushy, curly mustache among the world's finest. This was the next grand challenge he had been unknowingly awaiting. Leela bounced with excitement, her bright pink hair shaking as she suggested they travel together to the festival, igniting dreams of mustache adventures spanning the globe. Marvin's heart warmed at the idea of sharing this whimsical journey with his lively niece. With focused energy, Marvin packed his cherished grooming kit, carefully placing his magnifying glass, assorted potion bottles, and the ever-important mustache comb inside. Ready for mystery and maintenance alike, he prepared to face whatever surprises the festival might hold. Mr. Whiskers, ever the aloof companion, lazily inspected a new batch of mustache wax on the windowsill, his patch-over-one-eye gaze hinting that he too would join in on their next escapade. The tabby's subtle chaos was always part of their story. Marvin took a reflective moment before the mirror to admire his fully regrown mustache, now showing a distinguished hint of silver at the tips of its curls. This sign of time added character to his ever-prized facial feature, a symbol of his enduring spirit. A gentle smile spread across Marvin's face as he thought back. Losing his mustache had taught him to find joy beyond appearances and embrace life's unexpected turns with grace. The tie around his neck, striped yellow and green, seemed to brighten in approval. The trio stepped out from the cozy, cluttered apartment onto the bustling city street, ready to embark on their upcoming journey together. The air was filled with promise, and their spirits danced in unison with the crowd's lively rhythm. Behind them, a stray curl of hair floated lazily in the gentle breeze, a playful reminder that every grand adventure begins with a single, seemingly insignificant strand. It twirled like the start of a new story, yet to be told. The scene faded out with Marvin adjusting his striped tie confidently, Leela grinning mischievously, and Mr. Whiskers trailing silently behind. United and spirited, they were all set for whatever curious mysteries awaited them next. Mira stands silently at the edge of the misty valley, clutching her pendant which emits a soft, pulsating glow. Her bright green eyes scan the hazy landscape, uncertainty and resolve mingling within her gaze. Kale strides into the village, his towering frame and the scar across his left cheek marking him as a warrior seasoned by battles. His hand tightens around the uniquely hilted sword at his side, his expression stern and determined. In a small, dimly lit room, Eldra unfurls an ancient map, her silver hair shimmering faintly beneath the light of her enchanted cloak. Her trembling finger traces the path leading toward the fabled crystal veil, eyes narrowed in concentration. The village elder, his face lined with worry, speaks gravely to Mira about the encroaching shadows spreading beyond the hills. Dark clouds loom ominously above, signaling a threat that grows with each passing day. Deep within the forest, a faint blue light glows from a mysterious mirror shard lying half-buried among the leaves. The fragment pulses softly, its eerie radiance reflecting the growing tension in the air. When Mira picks up the shard, her pendant suddenly reacts, pulsing in synchrony as if resonating with the fragment's power. A sudden chill runs through her, hinting at an unseen connection between the two objects. At the edge of the village, Kale and Mira meet, their concerns about the spreading darkness aligning. Words are exchanged, both realizing the severity of the situation they face together. Eldra joins the pair, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she recounts the legend of the Crystal Veil. This mystical barrier is the realm's last defense against the advancing shadow, and its weakening signals peril. United in purpose, the trio agree to embark on a perilous journey to the Crystal Veil. A sense of urgency and determination propels them forward, despite the dangers that await. Unseen among the gnarled trees, a shadowy figure observes the travelers, eyes gleaming with malice. The figure's presence goes unnoticed, silently plotting their next move. As preparations continue, Mira's pendant flares brilliantly, casting intense light that fills the room with an almost otherworldly glow. This sudden illumination seems to warn of the challenges ahead. The village elder presents Mira with an ancient talisman, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. He urges caution, emphasizing the talisman's importance in the trials to come. Testing the talisman against the mirror shard, Mira is startled as the shard reacts violently, momentarily enveloped in shadow. The clash of light and darkness hints at the power struggle they are about to face. Their first trail takes them through a dense, enchanted forest where whispers seem to echo from every direction. The light filters weakly through twisted branches, deepening the sense of unease. A sudden, chilling wind cuts through the air, heralding the approach of shadow creatures lurking at the forest's edge. Their intent is clear, and the hunt begins in earnest. Mira channels the pendant's radiant light, driving back the shadow beasts that attack. Though forced to retreat for now, the creature's bolder advances indicate they will not give up easily. Kale brandishes his uniquely hilted sword, slicing through the encroaching shadows with practiced skill. His defense keeps the group protected, but the pressure of the assault weighs heavily on them all. Eldra murmurs an incantation, her robes shimmering under the faint moonlight as she weaves a flickering barrier of blue light around them. The protective aura brings some respite amid the growing darkness. Suddenly, the mirror shard vanishes from Mira's grasp, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. The absence sends a wave of panic through the group, signaling a grave setback. Fear rises as they realize the shard was likely stolen by the shadowy figure watching from afar. The urgency to recover it intensifies, knowing its loss could unravel their mission. Following faint traces, the trio discovers a hidden cave, its entrance bathed in an eerie, luminous blue. The unnatural glow deepens the mystery and hints at the dangers lurking within. Inside, distorted reflections ripple across countless mirrors, confusing their senses and disorienting their steps. The line between reality and illusion blurs dangerously in the cave's depths. Mira reaches out to touch one mirror and suddenly glimpses a trapped version of herself shrouded in darkness. The vision stirs deep fears and questions about what they face. Reacting quickly, Kale shatters a nearby mirror with a decisive blow, breaking the illusory trap and pulling Mira back from the haunting vision. Their resolve must not falter despite these mind games. Eldra warns of their adversary's cunning. The shadow enemy uses mirrors to warp reality and manipulate perceptions. This revelation deepens the shadow's threat, making their journey all the more perilous. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a shimmering figure emerges, a spectral guardian manifesting from swirling mist and light. Its presence radiates a challenge, testing the strength and resolve of each traveler without a word spoken. The air thrums with tension, the faint blue glow of the crystal veil pulsing softly around them. Mira steps forward, her bright green eyes softening the guardian's fierce gaze. Rather than drawing weapons, she speaks gently, her words woven with understanding and compassion. This unexpected kindness causes the guardian's form to shimmer and retreat, granting them safe passage forward through the eerie silence. Kale scans the rocky floor, noticing footprints deeper in the dust, not just one, but many. The tracks weave through the shadows, hinting at multiple unseen foes rather than a lone thief. His fingers brush the hilt of his sword, muscles tensing in silent warning. Suddenly, the cave quakes violently as a tempest of shadows surges toward them. The walls undulate with the storm's approaching fury, forcing the trio to seek shelter in a narrow crevice, where the crystal veil's faint blue light flickers dangerously. Outside, the storm's ominous roar grows louder, threatening to consume light and life alike. In the dim refuge, Eldra's silver hair glistens faintly under moonlight as she speaks gravely. The crystal veil is weakening, its protective power unraveling and unleashing chaotic storms and disorienting mirror reflections. Their path grows ever more perilous as the balance between light and shadow frays further. Mira clutches her glowing pendant tightly, a flicker of doubt passing across her face. She senses an intangible link, a mysterious pull between her talisman and the fragile crystal veil. A swirling conflict brews within her, between hope and fear, connection and uncertainty. They emerge cautiously from the cave just as the shadow storm dissipates, leaving behind silence and shattered mirror fragments scattered like fallen stars. The eerie calm presses upon them, punctuated only by the faint blue glow lingering in the air. Their journey continues, marked by both danger and fragile beauty. Later that night, beneath the tapestry of stars, Eldra unfurls ancient scrolls by firelight. Her fingers trace cryptic runes and forgotten scripts, uncovering a hidden ritual with the power to restore the crystal veil. The enchanted cloak shimmers softly, reflecting the urgency in her gaze. The ritual demands a union of three forces: the radiant light contained within Mira's pendant, the unwavering strength forged into Kale's sword, and Eldra's potent magic. Only together can they rekindle the veil's fragile light and mend the torn balance. Each holds a crucial element needed to face the encroaching darkness. That night, Mira dreams vividly of a realm beyond mirrors, a place bathed in surreal light and shadow. Whispers brush past her ears, secrets spoken softly by shadows that hint at her hidden past. The dream lingers, stirring questions deep within her heart about her true connection to the Veil. Kale shares stories by the fire of battles beneath long-forgotten constellations, tales filled with courage and resilience. These memories kindle hope in the companions, reminding them that light can thrive even in the darkest hour. The bond between them strengthens, woven through shared history and determined spirit. Together they find an ancient altar, half swallowed by ivy but still regal, the heart of the Vale. Its surface is etched with faint luminescent runes, pulsing gently with the Vale's fading power. The place hums quietly with potential, beckoning them to restore its glory. Carefully, they place the mirror shard and ancient talisman upon the altar's center. As soon as the objects settle, an energy stirs, delicate yet growing, signaling the start of the sacred ritual. Their breaths synchronize, and the air thickens with magic and anticipation. Shadows surge and writhe violently around them, lashing out in fury to disrupt their ceremony. The dark forms twist unpredictably, threatening to extinguish the fledgling light and sever the fragile connection they strive to mend. Each second stretches taut under the torrent of shadowy opposition. Eldra's chanting grows louder, her voice weaving a protective barrier as Mira focuses, guiding a steady beam of light through her glowing pendant. The enchanted cloak flashes under moonlight, amplifying their combined power to resist the encroaching darkness. The ritual's pulse strengthens despite the turmoil surrounding them. Kale stands firm, sword raised high, its unique hilt catching the faint glow of the Vale's light. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance bursts forth from his blade, casting shadows back and illuminating the altar. For the first time, the sword channels a pure inner light, a beacon against encroaching night. Suddenly, the veil between worlds weakens further, and a dark figure steps forward from the thinning veil. Its presence radiates cold menace and sorrow as it reveals itself as the corrupted guardian of the veil, seeking to shatter the delicate boundary entirely. The ritual falters as tension mounts between realms. The figure claims its role as protector turned prisoner, trapped and tainted by shadows over centuries. It desires freedom, threatening to unravel the Vale's powers completely if unheeded. Its voice echoes with pain and anger, blurring lines between foe and victim. Mira bravely steps from the circle, gazing into the Guardian's shadowed eyes with empathy and understanding. She recognizes the sorrow behind its torment, perceiving a shared history etched in shadow and light. This connection sparks a fragile moment of vulnerability in the Dark Guardian. The Guardian hesitates, the shadowed form wavering as if recalling a distant light. Seizing the moment, the trio recommits their energies, voices, and wills united, renewing the powerful ritual. Their synchronized strength weaves a shimmering web of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Raw energy floods the altar, and the battle between light and shadow erupts violently around them. Pulses of radiant blue flash against waves of swirling black, each strike reshaping the fragile balance. The crystal veil responds, awakening with renewed force as their struggle reaches its climax. Around the altar, the crystal veil glows brighter, a luminous shield expanding outward as the dark figure fades in retreat. The spectral tension lessens, and the air clears with the scent of cleansing light. It becomes clear the veil is mending, slowly but decisively. Kale's sword gleams intensely, its blade now a conduit for the veil's restored power. The light dances over its unique hilt, casting bold reflections across the clearing. His grip tightens, a symbol of resolve as their combined effort takes hold. The mirror shard glows steadily in Mira's palm, now suffused with pure and steady light. It hums softly in harmony with her pendant, both acting as vessels for the revitalized veil. The warmth of the light soothes the lingering shadows around them. With a final, reverent chant, Eldra seals the ritual's power, her voice weaving the last strands of magic into the veil. Above, storm clouds calm, their shadows dissolving beneath a gathering peaceful light. The veil's glow steadies, marking a fragile yet hopeful balance restored for the moment. In the soft glow of the crystal veil, the Guardian's form shimmered, revealing a fallen spirit of light, once bound in shadow but now restored by the ancient ritual. Freed, the spirit's brilliance radiated purity, lifting the lingering darkness to dawn's first light. Mira, Kale, and Eldra stood silently, awed by the transformation that promised renewal. Mira clutched her pendant, now warm with the power of the crystal veil itself, tiny fragments embedded within it flickering like stars. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of hope and resilience, carrying the veil's protective essence. She felt its quiet strength pulse through her veins, a beacon against future shadows. Kale's scar, once a harsh mark of countless battles, began to fade softly as he gazed toward the horizon. The wound's healing was not just physical but emblematic of his inner peace, earned through trials and newfound purpose. With steady breath, he sheathed his sword, ready to face whatever future dawn held. Eldra's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as her cloak shimmered under the returning stars of night, reflecting the balance restored. The constellations mirrored in the embroidery seemed to dance, celebrating their triumph over darkness. Her ancient wisdom smiled in harmony with the quiet magic enveloping them all. As the sky cleared, the village elder greeted them warmly, his eyes reflecting the returning light to the valley. The once bleak landscape bloomed anew with vibrant colors and life, shadows receding to the edges of memory. Their community, strengthened, embraced the trio as harbingers of peace restored. Mira carefully set the ancient mirror shard into a newly built protective shrine, its delicate surface catching and bending the returning light. This gesture sealed a promise, warding the village against the encroaching dark, safeguarding the balance between realms. The shrine stood as a testament to vigilance and hope for generations to come. Kale took to training the village's new protectors, his voice steady as he passed on the strength and wisdom found on their journey. The unique hilt of his sword caught the sun's rays, symbolizing his commitment to their shared future. His lessons forged more than warriors, they shaped guardians of light and shadow alike. Eldra began teaching magic anew, embracing both light and shadow in her lessons to foster harmony within the village. Her shimmering cloak sparkled under the moon, echoing the unity she wished to instill. Under her guidance, knowledge thrived, planting seeds of balance and peace among eager minds. By the still lake, Mira sat quietly, the pendant around her neck glowing softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. A profound connection to a wider world settled within her heart, emboldening her spirit beyond the valley's bounds. In that moment, she understood her role as both protector and hope's-bearer. Above the valley, the crystal veil shimmered faintly, an eternal sentinel watching over the land. Its gentle light wove through the trees and hills, reminding all of the peace and balance now steadfast in their home. The veil remained, a lasting guardian where light and shadow coexisted in harmony. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. "We want sunlight." Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. "Who keeps mistreating the plants like this?" she demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit. Or should he say, the conspiracy? What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paperclips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. "All right, leafy masterminds," Tim said, chuckling. "What's the plan?" The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering, the spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even MS Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus, it leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. "Guess even office politics have a quirky side," Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. The evening fog curled around the old clock tower as Eliza crept closer, clutching the folded letter in her hand. Her heart pounded with every step. The letter promised a secret buried for decades, hidden right beneath the ticking face above. Old Man Grayson's cryptic warning echoed in her mind. Not all timekeepers guard moments. Some keep shadows. Eliza reached the iron door at the tower's base, her fingers trembling as she found the rusted key taped under the ledge. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that disappeared into darkness and dust. She took a deep breath and descended, the faint sound of the clock's ticking growing louder in her ears. Midway down, a glimmer caught her eye, a small leather pouch tucked into a crack on the wall. Inside, she found a collection of strange keys and a worn diary belonging to her grandfather, a man she barely knew. Flipping through, cryptic notes mapped a hidden compartment beneath the clock's mechanism. Her fingers quickly found the latch, releasing a panel that revealed a shaded alcove bathed in moonlight. Inside lay an old photograph and a delicate music box, its surface etched with a family crest she recognized. As she opened the music box, a haunting melody filled the silent tower, swirling memories of forgotten days. Eliza's eyes welled up. The photograph showed her grandmother, smiling beneath the clock tower, long before it was abandoned. A folded note inside the box read, "Time seals what the heart never forgets." She realized the secret wasn't gold or jewels, but the preservation of a family's love frozen in time. With a soft smile, Eliza wound the clock's mechanism to resume its silent vigil. The morning light illuminated the tower as she stepped out, the town oblivious to the quiet restoration. Eliza whispered, "Some mysteries aren't lost, they are waiting to be found." As the clock chimed at dawn, she clutched her grandfather's diary close, a new story just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, the clock tower kept its steady beat, a heartbeat echoing through the years. The raft cracked beneath Mia's hands, as waves threatened to swallow the last of her hope. Struggling against the storm, she spotted a flicker of light, faint but real, an island's glow in the distance. As dawn broke, jagged cliffs emerged, wrapped in thick vines and ancient shadows. Mia's boots hit soil rich, with mystery and forgotten stories hidden beneath moss and time. Ahead, a path carved from stone led deep into the jungle's heart, calling her forward with silent promise. Branches parted to reveal ruins entwined with nature, whispering secrets only the brave could hear. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. A wild creature bounded from the underbrush, eyes glinting like embers. Heart pounding, Mia remembered her grandfather's words. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but moving through it." Breathing steady, she stepped forward slowly, speaking calmly to the creature, earning a cautious truce. Deeper into the temple, carvings told of a guardian and a crystal with the power to heal or destroy. Mia's fingers traced the symbols, and the ground shuddered beneath her. The temple was waking. With quick reflexes, she dodged collapsing pillars and rushing water that threatened to trap her forever. In the temple's core, a chamber glowed with ethereal light, the crystal pulsing like a heartbeat. "This is it," Mia whispered, eyes fixed on the glowing prize that could save her village. As she reached out, the guardian emerged, not a creature of flesh, but light and shadow intertwined. It spoke without words, a voice felt in the soul. "Balance must be kept. What you take, you must give." Mia nodded, understanding that power came with responsibility beyond her own desire. She placed the crystal on the ancient altar, offering her own courage and hope in exchange. A wave of warmth spread through her, mingling with the island's song, sealing their pact forever. Stepping back onto her raft, Mia looked toward home, the horizon bright with promise and new beginnings. The sun was a dull orange smear behind a sickly haze when Mara stepped out from the ruins of what was once her village. Dust choked the air, carrying whispers of a world long gone, but Mara breathed it in and exhaled determination. She stumbled upon a crumpled tin box half buried in the dirt, its metal biting cold to her touch. Inside, she found a faded map, scribbled lines leading beyond the scorched horizon to a place called New Haven. "Hope," Mara muttered, folding the fragile paper with care, feeling the weight of a new purpose tethered to her heart. Behind her, the skeletal remains of buildings stood like silent sentinels, watching her flee the past. Mara's journey was through ash-covered fields and cracked roads, each step an echo of forgotten laughter and lost dreams. At night, under a sky half swallowed by smoke, she shared stories with shadows, keeping loneliness at bay. Days bled into nights, hunger gnawed, but the thought of New Haven's promise pushed her onward. Suddenly, a figure rose from the dust. A boy, no older than 12, eyes flashing with wary hope. "You're going the same way," he said cautiously, gripping a makeshift spear. Mara nodded, and they walked side by side, a flicker of companionship against the vast silence. Together, they crossed fractured highways, past rusting vehicles frozen in time, tombstones of a broken world. One evening, silhouetted against a blistering red sky, they spotted the faint outline of walls in the distance. New Haven wasn't just a name anymore. It was a promise carved into the horizon. As they approached, guarded eyes watched, but Mara raised a hand in peace, the map clutched firmly. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing a community rekindling life amidst the ruins. Children played amidst the gardens, laughter weaving through the air like a healing song. Mara smiled, feeling the heavy burden of solitude lift, replaced with embers of a new beginning. "We survived the end," she whispered. "Now we'll build what comes after." The silent hum of the abandoned space station was broken by a single, unexpected ping on the outdated console. Captain Alara, the last crew member, stared in disbelief as the screen flickered to life with a strange, undecipherable frequency. "This can't be right," she muttered, her fingers trembling as she tried to trace the origin of the signal. Outside the viewport, distant stars twinkled coldly, indifferent to the lonely outpost's mystery. Determined, Alara adjusted the receiver, isolating the pattern embedded within the noise, an encrypted message. Her breath caught when the message resolved into words, chilling and clear. "Help us. Repeat, help us." Memories flashed back, the doomed crew that vanished decades ago, whispers of an experiment gone wrong. With renewed purpose, she initiated the station's ancient transmission array, aiming to send a rescue beacon. As the signal soared into the void, the station's systems flickered, awakening something deep within its core. Suddenly, the lights revealed a hidden chamber, untouched by time, illuminated by pulsating alien technology. Ilara stepped inside, her heart pounding as mechanical limbs extended from the walls, assembling a strange device. A message and a cure, she realized, left behind by those who never returned. She connected the device to the mainframe, watching as data streamed in, revealing a way to reverse the catastrophe. Time was short. The station's instability grew, threatening to tear it apart. Working quickly, Ilara uploaded the cure to the distress signal, transforming it into a beacon of salvation. The console beeped erratically, then fell silent as the station stabilized. The unseen threat dissipated. Outside, rescue ships appeared on the horizon, answering the beacon's new call. As the doors desynchronized and opened, Ilara stepped toward the arriving crew, hope rekindled. "Echoes of the past saved us," she whispered, "and now we bring them home." The space station, no longer a tomb, but a testament to perseverance, as new beginnings unfolded beneath distant stars. The clock in the hotel lobby struck midnight, its chimes swallowed by the creeping fog outside. Detective Margot slipped inside room 7, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open to reveal nothing but an empty bed, untouched since noon, the room unnervingly silent. She inspected the window. No sign of forced entry, just a cool breeze whispering secrets. Suddenly, a faint tapping echoed from the closet. "Who's there?" Margot called, her voice steady despite the chill rising in her spine. No answer, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a code in Morse. Drawing her gun, she cracked open the closet door to reveal a small, antique music box. Margot opened it cautiously. A haunting melody spilled into the air, matching the tapping perfectly. Behind the music box, she found a folded note taped to the wall. Unfolding it, she read, "Find the truth beneath the floorboards." Kneeling, she searched the rug for a trapdoor, fingers brushing against a loose plank. With effort, she pried it open, revealing a narrow space beneath the floor. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages filled with frantic scrawls detailing secret meetings and betrayals. One entry caught her eye. "The visitor at midnight knows the real story." Margot glanced toward the clock. It was midnight now, the hour when the mystery came alive. Footsteps stirred above. She heard a door shut softly, then silence again. Clutching the journal, she smelled a faint trace of perfume, familiar yet elusive. Emerging from the floor, she whispered. The key was hidden in the echoes all along. As dawn broke, the truth unraveled, and Room 7's secret finally found its voice. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, A torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scan the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. Mara stands at the edge of the dense forest, clutching her silver locket as the dusky sky deepens over Glenmore. The impending darkness mirrors the growing unease that tightens in her chest. Her eyes dart to the dimly lit houses nearby, their shadows stretching oddly long and flickering as if alive. A heavy silence seems to weigh down the air, pressing close with unspoken fears. Elias approaches silently, the faded scar on his left cheek visible beneath his dark hood. His voice is low and urgent, warning Mara of the dark force stirring beneath the town's surface. Inside Mara's home, a shattered mirror catches the flickering lamplight, reflecting shadows that twist and move independently. The glass fractures reveal distorted scenes, as if hinting at a hidden, unsettling truth. Memories from Mara's childhood surge unbidden, times spent near the forbidding forest, shadows lurking at the edges, and a fear she never fully understood. A trauma lies buried, tethered tightly to the trees beyond the town's borders. Whispers spread through Glenmore of people vanishing mysteriously, their last sightings registering near the forest's edge. Panic simmers as the town grapples with the impossible disappearances, the darkness seeming to reach ever closer. Suddenly, Mara's silver locket emits a faint glow, its light pulsing gently as if sensing a presence unseen by human eyes. This subtle illumination hints at forces at work beyond the veil of reality. Elias urges Mara to face the hollow, an elusive entity believed responsible for the vanishings. His warning is grave. Confronting it may be the only way to stop the spreading darkness. As night cloaks the forest, Mara peers into its depths, where shadows stretch unnaturally between twisted trees. The atmosphere tightens, each breath heavier as the boundary between worlds begins to blur. She steps carefully onto a broken path littered with shattered glass and dead leaves, the crunch underfoot echoing in the stillness. Every movement feels measured, as if the forest itself watches her approach. Without warning, the ground trembles beneath her feet and distant whispers weave through the air, their words scrambled and impossible to decipher. The eerie sounds unsettle Mara, deepening the sense of unseen presence. A flicker of movement catches her eye, a writhing shadow just beyond the tree line, glowing ember eyes piercing through darkness. The entity recoils like a predator aware of her gaze, disappearing into the night. Gripping her silver locket tightly, Mara feels the shadows teasing retreat, a silent challenge wrapped in malevolence. The elusive glimpse fuels both her fear and determination. Elias recounts old legends of the Hollow, describing it as a fractured spirit feeding on fear and forgotten memories. His words paint a chilling portrait of a menace that thrives in the cracks of reality. Resolved and steeled, Mara vows to find and end the Hollow before its darkness consumes her and Glenmore. The stakes become painfully clear. Failure could mean losing everything she holds dear. Each night, the shadowy figure prowls closer to Mara's home, warping reality in subtle, terrifying ways. The boundaries between the familiar and the nightmare twist beneath its malevolent influence. Mirrors shatter spontaneously around town, splintering into shards that reveal fleeting, distorted glimpses of a dark world lurking beneath normal life. These fractured reflections unsettle the townsfolk, marking each moment with growing dread. Mara is haunted by dreams of drowned faces trapped beneath a black veil. Awakening, she finds water pooling inexplicably on her floor, as if the barrier between dream and reality is eroding. Elias discovers a hidden journal detailing a ritual meant to seal the Hollow's power, yet it demands a great and personal sacrifice. This revelation deepens the peril, casting shadows over their hope. Brief, ghostly appearances of the missing townspeople flicker in reflective surfaces, caught in liminal spaces between worlds. Their silent pleas echo faintly, heightening Mara's resolve to save them. Attempting the ritual, Mara is abruptly attacked by the Hollow's tendrils, thrusting her into a nightmarish vision of despair. She confronts a harrowing inner darkness, testing her courage and will. In the vision, Mara's own face fractures in a broken glass mirror, each shard revealing fragments of her painful past. The reflections offer painful clues that might lead to understanding the Hollow's true nature. Her silver locket pulses with increasing strength, guiding her through the labyrinth of memories and encroaching shadows. This beacon of light becomes her anchor against the overwhelming darkness. Elias faces the townsfolk, whose unnerving calmness and tight-lipped silence hint at secrets too fearful to speak. Their reluctance deepens the mystery and raises the tension between them all. Quietly, Mara slips into the town library, unearthing faded photographs that link previous victims to the Hollow. Each image layers new dread onto the growing pattern of disappearance and despair. A sudden, chilling apparition of the Hollow emerges from the deepening shadows, its ember eyes gleaming as it mocks Mara with a sinister grin. The cracked mirror before her distorts her reflection, breaking it into jagged fragments that twist her image into something unrecognizable and ominous. Mara barely escapes the apparition's grasp, her breath quick and heart racing as she stumbles into the dim clearing where Elias waits silently. He reveals the secret of the silver locket, a key more powerful than she imagined, silently tethered to the Shadow's very existence. Elias explains that the locket was once fused to the Hollow's heart, a fragment torn away long ago to diminish its power and bind its darkness. Mara clutches the locket tightly, realizing the weight of their intertwined destinies. Together, they devise a perilous plan to reunite the locket with its other half, hidden deep beneath the forest floor, knowing every step invites greater danger. The risk is palpable, the forest itself seeming to pulse with unseen menace as they prepare to move forward. The Hollow's influence coils through the forest, twisting roots into writhing veins that claw at the earth, corrupting the land itself. The very air thickens with creeping darkness, as if nature rebels against their quest. Shadows deepen around Mara, her clothing darkening subtly as if absorbing the creeping gloom, blurring the edges between waking and nightmare. Each breath feels heavier, the line between reality and dream whispering its fragility. At last, Mara approaches the hollowed tree, faintly glowing with an ethereal light that marks the rumored resting place of the locket's counterpart. The fractured mirrors embedded in the bark reflect the dim light, casting eerie patterns upon her face. Her path is twisted with traps and illusions, each forcing her to confront fears and puzzles designed to break her will. Mara pushes forward, her mind and body tested by challenges both physical and psychological. Elias offers steadfast support, but when an unseen force lashes out, he is wounded, blood darkening his clothing and heightening the urgency of their mission. His injury snaps the fragile calm, the stakes growing ever more dire. Determined, Mara presses on alone, the silver locket's soft glow entwining with the ember hue of the encroaching darkness, illuminating her path as she ventures deeper into the unknown. The weight of her resolve is palpable in the thickening air. Facing a fractured mirror, Mara confronts the hollow as it partially reveals a shifting, shadowy form, never fully seen yet filled with seething menace. The shattered reflections ripple with unease, echoing the entity's unpredictable nature. The hollow's voice slithers through the stillness, taunting Mara with a dire promise. Fail, and she will remain trapped within its eternal shadow forever. The cruel stakes hang heavy in the cold air, testing her resolve. With trembling hands, Mara reunites the locket's two halves. A burst of searing light ricochets through the darkness, fracturing the shadow's form and pushing back the lingering dread. The hollow tree's glow intensifies, fighting against the consuming gloom. For a fleeting moment, the hollow reveals itself as a humanoid silhouette, twisted in grimacing pain and loss. Its ember eyes flicker with a haunting sorrow, hinting at a tortured origin beneath the menace. The shadow lashes back violently, shattering the light into scattered shards and casting Mara into a surreal void where time and space bend unnaturally. Darkness curls around her like living smoke, swallowing the remnants of illumination. Within this void, Mara is bombarded by ghostly reflections of her childhood. Fragmented memories shimmer in the broken mirrors around her. Past moments long buried surface with unsettling clarity, revealing hidden wounds. A shattering truth dawns on her. Her own suppressed memories feed the Hollow's power, giving life to the darkness she fights. Gathering courage, Mara steels herself to confront the fears she once fled from. In a moment of piercing clarity, Mara begins to reshape the shattered mirrors within the void, mending the fractured reflections and weaving her broken soul back into wholeness. Light pulses softly, resonating with newfound strength. As Mara's confidence grows, the Hollow's influence wanes. Shadows recede slightly, the oppressive weight loosening its grip. The once suffocating darkness feels fragile now, trembling beneath her rising resolve. Elias awakens, wounds tending to heal as dawn's pale light breaks through the trees. The forest's menace appears diminished for the first time. Together, they stand united, ready to face what lies beneath the earth. They cautiously descend into a cavern hidden beneath the forest, where the Hollow's core is said to pulse with dark energy. The air turns colder, the walls slick and cold, as shadows writhe in patterns against the stone surfaces. The cavern throbs with a malevolent energy. Walls seem alive as tendrils of shadow twist and writhe, pushing back against the intruders. Every echo carries whispers of lost souls, heightening the tension with spectral unease. Before them rise spectral forms, distorted visages of past victims, their expressions twisted in desperation, yet pleading silently for release. Each one reflects in cracked mirrors that seem to float in the stale cavern air. Mara offers words of forgiveness and remembrance, her voice steady as the spirit's anguish begins to soften. Their fading presence weakens the Hollow's hold, the cavern's darkness flickering uncertainly. At the cavern's center, a cracked crystalline heart pulses faintly, the source of the Hollow's power and pain entwined. Light flickers across its fractured surface, promising answers yet guarded by shadows still thick and deep. Mara took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she placed the silver locket into the crystal's jagged fracture. The moment the locket touched the surface, a blinding light burst forth, bathing the cavern in an intense, pure glow. Shadows recoiled as the fractured crystal responded to the locket's truth, illuminating the darkness. A chilling scream echoed through the cavern as the Hollow writhed in agony. Its shadowy form began to shrink, losing shape and coherence, like smoke caught in a sudden gust. The glowing ember eyes flickered weakly, draining away into the light that now claimed its space. Then, a final, brilliant burst of light erupted, flooding the entire cavern with a warm, natural glow. The sinister shadows that had lengthened unnaturally moments before dissolved completely. The fractured surfaces around them reflected true light for the first time in so long. Mara's strength gave out, and she collapsed against the cavern floor, utterly exhausted but alive. Elias caught her steadily, his darkened clothes matching the tension that now eased between them. A calm settled, broken only by their quiet breaths amid the returning silence. When they returned to Glenmore, the oppressive darkness that had lingered was gone, replaced by gentle sunlight filtering softly through the streets. The town looked reborn, as if the shadows had never claimed it. Layers of dread lifted, making way for the warmth of a new day. The residents emerged slowly from their homes, blinking against the light as if waking from a nightmare. Memories of the Hollow's chilling influence faded quickly, slipping into the recesses of forgotten dreams. Life began to reclaim its rightful place, serene and unshadowed. Mara's silver locket no longer radiated light, but rested quietly against her chest, a silent testament to what had passed. It symbolized closure, a resilience forged in darkness now at peace. The connection it represented was no longer a burden, but a shield of strength. Elias stood beside Mara, his presence steady and resolute. He vowed to remain in Glenmore, dedicating himself to rebuilding what was broken and guarding against the return of lurking shadows. His faded scar caught the sunlight, a reminder of battles fought and ones still ahead. The fractured mirrors throughout the town had been replaced with clear, unblemished glass. Their reflections no longer distorted reality, but offered pure, truthful images to those who looked into them. The town's spirit, once fractured and warped, now shone back with clarity and hope. Mara stood at the town's edge, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon where dark clouds gathered faintly beneath the hollow veil. Though the light had returned, she knew the shadows were never fully gone. Steeled by all she had endured, she prepared to confront whatever darkness might next arise. The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. Another night, another case, he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. At midnight, under the flickering street lamp, Lana slipped the tiny black card into her jacket pocket. The vault was said to be impenetrable, but Lana had something no one else did, a whisper on the wind and nerves made of silk. She checked her watch. 5 minutes until the museum's security system looped the same footage again. Perfect timing. Inside, the silence was a different kind, heavy, expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. She moved with precision, avoiding laser grids, as if dancing to music only she could hear. At the heart of the room, the ancient artifact glowed faintly behind bulletproof glass. It was beautiful, almost alive. Lana's fingers worked quickly, disabling the alarm with a hacked signal she'd crafted over weeks. A soft click and the glass slid open, the treasure now within her grasp. But then a shadow shifted. Someone else was there. Not security, but a rival, her own mirror image in ambition. Their eyes locked. Lana whispered, "I guess this is the part where they say may the best thief win." Words were needless as they darted and weaved, each trying to outsmart the other in a silent battle of wits. Lana's hand closed around the artifact just as footsteps neared. She bit her lip. Time was running out. Thinking fast, she triggered a smoke flare hidden in her sleeve, filling the room with blinding mist. Using the chaos, Lana slipped out through the emergency exit, heart pounding but victorious. Outside, rain began to fall, washing away the night's tension as if it had never happened. Another day, another dance, Lana mused, glancing back at the glowing artifact safely in her bag. She didn't look back to see the rival slip out too, nursing a grudging respect for Lana's skill. The city was quiet again, but Lana knew the game was far from over. She smiled, already planning the next move, the last lure just the beginning of a thrilling tale. In the shadows, the evening's heist already becoming legend. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly intone, "Some silences are better left unbroken." Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour, and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. Is that mold or art? Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. "Maybe bread isn't my forte." But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. "You left the door open," she said. "Our dog loved your bread." Norman laughed. "Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines." From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. "Baking adventures are better with friends," Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. Jamie raced down Maple Street, clutching the crumpled letter in trembling hands. The old mansion at the end of the block loomed, its windows dark and silent. "Just hours ago, Mrs. Whitaker had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a chilling message. The letter was brief. Find the note before the clock strikes midnight." Jamie pushed open the wrought iron gate, its creak echoing in the quiet night. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, the house frozen in time. A grand clock tower dominated the foyer, its hands frozen at 11:50. Jamie's eyes darted around, spotting a piano, its keys yellowed and forgotten. "The note," Jamie whispered, kneeling beside the instrument. Pressing a key, a faint melody filled the room, stirring something deep within the silence. Guided by the tune, Jamie traced the music sheets left on the stand. Among them, a single sheet stood out, a composition marked with mysterious symbols. This must be it, Jamie thought, piecing together the note's secret message. Each symbol corresponded to a letter, forming a hidden phrase. Under the floor, heart pounding, Jamie searched beneath the wooden planks of the foyer. Fingers dug into a loose board, revealing a small, locked box. Inside lay Mrs. Whitaker's diary and a key, along with another note. "Thank you for finding the truth." It read, "Now the story can finally be told." Relief washed over Jamie as the mystery unfolded. The disappearance was a staged escape from an old, painful past. "Justice is in the light," Jamie said softly, stepping out as dawn broke over Maple Street. The sky was a permanent ash gray, the sun a dull ember behind clouds of dust. Lena crouched behind the crumbling wall, clutching the faded photograph of her family. She'd heard stories of the world before the fall. Forests, oceans, the endless blue sky. But now, survival meant listening to the whispers beneath the ash, the echoes of forgotten days. In the silent ruins, a faint sound caught her attention, a child's laughter. Curious and hesitant, Lena followed the sound through twisted metal and shattered glass. She found a small boy playing with a broken toy car near a rusted playground swing. "You're not alone," he said with a crooked smile, eyes bright against the gray. Together, they navigated the maze of desolation, sharing stories of remnants and hope. They reached an underground shelter, home to a small group still daring to dream. Lena offered her photograph, a token of memory, and received in return a sprout growing from a crack in the concrete. "Life finds a way," the boy whispered, pressing the fragile green shoot into her hand. Days passed, and the shelter grew as they shared food, laughter, and plans for a future. Outside, the ash began to settle, revealing patches of earth hungry for light. Together, they planted seeds from salvaged packets, watching tiny sprouts pierce the soil. Hope was no longer a whisper, but a chorus rising amidst the ruins. Lena stood at the edge of the settlement, looking up as a faint blue sky began to break through the haze. "The world isn't over," she said softly. "It's just beginning again." And beneath the lingering ash, life stirred, resilient, persistent, reborn. In the quiet, Lena smiled, knowing that sometimes endings breed the brightest beginnings. Ella steps through the village boundary, her silver locket catching the fading light and reflecting a faint shimmer. The air feels heavier here, as if the land itself is holding its breath just before twilight. Near the ancient hollow oak, Rowan lifts his wooden whistle to his lips and plays a strange, haunting melody. The tune echoes softly, a call to something hidden just beyond sight among the gnarled branches and shadows. Old Man Garin approaches Ella with a grave look, his twisted walking stick tapping the ground. He warns her that as dusk falls, the woods begin whispering secrets, and the shadows that stretch from the oak should never be trusted. As the sun dips behind the trees, long shadows creep unnaturally across the cobblestones, thickening near the oak's hollow. Darkness seems to ripple and stretch where no light should bend, unsettling the quiet village streets. Ella's silver locket suddenly chills against her skin, colder than the evening air. From the darkness, a faint, indecipherable whisper brushes past her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Rowan rushes into the village square, breathless, reporting several village animals have vanished near the woods. A fearful hush spreads among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the encroaching shadows. From deep within the village, the persistent ticking of an old clock grows louder, its echo filling the quiet night. The rhythmic talk strikes uneven beats, unease mounting with each distorted chime. Determined, Ella and Rowan prepare to confront the mystery of the hollow oak. Armed with a flashlight and Rowan's whistle, they step cautiously toward the boundary between safety and shadow. Just beyond the tree line, shadows flicker erratically, moving against the angles of natural light. Their dance is unnatural, unsettling, as if driven by some unknown will contrary to the day's fading rays. Suddenly, the warm night air chills unexpectedly, Ella's breath misting in front of her. Whispering shapes rise and circle around them, elusive and twisting like smoke on the wind. Old Man Garin's voice carries a warning as he recounts the legend of a shadowy being bound to the oak, sustained by the villagers' fear. His tale weaves dread through the night, making the darkness seem alive and watchful. Out of the shadows, dogs howl in terror before fleeing, their elongated shadows contorting grotesquely before fading into the night. Fear weighs heavier with each unnatural movement in the darkness. Rowan lifts his wooden whistle, blowing a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the gloom. The sound ripples outward, momentarily forcing the darkness to recoil and retreat from their immediate circle. Ella's silver locket begins to glow faintly, a soft light pulsing in response to the encroaching darkness. It seems attuned to the shadow's presence, reacting like a silent sentinel against the gloom. As midnight nears, nervous villagers barricade their doors and light candles, their flickering flames casting fragile halos against the growing black. The warm light serves as a fragile barrier, keeping the most malevolent shadows at bay. From the edge of the candlelight, Ella spots the shade, its form undulating with no fixed face, eyes glowing faintly like dying embers. It lurks just out of reach, watching and waiting for a moment to strike. In the darkness, Rowan panics as he discovers his wooden whistle is missing. The shadows creep closer in silence, and without his signal, fear starts to take deeper hold in their hearts. A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through the village, snuffing out all the lit candles in an instant. The village plunges into pitch-black darkness, broken only by the ominous ticking filling the void. The eerie ticking of the distant clock begins to fluctuate wildly, slowing, then rapidly speeding up. This erratic rhythm disorients and unsettles those who hear it, twisting time into something uncanny. Against the chaotic ticking, Ella's silver locket pulses with bright, rhythmic flashes. It seems to challenge the erratic beat, its steady glow a beacon amid the distorted time and creeping fear. A whisper of cold breath brushes Ella's ear as the shade's voice, low and sibilant, tempts her with secrets hidden beneath the hollow oak. It promises truths to those brave enough to step below its roots alone. Rowan stumbles in the shadows to find a hidden path woven among the tree roots, leading deeper into darkness. Drawn with both curiosity and dread, the path promises answers no one else dares seek. The oldest lamps in the village flicker wildly, casting erratic light and stretching shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with unease as the darkness seems to mock the fragile defenses of light. Though hesitation grips her heart, Ella clutches her glowing locket tightly and steps forward, crossing the threshold beneath the hollow oak. Each heartbeat echoes like the ticking clock as she follows the whisper's call into the unknown. Within the shifting shadows, Ella glimpses flickers of trapped villagers from the past, their silent faces pleading for release. The shade reveals its captive collection, a haunting gallery of lost souls entwined within its darkness. Rowan's voice echoed softly through the maze of roots, faint yet insistent, leading Ella deeper under the hollow oak's gnarled branches. Each call grew clearer, a beacon in the dim twilight where shadows clung like whispers. Ella tightened her grip on her silver locket, trusting the boy's guidance through the labyrinthine roots. An eerie clock struck 13, its chime impossible yet unmistakable, reverberating across the clearing with unnatural resonance. The ticking that enveloped them quickened, marking the thinning veil between time's threads. This haunting hour signaled the boundary where past and present entwined beneath the ancient oak. Ella's vision blurred, revealing fleeting memories of others caught in the shade's grasp. Each confrontation ended with silent vanishing and unopened eyes. The images flickered like shadows themselves, ghostly remnants of vanished souls. These past encounters whispered of fear and loss, locked within the tree's age-old roots. Rowan's fingers traced a carved symbol beneath layers of moss, its intricate design mirroring the emblem on Ella's silver locket. The hidden panel in the bark seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its meaning deep and urgent. This unexpected link promised a path, a shared secret binding their fates together. Around them, shadows stirred and bled into malformed faces, flickering with unstable life yet impossible to focus on fully. These ephemeral visages twisted and warped, like smoke caught in flickering candlelight, hinting at torment and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with silent pleadings woven into the darkness. Drawing on a surge of courage, Ella reached out to touch the carved symbol. Her fingertips met the rough wood, steady and warm. Suddenly, the earth beneath the hollow oak trembled, a low rumble resonating through the roots and into their bones. The connection felt alive, a bridge bridging shadow and flesh. The shade recoiled, its form condensing into a dense, foreboding mass that radiated menace. Shadows thickened, swirling with malevolent energy, as though angered by Ella's audacity. Its intangible presence now grew oppressive, suffocating the little light that lingered beneath the canopy. Rowan seized his wooden whistle, holding it as shadows encroached, then blew a piercing, desperate note. The sound shattered the darkness momentarily, scattering the shadowy faces like mist in dawn's first light. The fleeting reprieve bolstered their spirits even as anticipation churned in the air. Between Ella's locket and the carved symbol, a glowing thread appeared, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Its gentle light wove through the darkness, a fragile but undeniable link uniting past and present. The thread's rhythm synced with the old clock's ticking, drawing power from both time and memory. Emerging from the veil of trees, Old Man Garin began chanting an ancient verse, his voice low and resonant. His words carried strength, a call to awaken the spirits of the village and fortify their resolve. The air around him shimmered with age-old power, binding those present with shared determination. One by one, villagers lit candles, their flames flickering to life simultaneously in a unified defiance. The combined glow pushed back shadows inch by inch, carving space for hope amidst despair. The hollow oak stood illuminated, a battleground of light against creeping darkness. The ticking of the old clock accelerated, matching the pulsing glow emanating from Ella's silver locket. Time itself seemed to quicken, heartbeat and second hand entwined in urgent rhythm. This symphony of light and sound heralded a turning point beneath the ancient boughs. The shade lunged toward Rowan with desperate fury, its dark limbs grasping for the boy. But Rowan slipped away swiftly, darting into the village square where open light and life beckoned. The momentary breach left the shade agitated, its form writhing in shadowed frustration. Beneath the hollow oak, Ella faced the shade, her locket held aloft as a beacon of light. She stood steady in the dark, unyielding despite the fear gnawing within. The silver gleamed, casting sharp reflections that fractured the shadows around her. The shadows twisted before her eyes, revealing a memory warped by pain, a betrayal that bound the shade to this place. Faces contorted in anguish, a bond forged in sorrow and regret lingering beneath the gnarled roots. This revelation seeped like poison through the fractured darkness. Rowan and villagers formed a circle around the tree, hands joined and voices softly humming a steady, soothing melody. Their unity created a shield of warmth and light, reinforcing Ella's stand against the shadowy force. The harmony wove a protective barrier stronger than any single candle's glow. The shade's form flickered erratically, sorrow washing over its face before it began to fracture and dissolve. The fractured shadows splintered, losing coherence, as if the sorrow itself unraveled its dark essence. The force that once loomed threateningly now faltered, its presence fading like a dying breath. From Ella's locket burst a blinding light that pierced the darkness, scattering shadow and smoke alike. The sudden brilliance banished the lingering forms with fierce clarity, cleansing the hollow oak beneath which they had gathered. Light filled the space where fear and shadow had once dwelled. A profound silence followed, the incessant ticking ceasing abruptly as calm returned to the village. Moonlight bathed the clearing, serene and pure after the night's turmoil. The air felt lighter, charged with a peace that had seemed impossible just moments before. Exhausted, Ella collapsed, the silver locket resting warm against her chest once again. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft golden hues through the trees and promising a new beginning. Relief and weariness mingled in the quiet aftermath of their ordeal. Rowan knelt where the hollow oak had stood, discovering a small sprout glowing faintly with vibrant life. This fragile shoot seemed a symbol of renewal, the forest's promise of healing and hope reborn. Its gentle radiance breathed comfort into the cool morning air. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, faces marked by relief yet touched by the terror of the night. Silent glances passed between them, a shared understanding of what had transpired beneath the ancient tree. Life would go on, forever altered but resilient. Old Man Garin approached Ella, a solemn nod acknowledging the closing of an ancient curse at last. His weathered eyes reflected respect and gratitude for her bravery. The twisted walking stick tapped softly against the earth, a rhythm steady as new beginnings. Ella's silver locket remained unbroken, now humming softly with a gentle, warm light. It shimmered faintly, a token of strength and hope preserved through darkness. The locket's glow promised protection and memory entwined beneath its silver face. Rowan clutched his wooden whistle, aware that though the danger had passed, its call might be needed again someday. Yet hope warmed his heart more than fear, a belief in peace restored for their village. The whistle hung quietly at his side as dawn painted the sky with promise. Ella held her silver locket up to the dim light, explaining how its glow sealed the shade's power by binding shadow and time together. This ancient magic ensured that the dark entity could no longer slip through the cracks of the ticking moments. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both wonder and relief. Vowing to keep the hollow ground sacred, the villagers agreed to protect it from any future encroachment of darkness. Their whispered promises mingled with the soft wind, each determined to guard the fragile balance that held peace in their home. The memory of the shade would remain, but only as a warning etched in their hearts. Rowan knelt at the village center, carefully planting a glowing sprout whose light pulsed gently against the twilight. This living symbol of rebirth and safety would remind everyone of the harmony they now preserved. The little shoot seemed to breathe new life into the weary earth beneath its roots. Ella, no longer gripped by fear, felt a lasting connection to the woods and the shadows they contained. She stood watchful and calm, anticipating any ripple in the natural order rather than recoiling from it. Her silver locket shimmered quietly, a beacon of steady strength. Old Man Garin gathered the villagers to recount tales of courage past and caution against the lure of fear's return. His voice, steady as his twisted walking stick, urged vigilance and unity. Through his stories, the community understood the importance of facing darkness together, not alone. The old clock in the village square chimed 12 times, its steady tick and reassuring strike restoring normalcy to the air. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, affirming that the unnatural ticking was at last silenced. Time flowed without disturbance, comforting every listening soul. As night settled in, shadows folded into their natural shapes, behaving without menace or mystery. The whispers on the wind faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the night's tranquil breath. Darkness returned to a harmless cloak, a backdrop rather than a threat. Ella and Rowan sat quietly beside the glowing sprout, the silver locket resting between them with a faint, steady glow. Their shared presence spoke of friendship forged in challenge and hope blossoming anew. Together, they watched as the village breathed in peaceful silence. Throughout the village, restful sleep enveloped the people, dreams clear of whispering shadows or unsettling ticks. The nightmare of darkness receded, leaving only calm and comfort in its wake. The silence felt alive with gentle promise as the night deepened. When dawn's light filtered over the village rooftops, it cast a warm glow filled with hope and quiet strength. The land seemed to sigh in relief, renewed and steady after the trials faced. A new day began, bright